A young man jolts awake from a stupor, his body drenched in sweat. At that very moment, a hand unexpectedly pats Qin Yu on the shoulder from behind. Hey, you alright? Unconsciously, Qin Yu's instincts take over. He kicks in, grabbing the nearest object to defend himself. When he comes to his senses, he realizes he's holding nothing but a computer mouse. The person who patted his shoulder is one of his co-workers. Qin Yu, what's with you? Did you stay up all night watching Jade Rabbit Studio or something? Realizing his surroundings have changed, Qin Yu stares blankly at the computer mouse in his hand, muttering repeatedly, a computer mouse. How can this be? After composing himself, he shoots his colleague a cold, sharp glare and asks for the time. His coworker, thinking Qin Yu is just groggy from sleep, simply replies that it's only 10:30, a long way from lunch. Hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly gets agitated, grabs the man by his collar and screams, I asked, what year is it? A female colleague nearby immediately chimes in, It's 2019. What's gotten into you today? Did you hit your head or get bitten by something? Seeing this, the other coworkers start to laugh and joke around. Haha, you've been reading too many Rebirth novels. This is Earth. Oh, and I've got a big surprise for you, a mountain of deadlines. At this moment, Qin Yu's attention is completely focused on the distant horizon, where it seems something is staining the entire sky red, looking extremely bizarre. Seeing Qin Yu staring blankly at the sky, his boss runs over to scold him. Hey, Qin Yu, are you slacking off again? Get back to work now, or I'll dock your pay. Contrary to his usual timid demeanor, Qin Yu glares at his boss with a chilling look, as if death itself is in his eyes. Instinctively, he attacks anyone who tries to get close to him, and with a single simple move, he slams his boss to the floor. All the while, he's trying to piece his thoughts together. 2019. Isn't that the year the apocalypse started? 2019. A blood-red sky. Could it be? Today is April 1st. As Qin Yu is still processing this, a colleague suddenly tries to calm the situation. Qin Yu, what's wrong with you? This April Fool's prank of yours has gone way too far. Confirming that today is indeed the day of the apocalypse, Qin Yu immediately turns to leave. Before going, he offers a kind warning to his colleagues. You all should hurry and use this time to see your families. Today might be the day the world ends. History recorded April 1st, 2019, as the first day of the apocalypse. It was truly a bloody and brutal ordeal. In the most literal sense, no one ever suspected that a terrifying virus, unlike anything humanity had ever seen, would be mixed into this bloody rain. People touched by the rain would collapse one by one, only to rise once more. They had mutated into zombies and monsters, frantically hunting down humanity. From that moment on, the world turned into a living hell. That was exactly what Qin Yu had already experienced once before. The horrific memories of that day would never fade from his mind. Right now, Qin Yu is walking aimlessly down the street, wondering how he managed to return to this very day. Suddenly, a man bumps into him from behind. Hey, don't block the doorway. Seeing the man preoccupied with his phone, Qin Yu starts to recall some memories of the pre-apocalyptic world. This is the mobile device of this era. A phone? As expected, I have one too. Checking his phone, a name in his contacts grabs his attention, of Qin Yu. The image of his younger sister suddenly flashes in his mind, and with it, a flood of faded memories returns. A massive amount of information suddenly overwhelms him, causing Qin Yu to clutch his head and scream in agony. Are these the memories of this body? It looks like the memories are starting to merge. After regaining his composure, he immediately calls his little sister, Xiao Yu. The moment Xiao Yu answers, Qin Yu frantically shouts, Xiao Yu, come home right now, hurry! Hearing the panic in her brother's voice, Xiao Yu gets so worried she's on the verge of tears. Bro, big brother, did I do something wrong? Realizing he was too loud, Qin Yu quickly softens his tone. No, it's not that. Something really important is happening, and there's no time to explain. Xiao Yu, just listen to me and come home now. Hearing this, and not wanting her brother to worry, Xiao Yu agrees to return home. By noon, even so, after hanging up, she is incredibly worried about her brother. In all her life, she had never seen him so panicked. Just then, someone taps Xiao Yu on the shoulder, making her jump. When she turns around, she sees that it's Xiao Ting, her best friend. Noticing Xiao Ting is covered in sweat, with a flushed face and panting for breath, Xiao Yu asks worriedly, Xiao Ting, what's wrong? Xiao Ting replies shakily, It rained in my neighborhood this morning. I must have gotten caught in it and fallen ill. Seeing that Xiao Ting has a high fever, Xiao Yu rushes her to the school nurse's office to rest. Meanwhile, Qin Yu looks up at the sky as it slowly turns a deep, blood-red color. The blood rain is coming soon. I have to prepare quickly. First food, then weapons. Back then, I was like most people. Even though I had the powers of a mutant, I couldn't withstand a single hit from the zombies and mutated monsters. I watched my loved ones and fellow humans get slaughtered one by one until I finally died under the claws of a monster. But the heavens have given me a chance to be reborn 100 years before the apocalypse began. This time, I must become stronger before the enemy arrives. This time, I will use my power to protect my comrades and my family. Having made his decision, Qin Yu immediately starts his preparations. Only after a while, when the red clouds rolled in, did people start to notice something was amiss. But for them, a teenager brazenly carrying an iron pipe down the street was a more immediate cause for concern. Only Qin Yu, who was being treated like a madman, knew what was about to happen to the world. Damn it, is it starting already? There's no time! As the rain began to fall, Qin Yu hurriedly hailed a taxi. To go home. Seeing the young man get in with an iron rod, the driver got a little tense and tried to make small talk to calm his nerves. Look, this rain is a strange red color, isn't it? Ha ha, right now, Qin Yu. Didn't have time for such things and just casually warned the driver. After you drop me off, you should head home quickly too. Otherwise, the traffic will get chaotic soon, and I'm afraid you won't be able to make it back. That was all he could say. After all, if he said the apocalypse was coming, he'd probably be taken straight to a mental asylum. On the way, Qin Yu checked on his sister. When he found out she wasn't home yet, he immediately called her, Xiao Yu. Are you still at school? I'm on my way to pick you up. Worried her brother would be anxious, Xiao Yu quickly explained, Brother, I'm still in the school nurse's office with Xiao Ting. She's sick. Hearing this, Qin Yu shouted agitatedly, Is she sick with burning skin, a persistent fever, and unconsciousness? Just then, Xiao Yu stood up and hurriedly hung up. Yes. Oh, I think she's waking up. I'll hang up first. Because of that, she didn't hear Qin Yu's warning. Xiao Yu, get away from her. She's mutated. Worried his sister was in danger, Qin Yu, radiating a murderous aura, placed his hand on the driver's shoulder. Driver, please, step on it. Immediately, the driver slammed on the gas, screaming nonstop, Okay, just don't hurt me. Meanwhile, on Xiao Yu's end, Xiao Ting had woken up. Her two eyes were blood red, her facial muscles contorted into a terrifying expression. Xiao Yu and the teacher were still talking when Xiao Ting suddenly sat bolt upright, staring blankly at the two of them. Seeing this, the teacher hurried over to check on her. My dear student, you're still weak. Lie back down. I see your eyes are very red. Just then, Xiao Ting's pupils constricted, and countless red veins bulged in her eyes. She seemed to go mad, lunging forward and biting down hard on the teacher's finger. The teacher struggled to pull her hand back, but her finger was bitten so badly it was bleeding profusely. Why did you bite me? The terrified teacher backed away, not daring to get closer. But Xiao Yu, worried about her friend, approached to ask, Xiao Ting, what's wrong? Suddenly, Xiao Ting tilted her head back, a horrifying smile spreading across her face. Seeing this, Xiao Yu instinctively stepped back, her whole body trembling in fear. The teacher, unaware of the impending danger, was still sitting on the floor, trying to stop the bleeding from her finger. At that moment, Xiao Ting completely lost it, lunging at the teacher and viciously tearing into her. Witnessing this horrific scene, Xiao Yu was so shocked she froze in place. By the time she snapped out of it, the teacher was already a corpse lying in a pool of blood. Only then did Xiao Yu let out a terrified scream. This also drew the attention of the crazed Xiao Ting. Without hesitation, Xiao Ting turned towards Xiao Yu, looking as bloodthirsty as a predator hunting its prey. Just then, Qin Yu arrived in the nick of time, sending Xiao Ting flying with one swing of his rod. Not giving his opponent a chance to react, Qin Yu pointed the sharp end downwards and, without a moment's hesitation, plunged it into Xiao Ting's neck. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was so scared she started crying, stammering incoherently, brother. You killed her. In contrast to her, Qin Yu calmly wiped the blood off his iron rod. She had turned into a zombie. She's no longer the friend you knew. Let's go. We need to get out of here quickly. We'll talk when we get home. This place will soon descend into chaos. After dealing with the situation, the two siblings went outside to head home and take shelter. Stepping outside, Xiao Yu saw the blood rain and, out of curiosity, held out her hand to catch some. Seeing this, Qin Yu panicked and rushed to stop her. Xiao Yu, don't touch this rainwater. But he was a step too late. A few drops of rain had already landed on Xiao Yu's hand. Seeing her brother acting so strangely, Xiao Yu asked worriedly, What's wrong, brother? It's just a little bit of rain. Hearing that, Qin Yu was a bit surprised and asked back, You don't feel that this rain is hot? Xiao Yu didn't understand what her brother was talking about and asked with a bewildered look, Hot? No. Is this acid rain? Qin Yu found this extremely strange and fell into deep thought. Weird. Even some people with certain antibodies to this blood rain would still feel the heat of the rainwater. But now wasn't the time to ponder these things. Qin Yu took out a raincoat he had prepared and gave it to his sister. For now, don't worry about this. Just put on the raincoat and try not to get any rainwater on you. Next, we have only one mission. Escape this place. Are you ready? We have to go. Immediately after. Qin Yu ran ahead, iron rod at the ready, prepared to attack anything dangerous. Getting too excited, Xiao Yu shouted to boost morale. Charge! Qin Yu was left speechless and hurriedly told his sister not to shout. Realizing her mistake, Xiao Yu quickly covered her mouth and quietly ran after him. By now, the streets outside had turned into a battlefield. Countless crazed people were continuously lunging at and tearing into those around them. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu was petrified with horror. Brother, what is happening? Seeing his sister stop, Qin Yu shouted anxiously, Xiao Yu, don't stop. We have to run straight home. After running for a while longer, the siblings' attention was caught by a scream for help from a nearby building. A man was being chased by a horde of zombies, repeatedly begging the siblings for help. Seeing the wound on the man's arm, Qin Yu explained, Brother, you've already been bitten. The zombies can smell the blood and won't stop. Don't follow us. Hearing this, the man screamed in panic. No, I wasn't bitten. I won't turn into them. Qin Yu was unsure how to handle the situation, grinding his teeth. Damn it, this guy. The nearby zombies was drawn over here by him. Realizing he wouldn't make it, the desperate man gripped Xiao Yu's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Why? I got bitten, but you guys didn't. I don't care. If I'm going to die, we'll die together. This action was like touching a raw nerve for Qin Yu. This guy, if you want to die, die alone. Don't drag others down with you. With just one punch, the man was sent flying and was immediately swarmed and torn apart by the zombies. Seizing the opportunity, the two siblings quickly fled. Hearing the blood-curdling screams from behind, a panicked Xiao Yu covered her ears. Brother, we killed him. Qin Yu reassured his sister while they ran. Xiao Yu, don't feel burdened by it. He was already bitten. He was going to die sooner or later. And he even wanted to drag you down with him. If we hadn't done that, we would have all died together. Afterward, the two of them hurried back home. Seeing the ruined scene outside the building, Qin Yu cautiously stopped. Looks like there was some chaos in front of our building too. Xiao Yu, stay close behind me. I'm afraid there are still zombies in this building. Qin Yu led the way, slowly guiding his sister inside. Seeing that it was pitch black with no light, Xiao Yu timidly told her brother, Brother, it's so scary in here. Let's just make a run for our apartment. Just then, Qin Yu heard a strange sound and whispered a warning to his sister. Shh, footsteps. As expected, living up to his reputation as someone who had survived the apocalypse, a zombie really did appear up ahead. As soon as it saw living people, the zombie immediately lunged at them. Qin Yu quickly grabbed an iron rod and stood to protect his sister. Xiao Yu, get back. But with the strength of this body, he still couldn't fight off the zombie. He was pushed back and gradually put on the defensive. Seeing her brother in danger, Xiao Yu hurriedly picked up a nearby brick and threw it straight at the zombie's head. Annoyed at being interrupted at a critical moment, the zombie switched its target to Xiao Yu. Facing the old zombie, Xiao Yu's limbs went weak, and she fell to the ground screaming. Luckily, Qin Yu acted in time, taking the opportunity to finish off the zombie on the spot. Huff, are you okay? Let's hurry home. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly burst into tears, with snot and tears flying everywhere. Uncle. That was Uncle Wang from next door. The sudden disaster was hard for an innocent girl like Xiao Yu to accept right away. After she finished crying, Qin Yu quickly led his sister back to their apartment. As soon as they entered, Xiao Yu was stunned by the massive pile of supplies. Brother, did you know about this disaster beforehand? Afraid his sister would get the wrong idea, Qin Yu quickly reassured her. Xiao Yu, listen to me carefully. The apocalypse is here. Every day from now on will be more dangerous. I will protect you. But you must also understand how bad the situation outside is. You have to listen to me. As her only living relative, of course Xiao Yu trusted her brother completely. Okay, Xiao Yu will always listen to you. Then, Qin Yu carefully instructed, the zombie outbreak, the apocalypse has arrived. Everyone will sacrifice others for their own survival. People's hearts will become more sinister than before, so in this situation, you absolutely cannot easily trust others. Even the most common zombies have strength and explosive power as if they're on steroids. Some evolved zombies and mutated monsters can even break through human limits many times over. A normal person wanting to fight them is just daydreaming. As for how I know all this, I'll explain it to you slowly later. Right now, the important mission is to get stronger, evolve, through training and hunting, to gain power on par with zombies and monsters. Sigh, the apocalypse is here. Let's enjoy the last bit of warmth from civilization while we can. While there was still water and electricity, Qin Yu took the opportunity to wash off the rainwater on his body. Suddenly, Xiao Yu pushed the door open and barged in. Brother, you forgot the body wash and loofah. This made Qin Yu extremely surprised. Huh, why did you just come in like that? Or do you want to shower first? Having lived in the apocalypse for too long, he had forgotten all his old habits. But Xiao Yu said this wasn't the first time, so there was no need to be so embarrassed. After they finished showering, Xiao Yu started cooking a few simple dishes. At the dinner table, she brought up an idea. Brother, what if we go to the military? With something this scary happening, only the military can protect us. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu immediately objected. No, they don't know how to deal with zombies. At best, they can only keep us safe for a few years. Hearing this, Xiao Yu asked, Brother, you know how, you can tell them. Qin Yu then explained, do you think the military would listen to an ordinary citizen like me? If we go there, I'm afraid we won't even get to see the faces of the people in charge. Hearing that, Xiao Yu sadly lowered her head to the table. What her brother had just said was indeed irrefutable. Seeing his sister looking sad, Qin Yu offered some encouragement. Xiao Yu, you have to know that staying with a weak legion won't bring many benefits. Only by possessing great power can you truly have a bargaining chip to negotiate with the strong. The things that threaten us, besides zombies and monsters, are human hearts. Having survived for so many years in the apocalypse, Qin Yu understood all too well the dangers they would face. He was determined to become strong so that the tragic ending of the past would not repeat itself. That night, Xiao Yu saw her brother had locked himself in his room, so she went in to check on him. Brother, what are you doing in your room? Qin Yu was carefully working with a bunch of test tubes and was a bit tense from the sudden interruption. Xiao Yu, go outside for now. I'm making ammunition. It's dangerous in here. Hearing the word ammunition, Xiao Yu was completely shocked. Brother, you even know how to make this stuff? In her memory, her brother was just an ordinary office worker. How could he possibly know how to make such dangerous things, right? Too lazy to explain, Tanvu just gave a vague answer. It was easy. You can find them anywhere. All right, hurry and close the door, or the house will become unbearable soon. Hearing this, Xiao Yu obediently left to let her brother focus on his work. After finishing what needed to be done, Tanvu lay on the bed, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling. It had been so many years since he had lain on a comfortable bed and slept peacefully. Just then, Xiao Yu came in hugging a pillow. Brother, I'm scared. Can I sleep with you? And so, on the first night of the apocalypse, the two siblings slept together. Before closing his eyes, Tanvu silently prayed, hoping that when he woke up, everything that happened today wouldn't be a dream. Early the next morning, the moment Xiao Yu opened her eyes, she saw her brother getting ready to leave. Big brother, where are you going? Tanvu gripped the iron pipe in his hand and said with a smile, I'm going to check on the other households in this building, and if there are any zombies, I'll take care of them. Hearing this, Xiao Yu asked her brother worriedly, didn't you say that with the strength of a normal person, fighting a zombie is just a daydream? At that moment, Tanvu's back suddenly seemed unusually broad. Your brother isn't a normal person. Don't worry, in my past life, I was a level 2 spear master, you know? After hearing that, Xiao Yu had no idea what her brother was talking about. All she could do was tell her brother to be careful. On the first day of the apocalypse, Tanvu stood in the middle of the hallway and sighed. Phew, it's about to begin. After preparing himself, he started knocking on each door one by one. Right from the first room, he hit the jackpot with a cute little zombie. Hearing a sound coming from inside the room, Tanvu quickly rushed forward and took a fighting stance, just as expected. Come and be my first prey. With astonishing strength, the zombie smashed through the door, its eyes searching for survivors nearby. Not making it wait long, Tanvu leaped forward and swung the iron pipe hard at its head. Stop looking, I'm right here. With just a few basic strikes, the zombie was taken down on the spot. With the strength of a normal person, fighting just one zombie was enough to leave Tanvu panting heavily. After confirming the zombie was dead, Tanvu carefully used a knife to cut open its stomach. I wonder if there's any evolution energy inside this zombie's body. After rummaging around for a moment, he finally found a crystal, but it wasn't what he was looking for. As expected, a zombie of this level would hardly have any evolution energy. Not stopping there, Tanvu went through the entire floor, knocking on every door and defeating the zombies that rushed out. By the time only one room was left, he was a little disappointed. This is the last one. Is there really not a single lucky survivor left on this floor? Just then, the sound of crying came from the room at the end of the hall, renewing his hope. A child's cry. Could there be a survivor in this apartment? Not letting his excitement cloud his judgment, Tanvu carefully opened the door and went inside. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately spotted a shadow flash before his eyes. What was that? A zombie, a mutated beast. Following the sound of the crying, Tanvu attacked without hesitation. Monster, die! Just then, his instincts screamed that he had fallen into a trap. A child zombie suddenly lunged from behind, trying to bite Tanvu's neck. Luckily, Tanvu reacted in time, using the pipe to knock the zombie away. While it was stunned, Tanvu rushed forward, using the sharp end of the iron pipe to deliver the finishing blow. But unexpectedly, this zombie was incredibly agile, dodging the attack and even knowing how to flee. It has intelligence? Crap. An intelligent child zombie will easily hold a grudge, letting it run like this. Immediately, Tanvu gave chase to eliminate the future threat, but in the end, he was a step too slow, and the zombie jumped out the window. Having escaped with its life, the zombie was overjoyed, and it turned to wink at Tanvu, taunting him. But it had forgotten that this place was several stories high, and a fall from here would only turn it into meat paste. Witnessing this scene, Tanvu revealed a smug smile. It was just a low-level zombie, after all. He then looked around the apartment, trying to find any survivors or leftover supplies. Ah, it seems the child's guardian was eaten. That explains it. Let's see if there are any useful supplies left in the kitchen. It wasn't until sunset that Tanvu returned home with 2 sacks of supplies. Xiao Yu, I'm back. Xiao Yu, who was cooking, heard her brother's voice and ran to the door to greet him. Big brother, where did you get all this stuff? Tanvu replied. There were no lucky survivors in our building, so there are a lot of supplies. I still need to make a few more trips. After that, Tanvu took a shower and then continued to gather supplies. The next morning, Xiao Yu was once again woken up. Are you going out again today, brother? Tanvu explained that he had to become an evolved person within 3 days, and also find more food reserves. Hearing this, Xiao Yu stood up and said she wanted to go with him. Tanvu immediately raised his voice. No way, it's too dangerous. With your current physical strength and survival skills, it would be very difficult for you to survive. Don't worry, when I'm strong enough to fully protect you, I'll take you outside with me. Being an obedient sister, Xiao Yu didn't want to be a burden to her brother, so she could only agree. Okay, big brother, please be careful out there. After clearing out the entire building, Tanvu decided to go outside to try his luck, spotting a zombie wandering around. He took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, finishing it in a single blow. Suddenly, another zombie lunged out from inside a car, grabbing Tanvu's shoulder. Without panicking, Tanvu finished it off quickly and continued to look for his next target. As dusk fell, Tanvu sat amidst a pile of zombies and lamented, damn, over 10 of them, and I broke a few weapons, but not a single one had any evolution energy. It's getting late. I bet Xiao Yu is really worried. As soon as he got home, Xiao Yu threw her arms around him. Big brother, you were out for so long today. I was so worried. Tanvu comforted her. Don't Xiao Yu. I killed dozens of zombies today, but unfortunately, I didn't find what I was looking for. Seeing her brother's disappointment, Xiao Yu comforted him. Don't worry, you'll find it. I'll stay home and pray for you. Just then, a loud voice shouted from outside, damn it, run! This caught the siblings' attention. At that moment, a group of survivors was being chased by a horde of zombies. Seeing the fence ahead, the group scrambled over it, successfully escaping the zombies. Damn it, can't even die quietly. Just stand out there like idiots, the leader cursed. Then, a subordinate suddenly pointed to a window upstairs. Boss Huang, look, there are people up there. Realizing they'd been spotted, Qin Yu immediately pulled his sister's head down. Seeing that there were other survivors, Xiao Yu wondered, Big brother, there are survivors. Should we help them? Qin Yu replied coldly, Xiao Yu, have you forgotten what I told you? In the apocalypse, people are unpredictable. We have to be careful. Meanwhile, the survivors were overjoyed to see people and began searching. It wasn't long before they were at the front door, banging on it. Is anyone there? Don't play dumb, we just saw you. Hurry up and open the door. When the door slowly creaked open, the leader immediately snapped, Hey, are you deaf? What took so long? But upon seeing the steel pipe in Qin Yu's hand, they quickly backed down. Qin Yu's eyes were sharp and cold, looking incredibly intimidating. Is there a problem? The leader hastily explained, Ah, brother, don't get worked up. We're not bad people. We were just a little excited to see other survivors. The men behind him also started to play along. The leader spoke while trying to peek inside the house, looking around. Brother, can you let us in? We've been starving for days. But before he could take a step inside, Qin Yu blocked him. No. Just then, Xiao Yu came out with 2 bags of supplies. Big brother, maybe we should give them some food? This girl was truly too naive. The moment the leader saw Xiao Yu, a vile look appeared on his face. Ah, thank you. This chick's chest. No. The girls. I mean, this girl is so kind. Sensing that these people were no good, Qin Yu handed them the supplies and pointed decisively towards the room across the hall. The room opposite is empty. No zombies either. If you want to stay, go over there. Being driven away, the survivors complained while eating their instant noodles. He thinks a few cups of noodles is enough to get rid of us. A subordinate, however, thought getting any food was good enough. After eating, the bald one gloated, as he recalled the morning's events. Hey, you guys notice? The look in that B times Ch's husband's eyes when we did our thing this morning? He looked like he wanted to eat us alive. Ha ha ha. The others started laughing along. How could I not? Humph. That B times Tosh used to act all high and mighty with her money, never even giving us the time of day. Now she knows what we're capable of. Suddenly, the leader changed the subject. Oh, speaking of which, did you two see that girl from earlier? The subordinate immediately understood. Of course I did. She's a total knockout. So? You want a piece of that, huh? They both laughed loudly, their vile intentions on full display. The bald guy lit a cigarette and said, it's just that punk with her is way too arrogant. Tomorrow, we'll teach him a lesson. They then began to plot together. Tomorrow morning, we'll go ask them for food again. After he opens the door, the three of us will jump him. Right, and who knows if that girl is his girlfriend or his sister. Tomorrow, we'll use the same old trick. Have our fun with her right in front of him, and then kill him. Yeah, just kill the punk. We'll keep his little girlfriend to enjoy later. We can stay here for a while after that. I saw they have a ton of food in there. Little did they know that Qin Yu was secretly hiding on the balcony, overhearing their entire plan. Waiting until late at night, when the three men were sound asleep, Qin Yu stealthily snuck inside. First, he covered the mouth of the bald guy and finished him off instantly. Hearing a strange noise, the shaggy-haired guy woke with a start, but before he could even make a sound, he was stabbed to death. In no time, all three men had been swiftly dispatched by Qin Yu. When his sister found him, Qin Yu just said one cold sentence. They were all bad people. The next day, Qin Yu woke up early again to kill zombies, but he still found nothing, which left him a bit disappointed. Why is my luck so bad? It's been days, and I've killed over 100 zombies, but they're all low level. How can there not be a single evolved one? Could it be that because the outbreak just started, there hasn't been enough time to form evolutionary energy? Suddenly, he realized he had unconsciously walked to the nearby supermarket. Taking the opportunity, he went inside to see if there was anything useful. Just then, a loud noise echoed from the distance. Instinctively, Qin Yu found a nearby spot to hide. The source of the loud sound was a giant monster the size of a car. A mutated beast. Excellent. It must weigh around 130 to 150 pounds. It might have evolutionary energy. A beast of this level is a bit dangerous with my current strength, but if I'm careful, I should be fine. Silently following the monster, Qin Yu saw it enter the supermarket, but as soon as it went in, it was sent flying. Qin Yu's jaw dropped in astonishment. My God, what the hell is going on? A giant arm suddenly shot out from the supermarket and grabbed the monster's tail. Instinctively, the monster severed its own tail to escape. The prey's escape caused the thing inside the supermarket to fly into a rage, letting out a deafening roar. Immediately after, a colossal creature charged out. The mere sight of its silhouette made Qin Yu's face turn pale. It can't be a demon type, can it? But he quickly regained his composure. No, this isn't the time to be stunned. Demon-type zombies are incredibly terrifying. Even 100 years from now, when many powerful individuals have appeared in the apocalypse, but they could all be easily taken down. Each one had a different form and ability, but the common trait was that the mere mention of them could strike fear into people's hearts, making their faces turn pale. Although their numbers were very few, countable on one's fingers, any single one of them could annihilate 100 or even 1,000 people, as if wielding demonic power. That's how the devil species got its name. If I hunt it before it fully matures, I can take its evolution energy and directly possess the superclass abilities of two evolved beings at once. Just the thought of it made Qin Yu so excited he could barely contain himself, but he remained extremely cautious, hiding to the side and secretly observing the devil species. After finishing its hunt, the devil species slowly entered the supermarket. It didn't rampage destructively, but carefully ducked down, avoiding damage to the store. From the outside, the supermarket looked completely normal. So much so that even Qin Yu almost went inside. Qin Yu hid to the side, carefully assessing the situation before making a move. This thing was smart enough to occupy the most well-stocked supermarket and wait for its prey to come to it. It's definitely a devil species, no doubt about it. Although it hasn't fully matured, with my current abilities, challenging it head-on is a suicide mission, but this is my best chance to become one of the strongest in this apocalypse. Besides, if I wait for it to mature, no one will be able to handle it. I'd probably just end up dying by its hand anyway. Gotta be brave. I've made up my mind. Let's risk it all and use this. After making his decision, Qin Yu carefully placed his backpack and approached the supermarket entrance. He took a deep breath, ran to the middle of the doorway, and shouted, "Hey monster, come and get me!" Hearing the noise, the devil species immediately rushed toward the door. The prey had taken the bait. Qin Yu sprinted straight towards his backpack. "Come on, enjoy your last hunt." The devil species charged outside, but seeing no one, it began to search. Just then, Qin Yu shouted, "Hey, over here!" The devil species didn't realize it was a trap and let out a deafening roar as it charged straight at Qin Yu. As soon as it reached the backpack's location, Qin Yu grinned sinisterly. Try this on for size. Suddenly, the backpack exploded, sending the devil species flying. Inside, the backpack was all the explosive that Qin Yu had painstakingly made over the past few days. Seeing the devil species take a heavy hit, Qin Yu laughed joyfully. Ha ha, awesome. This thing might look wrecked, but who knows if it still has the strength to counterattack. It's not too late to check on it after it's completely dead. To be safe, Qin Yu sat on the opposite side, silently observing the situation. Only after confirming the devil species was no longer moving did he cautiously approach. Looks like it's done for. Let's see what kind of good stuff it dropped. Suddenly, a mutated cat appeared, startling Qin Yu and putting him on high alert. Whoa, a mutated cat! Looks like getting this loot won't be so easy. Just then, the upper head of the devil species suddenly moved, devouring the mutated cat in an instant. Witnessing this, Qin Yu's face turned pale with fear. This thing was playing dead. Thank God I didn't rush over. To avoid any more surprises, I have to finish it off quickly. Glancing around, Qin Yu spotted several barrels of oil nearby. After some thought, he decided to burn the devil species to death. Severely injured, the devil species couldn't move and could only watch as Qin Yu poured oil all around it and set it on fire. After waiting for the flames to die out completely, Qin Yu excitedly approached with a knife in his hand. Cough! Smells kinda nice. Let's see what goodies you have for me. After a bit of searching, he found the devil species evolution energy. This thing is really special. Even in my past life, very few people ever obtained one. Of course, Qin Yu hadn't forgotten about the mutated cat from earlier. Inside it was the familiar evolution energy he was used to. After collecting his loot, Qin Yu didn't hesitate to swallow the devil species evolution energy. Immediately, he felt a pain like he was dying and being reborn, as if his entire body was about to split apart. So this is the energy of a devil species? I never experienced an evolution this painful in my past life. Let's see what my strength is like now. Qin Yu casually picked up a rock and threw it straight at a wall. With just a little force, the wall shattered into pieces. He had at least 4 times the strength of a normal person. In this era, that could be considered rare. Next up, testing his abilities. Qin Yu closed his eyes, carefully checking the changes in his body. First was the flame ability. Great, my ability in my past life was also flame, so I won't need time to adapt. From a small spark in his hand, Qin Yu easily conjured a giant flame that engulfed his body. Ha ha ha! The flame ability might not be extremely rare, but it's powerful enough and very practical. I'm very satisfied. Next was the second ability. Qin Yu found it very strange and needed to find something to test it on. He then bent down and casually tried the ability on a rock on the ground. In an instant, 1 rock suddenly became 2, leaving Qin Yu completely stunned. A copy ability? I don't know much about this one, but there's no doubt it's an extremely rare ability. It seems the copy ability can only be used once on the same item. If I can copy a rock, what about evolution energy? Just as Qin Yu guessed, the evolution energy could also be copied, and it had the exact same effect as the original. This ability is just too overpowered. Possessing 2 abilities at once was something Qin Yu had never even dreamed of. Just then, the commotion attracted more and more zombies from the surrounding area. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Qin Yu's head. He focused his mind and used the copy ability on his own body, and to his surprise, it actually worked. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 Qin Yus charged. Facing the zombies, he was much more confident than before. Without exchanging a single word, the 2 of them coordinated with each other seamlessly. In no time, the remaining zombies were completely annihilated. But now, Qin Yu realized a major headache. He couldn't just live on with 2 versions of himself. He had to see if this copy ability could be dispelled. Fortunately, the copy ability could be dispelled, and the copied Qin Yu gradually vanished into thin air. While this ability was incredibly powerful, it wasn't without its side effects. The moment the clone disappeared, Qin Yu immediately felt a wave of exhaustion hit him, twice as strong as usual. Recklessly overusing this ability would be extremely dangerous. After resting for a bit, Qin Yu began searching the bodies of the zombies he had just killed for evolution energy. It seemed times had changed, as these zombies actually had evolution energy, which was perfect for Xiao Yu. After gathering his spoils, Qin Yu returned home. The moment she saw him, Xiao Yu rushed into his arms. "Big brother, you're late again. You had me worried sick." Qin Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry, your big brother isn't the man he used to be. From now on, I won't give Xiao Yu anything to worry about." But this time, Xiao Yu wasn't so easily appeased. "If you're going to be gone that long again, you have to take me with you." Qin Yu immediately agreed with his sister. "No problem, I'll definitely take you with me. Here, eat this, and you can become an evolved human too." Seeing her brother take out 2 strange-looking things, Xiao Yu was a little skeptical. An evolved human? Qin Yu explained that becoming An evolved human meant low-level zombies would no longer pose a threat. Hearing that, Xiao Yu swallowed the evolution energy without a second thought. When her brother asked if she felt anything, she thought about it seriously and answered, it would probably be tastier with a little sugar. He was completely speechless. Qin Yu could only facepalm in frustration. Who asked if it was tasty? Ahem, a surge of power erupted, and Xiao Yu looked blank for a moment, then replied, I don't feel any power surging. Qin Yu couldn't understand the situation and scratched his head in confusion. It was impossible to consume evolution energy and not become an evolved human. Try eating this one. This time, Xiao Yu ate it with a little sugar to improve the taste, but the result was exactly the same. She felt absolutely nothing. This case made Qin Yu ponder deeply. This was beyond his comprehension. Having no reaction after consuming 2 sources of evolution energy was something that had never happened before. Seeing her brother's serious expression, Xiao Yu felt a bit sad. Big brother, is this stuff really valuable? It had no effect on me, so I just wasted it. Qin Yu patted her head comfortingly. It's okay. For us right now, this isn't considered valuable, so don't blame yourself. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu timidly told her brother, It's not that I felt absolutely nothing. I just felt that it was really tasty, and eating it made me feel very content. Hearing that, Qin Yu was a little stunned and asked again, Very content? Xiao Yu was so happy she gestured excitedly. Yeah, it felt really good to eat, and I still want more. According to Qin Yu's theory, Xiao Yu's potential was so immense that she hadn't yet met the threshold to evolve. He would need to find many more sources of evolution energy in the future to test his theory. Setting the matter aside for now, the brother and sister had dinner together. After their meal, Xiao Yu was browsing online when she suddenly found some important information and called her brother over to look. Qin Yu calmly walked over, munching on an apple. The internet is still working? It seems the situation in many places isn't that serious yet. But the moment he saw the image on the screen, the color drained from Qin Yu's face, and he instinctively uttered a single word, Otherworlders. Not understanding, Xiao Yu asked, Otherworlders? What are they? Big brother? Qin Yu answered grimly, Disaster and death. Zombies, mutants, the apocalyptic virus. If there's anything that could be worse than all of them combined, it's the Otherworlders. Some unknown power had caused this already terrible apocalyptic world to tear open with several new spatial rifts. These rifts connected to a different dimension, allowing the alien creatures from that space to invade our world, and they were called the Otherworlders. Countless grotesquely shaped monsters poured out from the spatial rifts. Their species and forms were bizarre, but they all shared one thing in common, a deep-seated hostility and killing intent towards the human race. No one knew why they came. No one knew what connection they had to the apocalyptic virus. But the one thing that was certain was that their appearance meant this city wouldn't hold out for much longer. Just hearing this much was enough for Xiao Yu to picture how terrifying the Otherworlders were. Then, Qin Yu pointed to the one on the screen. This is the insectoid race of the Otherworlders. They spawn from a central hive and reproduce endlessly. Once the insectoid numbers reach a critical mass, they will swarm, kill, and devour cities and villages for 100 miles around. Just like a plague of locusts. In their wake, they leave nothing but bones and death. There's no time to waste. Starting tomorrow, I need to get stronger, and fast. Hearing that, Xiao Yu asked to go with him. This time, Qin Yu didn't refuse. Given the current situation, it was time for her to start adapting to this apocalyptic life. 2 days later, Xiao Yu went out on a hunt with her brother. Her only job was to stay back and be his cheerleader. Her brother would take care of all the fighting. After several battles, Qin Yu noticed the zombies were also becoming stronger. As usual, after killing a zombie, Qin Yu would search for the evolution energy source, and this time he found one of a very high grade. With his copy ability, 1 became 2, and soon enough, Xiao Yu had consumed 10 sources of evolution energy. I feel it. I feel it. I feel something now. Hearing that, Qin Yu asked excitedly, You feel something? What is it? Xiao Yu immediately struck a fighting pose. Ha! I feel like I could take down a bull with 1 punch right now. Qin Yu then, he continued. As an evolved human, your physical abilities and reflexes will be much higher than a normal person's. Try to sense it again. Maybe you have another special ability. After sensing it again, Xiao Yu felt something. It was a great feeling, as if her life had reached its peak. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something strange. I think I feel something. It's hard to describe. It's a kind of, a feeling that can make everything stronger. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately guessed it was an enhancement ability. He quickly picked up a brick from the ground, broke it in half, and gave it to his sister. If it was an enhancement type, that would be truly great. Try using your ability to enhance this. After enhancing it, Xiao Yu handed the half brick back to her brother. First, Qin Yu crushed the unenhanced half-brick in his hand. See? The brick that you haven't enhanced I can crush very easily. Now I'll try the other half that you've enhanced. Even though they came from the same brick, their hardness was completely incomparable. Qin Yu had to use all his strength just to be able to shatter the enhanced half-brick. There's no mistake, it's an enhancement ability. Xiao Yu, you've become a top-tier evolved human. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was visibly overjoyed. Even though she didn't fully understand these things, she was just happy that she could help her brother. To test the ability, Qin Yu asked his sister to enhance him. Immediately, he felt a surge of power and couldn't help but unleash a few blows, easily shattering a brick wall. With this ability, Xiao Yu could now go hunting with her brother. Starting tomorrow, Qin Yu would teach her combat techniques. The next day, Qin Yu specifically found a zombie for his sister to practice on. See that zombie over there? Defeat it. First, use your ability to enhance your weapon. Then, from over there, take it down. I'll be watching from behind, so don't be nervous. Listening to her brother, Xiao Yu cautiously approached the zombie, muttering to herself, "Don't be nervous." But just as she got close, the zombie suddenly turned around. Startled, Xiao Yu missed her chance to attack, but luckily, as an evolved human, she could easily dodge its blow. After that, Xiao Yu shut her eyes tightly, shouted loudly, and repeatedly smashed the zombie's head. She didn't stop until Qin Yu came over to stop her. "Hey, that's enough! That's enough!" It was her first kill, and Xiao Yu was so scared she was sweating profusely. Phew, did I win? Qin Yu carefully evaluated her performance. Yeah, your mindset was a bit off, but you have the power and technique. All in all, it was very good. Then he checked the zombie's corpse. If you had hit it a few more times, I wouldn't know where to find the evolution source. Oh, how lucky. This one has one. Xiao Yu, use your enhancement ability on this, then I'll use my copy ability to split it in two. That way, we'll have 4 evolution energy sources. The abilities of these two siblings were truly heaven-defying. Turning one into 4, they'd get stronger in no time. After trying it out, Qin Yu came to a conclusion about his speculation. My guess was right. Even though it's a copy, the enhanced evolution energy source retains nearly double the effect. This is great. At this moment, Xiao Yu spoke up. "Brother, I feel like if I keep eating these, I can even comprehend a new ability." Qin Yu recalled his sister's unusual behavior. Xiao Yu wasn't afraid of the blood rain. She was once unfazed when she touched the acid rain. Hot? Not at all. Is this acid rain? And even when she absorbed the zombie's evolution energy source, it wasn't like a normal person's reaction. The power overflowed, but she didn't feel it. He analyzed that she had a strange need for evolution energy. Tilting his head to look at his sister beside him, Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder if this was a good or bad thing, and what kind of changes Xiao Yu would undergo in the future. Suddenly, his train of thought was cut short when the siblings heard the crackle of gunfire not far away. Both of them were startled and looked in that direction. Gunshots. Qin Yu quickly made a decision. "Be careful. Let's go check it out," he instructed. "Xiao Yu, stay behind me and find cover. Be ready to hide at any moment." She obediently nodded. Okay. A thoughtful, worried glint appeared in his eyes. If they were robbers, he'd take them out and seize their supplies. On the other side, a dense horde of zombies was slowly advancing. Attracted by the gunshots, they gradually cornered a small group of soldiers. One of them spoke while shooting at the zombies. "Captain, we need to fight and retreat. We can't solve this zombie problem with just a few of our bullets." Another member of the squad also fired while falling back, providing cover for his comrades. "Xiao Zhang, don't you get it yet? The higher-ups want to get rid of our captain. Otherwise, why would they send just the 4 of us to rescue General Li? If we succeed, fine, but if we fail, we'll be punished when we return." The man named Xiao Zhang replied, "That's still better than dying here as zombie fodder. I'm almost out of ammo." The 4th person gave his serious opinion. "He's right, Captain. Even if we luckily defeat these zombies, we'll just encounter more. This mission is impossible to complete. You have outstanding abilities, yet you're being sabotaged by villains. In my opinion, the 4 of us should quickly find another place to survive." The man called Captain fired a few shots and let out a sigh. "How could I not have thought of what you've all said? But in this apocalypse, with just the 4 of us..." He stopped mid-sentence, because his eyes were drawn to something. The 2 siblings, Qin Yu and his sister, appeared on a large pile of rubble. This slightly startled the group of soldiers. "Look, there are people over there." Qin Yu and Xiao Yu stood high above, looking down, observing the zombies and searching for survivors. Qin Yu's crimson eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the group of soldiers. He thought to himself, survivors. Among the zombies below, a female zombie suddenly turned its head and looked up at Qin Yu with soulless eyes. I guess being boy crazy doesn't stop, even in undeath. And it wasn't just that female zombie. Almost all the zombies in the area started moving towards Qin Yu and his sister. He noticed this as well, but instead of panicking, he calmly let out a quiet, "Oh." Someone asked, "Why are all these zombies charging at us? Does our power have some kind of strong attraction to them?" Among the 4 soldiers below, one saw this as a rare opportunity and spoke up. "Captain, let's retreat while those two are attracting the zombies." The captain, however, refused. "No decent person would do that," he scolded. "Damn it, how can you even say that? Are you still a soldier? Listen up, give them all you've got. We save those 2 civilians, even if it means using our last bullet." The iron rod in Qin Yu's hand ignited, glowing red hot. He commanded, "Xiao Yu, give me a boost. Stay put and protect yourself. I'll take care of these zombies." She agreed. "Okay," and didn't forget to tell her big brother to be careful. Seeing the young man spring into action, the soldiers were so stunned they forgot to shoot. With a loud boom, smoke and fire billowed out as a sea of flames erupted, followed only by the blood-curdling screams of the zombies. "Ah!" The captain stood there, completely stunned. He wondered, could this be one of the legendary ancient martial artists? But even they aren't this over the top, felling so many zombies in an instant. From the other side came the sounds of thunderous impacts and screams. After taking a beating, all the zombies were left lying motionless on the ground. Qin Yu and his sister calmly walked up to the 2 soldiers. The soldiers lowered their weapons as a sign of goodwill. Grateful for their rescue, the captain introduced himself. "Hello, we are soldiers dispatched on a mission. I'm Captain Lin Feng." Qin Yu looked slightly surprised upon hearing the name. He repeated, "Lin Feng?" The captain asked timidly. Are you an ancient martial artist? That was incredibly dangerous just now. Thank you." For those who may not know, ancient martial artists represent the pinnacle of human strength and skill. They possess extraordinary abilities, can push their training to the extreme, and have an iron will. They don't even need to become evolvers to confront fearsome zombies. Some among them possess god-tier skills that would put evolvers to shame. This helps compensate for their inherent physical limitations. Unfortunately, even though Qin Yu wished he were one, he had to maintain a deadpan expression as he explained, "I'm not an ancient martial artist." Hearing this, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and began to recruit the young man for the military. "Brother, with skills like yours, you should join the army. You'd definitely have a great future." Qin Yu wasn't particularly interested in the offer, and simply replied dismissively, "I'm not the type to be tied down. I'll have to pass on the army, but I appreciate the offer." Lin Feng didn't press the issue, though he felt it was a shame that he couldn't recruit such a skilled individual. "That's a real shame. Since you're not interested, we'll be leaving now. If you ever need help in the future, I'll be sure to lend a hand." With that, he and his 3 squad members turned and left without hesitation. Xiao Yu looked at her brother, confused, and asked what was on her mind. "Big brother, usually when you meet other survivors, you can't wait to put them in their place. Why were you so respectful to that Lin Feng?" He didn't explain much, simply saying, "I recognize him." Then, Qin Yu delved into a memory from his past life, standing in a ruined city and gazing up at a hero's monument. He had asked his companion back then, "Why is there a statue here?" His friend explained, "This is a statue of Lin Feng. During the darkest era, S-rank evolvers were incredibly rare, especially one with immense power, who still fought to protect the weak. He eventually died in a battle at the Black Forest, becoming a martyr revered by later generations." Hearing that story, Qin Yu had fallen silent for a long while, lost in his own thoughts. Finally, he had exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. Whenever the old-timers spoke of him, it was always with great respect." His companion climbed onto the hood of a car, burying his face in his hands, and sighed. "My fear of the Black Forest is even greater than my respect for Lin Feng. I just hope a catastrophe like that never happens again." The memory faded, and Xiao Yu could tell her brother wasn't going to elaborate any further. "How do you know him, big brother?" she asked. Qin Yu had no intention of telling his sister too much. The more she knew, the more danger she'd be in. So he just replied, "Oh, it's nothing. A while back, a friend of mine mentioned him, so don't worry about it." Watching Lin Feng's retreating back, Qin Yu's thoughts drifted to the Black Forest outbreak. That disaster was still more than 10 years away. "Lin Feng, you should enjoy this time while you still can." The soldiers were gone. The streets were now eerily empty. In the middle of the road, an animal was gnawing on an unlucky corpse. It was a mutated dog, its flesh torn and mangled. As it ate, it growled, as if worried someone might suddenly try to steal its food. Hiding in a nearby alley, Qin Yu motioned to Xiao Yu. "Shh, be quiet. Based on this thing's appearance, it's likely a highly evolved mutant. I'll handle it." The dog was busy enjoying its meal when it suddenly sensed something was off. It lifted its head and saw Qin Yu plunging down with his iron rod. Already midair and unable to alter his trajectory, he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn, it saw me!" And just as he expected, by the time he landed, the dog had dodged the fatal strike. It immediately lunged at Qin Yu. It seemed to prefer its meat fresh, but this particular meal wasn't going to be easy. Qin Yu swung his rod and knocked the creature to the ground. The dog growled and then fled. Seeing it run, Qin Yu tensed up and yelled, "This is bad! If it gets away, intelligent mutants are known to hold grudges. Just then, Xiao Yu appeared behind him and shouted, "Big brother, throw! Let's do it." Qin Yu smirked. Great minds think alike. I was thinking the same thing. With that, he grabbed the iron bar, adjusted his angle, took careful aim, and hurled it. His target was the mutated dog that was trying to escape. The iron bar pierced the dog's leg, causing it to howl in agony. But that wasn't all. The bar began to glow red hot, as if it had been forged in a furnace. Instantly, flames erupted and completely engulfed the mutated dog, turning it into a roasted beast, a truly unexpected attack. As the flames died down, the dog was as dead as it could possibly be. Its body was charred black and smoldering heavily. The two siblings approached. Since Xiao Yu didn't really have any offensive skills, she hung back and asked timidly, "It's dead," Qin Yu said, holding a knife, ready to dissect the dog's body to look for an energy core. A mutant of this level should have evolution energy. His younger sister asked curiously, "Brother, isn't your ability fire? How come I didn't see you breathe fire or throw fireballs?" He replied while carefully carving up the dog, "It's not that I can't, but compared to shooting fire or fireballs, I prefer to imbue my flame power into my weapons. I might sacrifice attack range, but when combined with my fighting techniques, the power is greatly amplified, and the damage dealt to the enemy is much more significant." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up with absolute admiration for her brother. "So you're a melee mage?" Qin Yu retrieved 2 energy cores and chuckled in satisfaction. "What luck! This dog's body had 2 evolution energy sources. One was its own, and the other I'm guessing belonged to its prey." Xiao Yu crouched down to look at the charred dog and said in surprise, "There's something else here." She pulled a ring from inside the corpse of the dog. It was an old-looking ring. She had no idea what it was, and it didn't seem like something that could boost her power. She was about to toss it. This isn't as useful as food. But Qin Yu's sharp eyes had already spotted the ring. "Wait, Xiao Yu, could this ring be?" Looking at the golden ring with strange engravings, he exclaimed, "A treasure from a dimensional relic." He urged her, "Xiao Yu, quick, put it on and see what it does." Xiao Yu always listened to her brother, so she did as he said. Like this, the moment she put it on, the ring suddenly began to glow with an eerie blue light. It was as if the ring was sentient. It started to control Xiao Yu's hand. She cried out in alarm, "What's happening?" Blue fire shot out from the ring, burning fiercely for a moment. When it stopped, Xiao Yu pulled her hand back and asked her brother in shock, What was that?" "Like a walking encyclopedia," Qin Yu explained. "This is the power of a dimensional relic. It converts genetic energy into various forms of power and releases it. It seems this ring's power is fire, just like mine." Hearing this new term, Xiao Yu's eyes went wide with curiosity. "What's a dimensional relic?" Qin Yu explained. After the apocalypse began, pocket dimensions of various forms started appearing randomly all over the globe, different from the dimensional rifts. Although these pocket dimensions are incredibly dangerous, if you can clear their trials, you can obtain abundant loot. He didn't stop there, continuing. This loot comes in many forms. Some people find treasures containing dimensional power. Others awaken dimensional abilities and skills. It's largely thanks to these dimensional relics that humanity has managed to barely survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Xiao Yu looked at her brother with pure admiration. She clapped her hands and praised him. "You're so amazing, brother. You know everything." Qin Yu didn't let the praise lower his guard. He looked at the dog's corpse and analyzed the situation. The fact that this mutated dog managed to swallow a dimensional relic treasure means there must be an entrance to one nearby. Plus, the fact that even a mutated dog could make it out alive means that relic can't be too dangerous. It's just that the entrance isn't fixed. I wonder if we can find it before it relocates. With that, he gave his sister an instruction. "Xiao Yu, enhance the ring, and then I'll copy it." As always, she obediently complied. "Okay, brother." And just like that, the two siblings were each wearing an identical ring. After observing and evaluating his own ring, Qin Yu was a bit disappointed. "Just as I thought, it's nothing special. No wonder that dog was able to get its paws on it." The two siblings returned home and used some of their food reserves to make a simple meal. At the dinner table, Xiao Yu looked at her brother with sparkling eyes and exclaimed, "Brother, we had such a great haul today." Qin Yu smiled and summed it up. "Now, even your physical constitution is 5 times stronger than a normal person, while mine is 8 times stronger. And when my power is combined with your ability, it's amplified to 16 times that." She let out a curious "oh" and asked, "What does being 16 times stronger even mean?" He patiently explained. "To put it simply, in the eyes of a normal person, or even most zombies and mutated beasts, we're basically monsters." Hearing this, Xiao Yu cheered with excitement. "Are we really that powerful?" Qin Yu nodded. "Yes, but we still haven't found that dimensional relic. Once we find it, we can reach a whole new level." After their chat, the two turned off the lights and went to bed. He suggested they get some rest, as they would continue hunting tomorrow, and Xiao Yu immediately agreed. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the dark hallway outside. In the apocalypse, Qin Yu had become much more vigilant than before. He never slept too deeply, and the slightest sound was enough to make him open his eyes. He fumbled out of bed and turned on the light. The two of them shared a bed so he could keep his sister safe. So when the light flickered on, Xiao Yu was also woken by the movement. "Brother, it's the middle of the..." He raised a hand to silence her. "Shh, be quiet. There's something outside the door." Qin Yu carefully picked up his iron bar and moved towards the entrance. The door creaked as he quickly opened it. Outside, a giant centipede was waiting. It opened its massive, fang-filled mouth, let out a shriek, and lunged at him. Luckily, he was quick enough to block its attack with an iron bar. Seeing his sister coming downstairs, Qin Yu warned, "Xiao Yu, be careful, we have an enemy." He used all his strength to push the centipede out of the house. "Get the hell out of here." Afraid something would happen to her brother, Xiao Yu quickly ran outside after him. "Brother, I haven't even strengthened you yet." Stepping into the hallway, she saw that Qin Yu had already killed the centipede. The iron bar in his hand was still stuck in its head, while he was panting beside the corpse. Xiao Yu rushed over to strengthen him. He sighed, wiped the sweat from his face, and remarked, "Without your strengthening, that was a really tough fight." Looking at the giant, multi-legged centipede corpse in front of their door, Xiao Yu was a bit scared. "What is this thing? It's so disgusting." Qin Yu answered while wondering to himself, his expression growing grim. "An iron wire centipede. How is this possible? Did the insectoid tribe already defeat the army and infiltrate this area? No, that's not right. The insectoid tribe can't be this strong yet. This centipede must have come up from underground." Seeing her brother muttering to himself, Xiao Yu asked with concern, "Brother, is there something wrong with this thing? Why do you look so pale?" Suddenly sensing something was wrong, Qin Yu immediately pushed his sister's head down. The moment he did, they both narrowly dodged a green projectile that shot past them. They both turned to look inside the house. Seeing where the attack came from, Xiao Yu fearfully huddled against Qin Yu. A green bug was hovering in the air with two massive pincers. It was clearly no pushover, not to mention it had just launched a long-range attack. Even Qin Yu started to feel uneasy. This is bad. The siblings looked at the bug with pale faces, muttering, "The insectoid tribe's small hunting parties. They got here so fast." Seeing the bug was about to charge, Qin Yu pushed his sister aside and prepared to fight. The bug landed where Qin Yu had just been standing, its landing as heavy as a meteor strike, shattering the floor tiles as he nimbly leaped up high. The situation was now reversed. Qin Yu clung to the ceiling, looking down at the bug, while it looked up from the ground. He didn't hesitate, deciding to strike before it could react. With a whoosh, Qin Yu leaped down from above. With a squelch, the iron bar in his hand pierced the bug's body, and green fluid gushed out. He stood up, pulled out the iron bar, and flicked the green goo off it, not forgetting to warn his sister, Xiao Yu, "Stay alert. This hunting party probably has more than just two of them." Qin Yu cautiously looked around. "We have to be care." Before he could finish his sentence, boom, a blast of blue flame shot out from nowhere and engulfed him, shocking Xiao Yu. Thinking her brother was gone after that attack, she cried out, "Brother!" But tragedy was averted. Qin Yu had managed to summon a shield just in time to block the attack. The shield was shattering, but it had prevented a fatal blow. If that had hit me directly, it would have been no joke. Looking at the new insect that had attacked him fly into the house through the broken window, Qin Yu was surprised. This was a winged insect that looked like a mutated bee. It gave Qin Yu no chance to counterattack, preparing to launch another assault. He bolted towards his sister, Xiao Yu. "Run." Afraid she wouldn't make it in time, he grabbed her hand and pulled her along. After running for a bit, Xiao Yu came to her senses. She asked worriedly, "Brother, what about our house and our food? How did these things find us?" Qin Yu explained. "They're a hunting party from the insectoid tribe. The one that spits fire is called a firebug. It's probably their leader, and it's very dangerous. Even a dozen low-level evolved humans fighting together might not be its match for it." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out. The firebug launched another fire attack right through the wall, causing Xiao Yu to crouch down and cover her head in fear. Unable to fight back, they could only run. Qin Yu ran behind his sister, urging her to run faster. The firebug seemed to be enjoying this game. It hovered high in the air, pointed its rear end, and fired another blast of fire. Another loud explosion erupted, hitting the spot right behind Qin Yu. Smoke filled the air. Qin Yu luckily dodged the attack and jumped out of the way. Because they were fleeing, they didn't have time to change. He was still wearing slippers. But surprisingly, this time he stopped running. Qin Yu turned to face the firebug, his face dark as he cursed, "You damn bug! You give it an inch and it takes a mile." He angrily raised his hand and launched a fireball. "You want some more, huh?" The fireball shot towards the firebug as directed, but it didn't even try to dodge. A deafening explosion roared, the small blast in the sky lighting up an area in the night, looking like New Year's Eve fireworks. Seeing her brother had stopped running, Xiao Yu stopped too. She asked hesitantly, "Brother, did you get it?" He turned his head and yelled, "Xiao Yu, don't stop, keep running." As the smoke in the air cleared, the firebug was completely unharmed. It just hovered in place as if mocking Qin Yu for being too weak. He was extremely annoyed and cursed at it. "You didn't even bother to dodge? Are you looking down on me?" In his hand, a flame flickered as he decided, "Then let's see whose fire is stronger." In the sky, the firebug accepted the challenge, firing another blast. Down below, Qin Yu refused to back down. He launched a fireball to counter the firebug's attack. The two different colored flames collided like a close-up of fire and ice, illuminating the night sky. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort, trying his best to hold on. But obviously, the firebug was much stronger. His fireball was completely engulfed by its attack, which even shattered the ground and forced him to jump aside. The winner was clear. Qin Yu pouted. All right, yours is stronger." Suddenly, he noticed something new. Xiao Yu was struggling to create a blue fireball. Qin Yu yelled in a panic, "Xiao Yu, run away, you can't help." She shouted loudly and, launching a fireball at the firebug. After the attack, Xiao Yu was panting heavily. Qin Yu saw the fireball hit the firebug up high and exclaimed in surprise, "Is it too lazy to even dodge now?" Just as he said that, the firebug plummeted from the sky like a kite with a snapped string. Qin Yu, utterly amazed, immediately turned to his sister. "Xiao Yu, how did you do that?" She explained, "Brother, I tried using my enhancement ability on the fireball, and it really worked." He smiled and praised her generously. "That's my Xiao Yu. Leave the rest to me." Before rejoining the fight, Qin Yu carefully analyzed that the firebug's power was over 20 times that of a normal person. Even with Xiao Yu's enhancement, I'm only at 16 times. Winning against it will be incredibly difficult, but I can take advantage of the moment it's disoriented by the enhanced fireball and break its wings. That way, it won't be able to hunt us down anymore. From behind him, his sister cheered, "Brother, do your best and be careful." Just as she spoke, the firebug crashed to the ground. Qin Yu sprang into action. This was his chance. He built up momentum and dashed forward, and when he was close to the firebug, he split into two, creating a clone of himself. One on the left and one on the right, they cleanly sliced off the firebug's delicate wings. Once it was done, he coolly remarked, "Leaving your wings exposed was your fatal mistake." Suddenly, he felt that something was terribly wrong. After launching her attack, Xiao Yu had been panting for a long time. Now, she was coughing up blood. Seeing this, Qin Yu's heart leaped into his throat. She was his only family left. He screamed in panic, "Xiao Yu!" He put a hand on his chest and felt something different. After expending so much energy, he worried that the enhancement ability had vanished. Could it be that my cloning ability doubled the strain on Xiao Yu and her body couldn't take it? Suddenly, a massive, monstrous firebug appeared. It flapped its wings and flew towards him, its wings vibrating with a deafening buzz. What? After flying for a bit, it crashed to the ground on its back, unable to get up. He gripped a sharp iron rod, relieved that this one couldn't fly either. Qin Yu turned and ran back to his sister. "Xiao Yu, are you all right? Let's get out of here while it can't fly." "Okay." The two siblings fled, but they were unaware that the firebug was already starting to move. While helping Xiao Yu, he watched it and thought, "This bug is only fast in the air. On foot, it can't catch us." Just as he finished his thought, something suddenly appeared before them. They were blocked by a shocking sight. What is that? A zombie with a red mark suddenly emerged from the firebug's head. He pursed his lips as he looked at it. Another demon type. No, it's just a regular mutated zombie. Was it attracted by our battle? That zombie lunged forward, striking with its sharp, iron-like claws. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to parry the blow, but the zombie was too fast, and sweat dripped down his face. Its strength is incredible, at least 10 times a normal person's, and I'm only at 8 times. It's much stronger than me. Seeing her brother tiring out, Xiao Yu risked using her power. He immediately disagreed, standing up and saying, "Xiao Yu, don't force it. If you use your power again, you'll collapse." He was determined. "I'll be the one to risk everything on this one." He accelerated, charging forward, gripping the iron rod tightly as he swung. Oh no! The zombie impaled him, and blood sprayed from the wound. His hands trembled as he struggled to grab its leg. She burst into tears, screaming, "Brother!" With the strength of a main character, he held on. But as he fought one enemy, another arrived. "Brother, be careful! The firebug is here!" A blue magical energy was gathering in its abdomen. A beam of light, a powerful, bright blue beam shot towards him, his face filled with worry and fear as he saw the light. With a massive bang, an explosion erupted right before her eyes. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, my brother." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Xiao Yu, run." It was her brother. "When did you?" A shot of his boots answered her question. "The moment that thing charged, I had already created a clone." Hearing those words, she broke down, laughing through her tears. "Brother, You're incredible. You even tricked me. Back at the site of the explosion, the body that had been there was now gone. Just then, Qin Yu felt a sharp pang of pain. Xiao Yu quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Covering his mouth as he coughed, he realized that the pain his clone endured had transferred to him. "I'm fine. Let's run." It seems they had completely forgotten about the firebug, allowing it to step back and watch them flee. The pair stopped in front of a shop. "Hurry, get inside." They slipped under a pulled-down security gate and sat down to get some sleep, as they had been through hell all night. Yeah. As he closed his eyes, a persistent thought echoed in his mind. Starting tomorrow, I'm afraid survival will become even more difficult. Their journey continued as they searched for energy. From the zombie, some cores had dropped. Nice. We found evolution energy after killing just one. The two of them picked up the cores and consumed them. He looked at his sister, who was thrilled. I successfully raised my physique to 9 times. However, this alone wasn't enough to fill them up. Pressing onward, they carefully scanned their surroundings and discovered a green supermarket. "There's a supermarket over there." The two siblings were ecstatic when they saw it. "This is great." They hurried over, hearing voices coming from inside. "Hey, Zhangfeng, what are you scared of? I'm holding it. Hurry up." "Damn, what a useless coward." Qin Yu heard them and whispered, "There are people inside. I'll go in first, so be careful." "Okay." A man was restraining a wild zombie, while another guy held a bat raised high. "Zhangfeng, you little punk. I can't hold it much longer. If I die here today, it'll be your fault." The kid's voice trembled. I'm sorry. You can't blame me." The zombie suddenly broke free from the man's grip. "Damn it!" The atmosphere tensed. The zombie snarled, growled as it confronted him, while he was knocked into a stall. A shelf fell and pinned him down, causing him to struggle to escape. As he scrambled to turn over, the zombie charged. A scream pierced the air. "This is bad. Truong Fong is pinned by the shelf and can't get away." His face was a blubbering mess of snot and tears. "Help me! Help me!" The club smashed against its head and broke in two. Getting hit in the head made the zombie turn its attention, causing her to tremble in fear. I. It changed targets. The zombie attacked Tuna. Everyone screamed out in worry for her. Tuna. Suddenly, a figure dashed past. Even the zombie had to look up. Its head was grabbed, shocking the zombie itself. It was too fast to react before being dragged away. The floor cracked, leaving a crater where the zombie's head was smashed into it. Everyone stared in stunned silence, still unable to process what had just happened. He stood up and walked toward her, looking incredibly cool, a total stud. He gallantly offered his hand to help her up, making her blush. "Get up." Thank you." From behind, Tuvu called out curiously. "Tuna," hearing her name, she instinctively looked over. Tuvu, is that you?" Tuvu. The two girls ran to each other, ecstatic at the unexpected reunion to meet a good friend here. Both girls turned to Tanvu and said with a smile, "Brother, this is Tuna. She's my best friend from school. Thank you for saving me." Tanvu's gaze was fixed on Tuna. That Tuna. He recalled a street in a neighborhood swarming with zombies. "We're surrounded. What do we do?" Tanvu and Trong Fong were worried. With so many zombies of this level, breaking through was impossible. "Damn it, I can't believe I'm going to die here." Suddenly, a scythe flew through the air. The zombies were sliced apart by the scythe. What's happening?" The figure of a woman in high heels appeared, and then her face was revealed. It was the goddess of death, so strong. Tanvu was just staring blankly until Tuvu called out, "Hey, why do you keep staring at her?" A hand suddenly touched Tanvu's shoulder. "Oh, it's Noth In." Lu Kan looked at Tanvu and said, "My friend, your skills are amazing. Thank you so much for what you did just now." After saying that, he turned to check on Tuna, forgetting about the person who still hadn't been rescued. "Tuna, are you hurt?" "Uncle Lu, I'm fine. Don't worry. Could you all help me get out first?" With lightning speed, Tanvu waved his hand, and the shelf went flying. Trong Fong was saved, and his face lit up with joy. "Nah, thank you so much for that. You're truly a beauty who saved a hero." An Li, with a harsh attitude, pointed straight at Truong Fong's face. "You call yourself a hero with that cowardly display? A dog would be more useful than you." Even Lu Kan questioned him. "The four of us all have weapons. Taking care of one zombie shouldn't have been a problem." "Truong Fong, you brat, you almost got everyone killed. Do you realize that?" Truong Fong didn't hold back and retorted, "Didn't this kid step in just in time? No one got hurt. Besides, this is my first time doing something like this. Who told you to give me the job of finishing off the zombie anyway?" Hearing these unpleasant words, Lu Kan grew irritated and snapped. "My plan was to seize the right opportunity. Tuna risked her life as bait. He was supposed to control the zombie from behind. Out of these 3 tasks, what could you possibly do? Our strategy has already killed several zombies. The only problem was with you, endangering everyone, and you're still making excuses." Seeing that this wasn't going well, and realizing he was a little bit in the wrong, Truong Fong conceded. All right, I get it. I was wrong, okay? Truong Fong's gaze then fell upon Tu Vu. Truong Fong walked over to Tu Vu, smoothed his hair, and started hitting on the girl. So, you must be Tu Vu, right? My name is Truong Fong, the campus king of number 2 high school. You've probably heard of me, and I've certainly heard of you. Tu Vu, hearing Truong Fong's flexing, replied awkwardly, Oh, so you're Senior Truong. I've heard the name. I've heard the name. Suddenly, Lu Kon's face tensed up and he frowned. Something was wrong. Lu Kon shouted, A noise! There are still zombies! Huh, an earthquake? No, that's just Tanvu eating. He was speechless, his mouth just stuffing in food. This kid must be starving. Everyone else must be hungry too. Let's get something to eat. After we eat, we'll head back to the camp. Tu Na looked at Tu Vu for a moment, then asked, Tu Vu, how come your brother doesn't look anything like you? She joked. We're not blood related. What's wrong? Got a crush on my brother already? Having been hit right on the mark, Tu Na blushed with embarrassment. You cheeky girl, since when did you start joking about things like this? Lu Kon put on his pack and led the way, followed by Tu Na and Tan Vu. They moved stealthily through the streets, trying not to make any noise that would attract zombies. After arriving in front of a large mansion-like building, after they went inside, Lu Kon announced, Everyone, we're back. Tan Vu walked in and scanned his surroundings. Then his gaze landed on a guy with a rooster comb hairstyle sitting next to an old woman. Tan Vu thought to himself, this survivor camp is full of the old and the infirm. Their combat strength is too weak. No wonder a girl like Tu Na was sent out to find food. If things continue like this, these people will have a hard time surviving in the apocalypse. Tu Na ran over, calling out to her grandfather. She called worriedly, Grandpa! She immediately sat down, opened her bag, took out a loaf of bread, and asked, You must be hungry, right? We found a lot of food this time. He coughed weakly a few times and replied, Tio Na, it's very dangerous outside. You must be careful. Lu Kon spoke up. Everyone must be hungry, right? Come and get some food. No pushing. One by one. Tu Na's grandfather looked at Tan Vu and asked curiously, This young man is? She quickly introduced both of them. Grandpa, this is Tan Vu, and this is his sister, Tan Tu Vu. If it weren't for them today, you wouldn't have seen your granddaughter again. He replied with immense gratitude. This place isn't some kind of paradise, but for better or worse, we can look after each other here. If you two don't mind, please stay. Come on over, the two of them replied in unison. Yes, Nina brightly requested. You all must be tired. Follow me and I'll find some empty rooms for you. She led Ethan and Yuna to find rooms. While they were walking, he suddenly spoke up and asked, Your grandfather must not be an ordinary person, she replied cheerfully. Of course, my grandpa is amazing. He's a miracle doctor who has healed countless people, much more skilled than those so-called department heads and traditional medicine specialists out there. Yuna was impressed. Oh, but your grandfather is coughing so violently. Could it be a serious illness he can't treat himself? Nina's expression suddenly darkened, and she explained, When he was young, he sustained injuries from practicing martial arts. Now that he's older, those old, accumulated wounds have resurfaced, which is why he's so weak today. Ethan had already noticed this, and indeed, he had felt that the old man had an extraordinary aura. Practicing martial arts should result in a healthy body. For him to have so many underlying conditions from his training, and hearing this girl say he's a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he must be one. He clenched his fist and thought, although my level 2A combat skills are considered very strong, looking back on my actual battles, my techniques are crude. If I face a true master, I'll inevitably expose my weaknesses. If I could get his guidance on training the Earth Devil system, reaching level 3 would be nothing. I might even take another step and reach the Grandmaster level. Then, Ethan asked her to explain the current situation. Nina, tell me about the situation at this shelter. She didn't hesitate to tell him everything about the camp. Most of the people here are survivors from the surrounding areas. We all gathered together to look after each other. We've barely been able to get by day to day. Mr. Liu is the most experienced and strongest among us. Every time we go out, he leads the way. His eldest son is also here. Mason is a rich kid, handsome and from a wealthy family, but when the zombie apocalypse happened, money became useless. Nina continued, The injured person is Mr. Li. Originally, he and Mr. Liu went out to find food, but he was careless once and suffered a serious injury, so Mason and I took his place. The two of us combined aren't even as strong as Mr. Liu alone. Hearing this, Ethan confirmed his earlier thoughts. Indeed, most of the people here are weak. If they were attacked, I'm afraid only a few could fight back. But there's no other way. To get guidance from that old man, I have to support this shelter. The scene changes to a dark room. Ethan was lying in bed, lost in thought. Without Yuna by his side, it felt like something was missing. He sat up, curious about what she was doing. I wonder if Yuna is asleep yet? I'll go surprise her. He then went out into the hallway to look for Yuna's room. Ethan came across a room with its door left slightly ajar. He thought she must be feeling empty just like him. That girl Yuna is thinking the exact same thing as me, but she's pretty bold, deliberately leaving the door open for me. Without a second thought, Ethan entered the room. After stepping inside, he saw Nina wrapped tightly in a blanket, tossing and turning on the bed. Ethan was convinced it was Yuna, completely unaware that the person in the bed was actually Nina. He frowned, standing in thought for a moment, recalling his past life where he struggled every day among zombies, monsters, and other powerful beings. Even finding a place to stay and securing 3 meals a day was a challenge, let alone matters of romance. Ethan decided to surprise her. He climbed onto the bed and grabbed Nina's foot. She was startled and quickly pulled her leg back. He just thought Yuna was being shy and trying to hide. Just then, Nina spoke up. Yuna, you're at it again. Still not giving up? Come on, let's go another 100 rounds. Hearing Nina's voice, Ethan finally realized something was wrong. Yuna was standing outside, knocking on the door. Nina, why did you close the door? I can't get in. Hearing her voice from outside, Nina's face turned bright red. She quickly sat up, only to find Ethan sitting on her bed. They were both caught in an awkward situation. He went to open the door for Yuna. She asked, puzzled, Big brother, I just went out to get some sweet potatoes. Why are you here? He hastily explained. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. I was worried you'd be scared alone, so I wanted to check on you. Since Nina is also here, I'll head back first. After saying that, Ethan immediately slammed the door shut and hid outside. His face was completely flushed red, showing an incredibly awkward expression. He was panicking and helplessly screamed in his mind, What the hell am I doing? Afterwards, Ethan went downstairs and saw Nina's grandfather. He politely spoke first. Hello, sir, the old man replied. Ah, Ethan, my boy. It's still early. You kids have been through so much out there for so long. Why not sleep in a bit? He walked up to the old man and said, It's all right, sir. I came to see if there's anything I can help with. Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. The old man called him by the affectionate name Ethan, my boy, again. It seems Nina didn't tell him about last night. From outside, the growling of zombies could be heard as they frantically pounded on the door. Mister, Lee whispered a reminder to everyone. Everyone, stay quiet. Outside, there are several zombies climbing up to our position. A young girl started to cry. She tried to cover her mouth to stifle her sobs. I don't want to die. The teenage boy next to her panicked, clutching his head. Damn it. What do we do? There aren't many people who can fight. Nina's grandfather suddenly stood up, leaning on his cane. Ethan walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. Sir, don't move. They're just a few zombies. Leave them to us young folks. Mr. Liu cracked the door open, peeking outside to assess the situation. Not far from the main entrance, a few zombies were trying to claw at the windows, looking for a way in. He looked at them and asked with some worry, How did these zombies know we were in here? Ethan calmly replied from the side. Among the zombies, some have evolved and gained intelligence. Though it's probably only at the level of a wild animal, it's enough for them to find us. After all, even wild animals know how to track and hunt prey. Hearing this, the old man's face grew even paler. He clutched his forehead and lamented, With just the few of us. I can handle one, no problem. With 2, I'm afraid someone might get hurt. But what are we going to do about 5? Just then, he looked up to see him heroically stepping out with an iron bar and quickly shouted, Hey, Qin Yu, do you have a death wish? You can't fight that many zombies all by yourself. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Yu appeared beside him to reassure him. Uncle Lu, don't worry. These zombies are nothing but a piece of cake for my brother. Qin Yu's move successfully drew the attention of the zombie horde. Without any hesitation, they snarled and charged straight towards him. As one lunged forward, he effortlessly jumped aside, dodging and finishing it off. He had just finished one when another attacked. Qin Yu leaned slightly to dodge. Then he, with eyes full of killing intent, turned and stared straight at it. Immediately, a massive, sky-shattering explosion occurred, and when the blast ended, the zombie was burned to a crisp. Witnessing this, Liu Kun stammered in complete shock. Is your brother a monster? A moment later, Qin Yu had dealt with all the zombies and stood triumphantly among them. He quickly turned and walked towards him, and said it was done, telling him to send people out to fix the wooden and iron boards while he protected everyone. Time passed, and the sky above the apartment complex remained bleak. Having completed the task, Liu Kun returned to tell the people inside, Everyone, don't be afraid. The danger has passed, and the wooden and iron boards are fixed. The residents of the building heard this and cried out in relief. Thank God. I was scared to death. Then, he walked up to Qin Yu to express his gratitude. Today was incredibly dangerous. Thank goodness for Qin Yu. While Qin Yu politely watched him leave, Xiao Na's grandfather got up. Just then, the old man called out to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, come over here. I want to talk to you. Qin Yu immediately answered, Yes, sir. And then the two of them quickly went into a small room. After closing the door, Xiao Na's grandfather was the first to speak. You've killed people, and not just one. Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression changed instantly, and he answered grimly, "You have very sharp eyes." That's right, more than one person. Upon receiving the answer, he carefully began to unbutton his shirt, saying, "I know that in this frail body, I'm no match for you, but if it comes down to it, I must risk my life to stop you from harming the others, even if all I can do is buy some time." So he now drops his cane, and in a raspy voice, he confronts Qin Yu. "Tell me, what is your real purpose?" Looking at Xiao Na's grandfather's actions, Qin Yu felt a sense of respect and praised him. Truly, the older you get, the wiser you become. He quickly said something to placate him. "Sir, please don't be so tense. I only wish to make a transaction." Hearing this, he hesitated slightly before asking, "A transaction? What kind of transaction?" Seeing the old man calm down, he revealed his intentions. "It's simple, a deal that benefits us both. You take me as your disciple and pass on all your skills to me, and in return, I will cure your long-standing illness so you can be completely reborn." Upon hearing this, Xiao Na's grandfather let out a helpless sigh. "Kid, if you want to learn my techniques, I can teach you. But I'm more aware than you are of how long I have left to live. You have your methods for dealing with zombies, but can you bring someone back from the brink of death? I don't need you to help me be reborn, but if you can protect Xiao Na for me, then it's not impossible." He paid no mind to whether the old man agreed or not, and slowly sat down to pick up the iron bar at his feet. "Sir, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease." As he spoke, he squeezed the middle of the iron bar, crushing it inward. Witnessing this display, Xiao Na's grandfather exclaimed in utter astonishment, "You! This power of yours!" Qin Yu wasted no words, throwing the iron bar aside and continuing, "Sir, I know a way to help you recover and even become as powerful as me. You will no longer need me to protect and care for your granddaughter, Xiao Na." Receiving this assurance and witnessing his strength, the old man agreed without further hesitation. "Kid, I have always kept my word my entire life. If you can keep your promise, I will pass down my life's work to you." Some time passed. In another well-equipped room, Zhang Feng was furious, pointing at Qin Yu and demanding loudly, "Why do I only get one piece of bread when he, who just got here today, gets 2 pieces?" Liu Kun immediately shut him down. "What's all the shouting for? He's been protecting all of us for the past 2 days. What's wrong with him eating a little extra? And you, what do you do all day but act like some rich kid? Why eat so much? To get fat for the zombies to eat?" Hearing this, he became even more furious, leaping up and shouting, "Uncle!" At that moment, Brother Li interrupted him. "Just eat. You're lucky you got a share at all. After that one time you helped, you nearly got me and Xiao Na maimed. You're a grown man. Who here is obligated to feed you?" Realizing that everyone was ganging up on him, Zhang Feng became extremely enraged, pointing at them and shouting, "Fine, fine. You've all had a problem with me for a long time. I'm leaving, so don't even think about stopping me." After saying that, Zhang Feng turned to leave, kicking over a chair to vent his frustration. Liu Kun watched him go and asked hesitantly, "He seems to be really leaving. Should we call him back?" Brother Li calmly snorted and replied, "Leaving? Please, he'll come crawling back soon enough." The person at the center of this argument finally spoke up. "It's okay. Xiao Yu and I are going out after we finish eating. If we see the kid, we'll just drag him back." Hearing that, Liu Kun sighed and hastily warned, "Qin Yu, the last time we found plenty of food, it should last us for a good while. You don't need to risk it again." Xiao Yu, at his side, quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, sir. My brother and I are both strong. That zombie can't do anything to us." A moment later, after finishing their meal, the two of them stepped outside. Suddenly, Xiao Yu called out to him, "Hey!" Hearing her, he immediately responded, "Yeah?" What he didn't expect was for her to pout and ask him a loaded question, "Whose body feels better, mine or Xiao Na's?" Hearing this, Qin Yu quickly explained, "It's not like that. You're one to talk. Who knew you'd jump into bed with her the moment you met?" Despite that, Xiao Yu still turned away sulkily and warned, "I'll let it slide this time, but the next time I catch you messing around on the side, I won't let you off the hook." Hearing such a phrase from her, he froze, completely stunned. Messing around on the side, where on earth did you learn that? The scene shifts, moving away from the apartment complex to the city, which is teeming with zombies everywhere. A steel rebar powerfully pierced the chest of a zombie on the ground. Qin Yu crouched down, searching for something and muttering, "This one doesn't have it either." Xiao Yu, who had just finished checking the other two, quickly reported, "These two don't have it either." After finishing up, he approached her and sighed in disappointment. Today was off to a bad start, when suddenly she leaned in close to him and said something confusing. "Hey, did you just fart? It smells really weird." Hearing this, Qin Yu laughed it off, not believing her. "Don't be silly. There's no way a fart of mine could smell that strong like that. There must be a lot of corpses around here or something." The moment he finished speaking, a mysterious sound suddenly echoed, causing them both to freeze. Xiao Yu, startled, let out a cry of alarm, What was that? Qin Yu wondered suspiciously. A roar that loud. Could it be it? He immediately proposed to her. Xiao Yu, follow me. We need to get to higher ground to observe. That stench and that roar are not normal. The two of them entered a building and made their way up the stairs. When they finally reached the rooftop of the building, they had no idea what lay ahead. But when they saw it, he gasped in shock. That's... She was also stunned, unable to believe her eyes, and stammered, "What is that thing? It's huge." A considerable distance away from them, a colossal monster was on the move. Looking closer, they saw it was a giant dragon that had just demolished a building. Qin Yu urgently warned her, "It's a guardian dragon. Be careful. If it spots us, we're dead for sure. I can't believe the apocalypse only started 2 months ago, and yet a creature has already evolved to this degree. In the future, this thing is guaranteed to become a beast lord-level monster." Hearing this, Xiao Yu asked blankly, "A guardian dragon? What's that?" He immediately cleared up her confusion. When a mutated beast is severely wounded and then infected by the zombie virus, it becomes a powerful guardian beast. Guardian beasts possess both the traits of a mutated beast and a zombie, making them even more terrifying than either one alone. From his explanation, she realized just how dangerous the situation was, her brow furrowing in concern. Then what do we do? While it's not paying attention, should we kill it? Qin Yu immediately shot down that risky idea. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. We have to change our hunting grounds. The scene shifts, the location now a much more peaceful area than before. Xiao Yu, holding an energy core in her hand, cheered happily. "Hey, I found another one, and another one. That makes 3. He walked over, taking the energy core from her as he spoke with satisfaction. "I thought today was going to be a bust, but we've ended up with a pretty good haul." After handing it to him, she felt a little tired and rubbed her shoulder, suggesting, "Let's rest for a while. You've been hunting for so long." Without a second thought, Qin Yu agreed and pointed in one direction. "Let's go rest in there. We can check if there's any food too." A moment later, a steaming hot bowl of noodles appeared. As Qin Yu ate his noodles, he rubbed his chin and remarked to Xiao Yu, who was drinking water next to him, "It's unusually quiet around here." She stopped drinking and replied nonchalantly, "That's because we killed all of them." But he didn't see it that way and immediately countered, "No way. We only killed about 70 or 80 of them this morning. Don't forget, we're evolved. With our current heightened senses, we should be able to detect any zombie activity within a 1-kilometer radius. It's impossible that we wouldn't sense any movement. Unless," he said, glancing out the glass window, "unless they're deliberately hiding." And just as Qin Yu suspected, only a few feet away, a zombie was silently watching their every move. Spotting it, he shot to his feet, startling her into crying out, "Hey, what's wrong?" He grabbed his weapon and warned her, "Xiao Yu, get ready. Just as I suspected, we're being ambushed by zombies." The second he finished speaking, the ceiling right above them suddenly started to show a few cracks. An instant later, the ceiling collapsed, and a horde of zombies came crashing down on top of them. Qin Yu swiftly impaled a zombie with his steel rebar, taking one down immediately. He urgently commanded her, "Xiao Yu, those evolution energy cores we just found, leave one for the old man, but we're using the rest now." She nodded obediently without a second's hesitation. Right. After that, the small convenience store was filled with the sounds of snarling and slaughter. A second later, a massive explosion erupted, blasting the horde of zombies away. Qin Yu, with blood-red eyes, stood protectively in front of Xiao Yu, his steel rebar glowing brightly. Just as he managed to calm himself slightly, he struggled to say, "This is not good." Just then, a swarm of strange black shadows rained down on them from the sky. He quickly grabbed her and started to run, shouting, "Xiao Yu, run! We've walked right into an ambush." The two of them sprinted forward with all their might, followed closely by a massive horde of zombies in hot pursuit. At that moment, Xiao Yu asked, confused, "Hey, aren't zombies supposed to be stupid? How would they know about tactics?" Qin Yu, just as baffled, replied, "I don't. I know, theoretically, they shouldn't be this intelligent." Unexpectedly, as they approached an intersection, another horde of zombies rushed out to block their path. "This is bad. We're surrounded." Thinking they were cornered, he cursed in frustration. "Damn it, we have no escape route." But then Xiao Yu suddenly spotted a way out. "Brother, there's a small alley over there." Immediately, the two of them dashed into that narrow alley. However, the zombies relentlessly pursued them. Suddenly, Qin Yu stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, she cried out in confusion, "Brother!" But before she could say anything more, he cut in, "Xiao Yu, this area is narrow. You'll be safe behind me. Just focus on buffing me. If these mongrels are smart enough to cooperate, then I'll have to show them what's what." His face filled with killing intent as he spoke menacingly, and what real terror feels like. Qin Yu then let out a great shout, unleashing his power as if to vent all his fury. He then immediately charged forward to battle the zombies. Instantly, Qin Yu began to fight relentlessly. Yet, the creatures showed no fear, continuing to lunge and growl. Seeing this only fueled his fighting spirit as he challenged, "Bring it on." The moment he spoke, a massive explosion erupted at the site of his fiery battle. Right after the blast, he quickly landed a hit on a leader zombie. Although many were eliminated, they stubbornly and continuously swarmed him. This persistence irritated Qin Yu. "Still not done? Looks like you won't stop until I take care of all of you." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu spotted something and yelled, "Brother, look over there!" On a tall building in the direction she was pointing, 3 zombies were intently watching them. It only took him a single glance to understand. "I knew it. There's no way zombies would have tactical capabilities. It must be because of those things up there." Then, Qin Yu began to give instructions, a plan already forming in his mind. "Xiao Yu, stick close to me. We're charging over there to settle the score with those 3. The zombies kept pouring into the narrow alley where they stood. Suddenly, a wave of power shattered the wall of the building next to them. Both he and Xiao Yu were ready to put their plan into action. At that moment, a big-headed zombie on the skyscraper was staring down at them. The two of them quickly made a break for it to lose the zombie horde. As soon as they reached the staircase, Qin Yu said, "Xiao Yu, hurry up. I'm going to destroy the stairs and see how they chase us then." Immediately after, he swung his arm, delivering a decisive blow to the staircase. Just as he promised, the bottom of the staircase exploded into fragments. Amidst the chaos of the zombie horde, the path was destroyed. Xiao Yu made a face, taunting the zombies below. In an instant, the zombies roared in fury and surged forward. Seeing what they were doing, she quickly shouted, "Brother, look, they're even making a human ladder." He paid the zombies no mind and replied, "Ignore them. We need to take out those 3. The rest will scatter like sand. They're not a threat." Qin Yu decisively threw open the door, and it looked like the zombies had been waiting for him and Xiao Yu this whole time. A blue and a red zombie stood up, ready to leap into battle. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly made an assessment. "Xiao Yu, be careful. If I'm not mistaken, the ability of the middle zombie is to control the others. The 2 next to it are also under its command." Then, she asked curiously, "So you're saying the zombies downstairs could coordinate because this one was controlling them?" After observing for a moment, he calmly confirmed, "That's right, it's the one in control. To command so many zombies at once, I fear its power might surpass even mine when I'm buffed." The moment Qin Yu finished his sentence, the big-headed zombie pointed and shrieked an order. Just as predicted, the red zombie instantly obeyed and charged toward him, creating large fireballs around itself as it gained speed. Then, the red zombie opened its maw wide, preparing to spew fire at Qin Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu immediately yelled, "Brother, fight its fire with your own!" His powerful flames clashed with the zombie's fiery blast. Suddenly, the blue zombie leaped out from within the fiery explosion. It swiftly and viciously swiped at Qin Yu. The perilous situation made her cry out in alarm, "Brother!" Fortunately, a blast of icy power knocked the blue zombie away. It was Xiao Yu, unable to watch any longer, who had intervened. "Get away from him!" After regaining his composure, Qin Yu immediately praised her. "Xiao Yu, great job." The iron rod in his hand struck the creature, but it seemed completely unharmed. Still, Qin Yu didn't flinch, intrigued by its resilience. Right after, the iron rod was enveloped in a blazing aura of power. He powerfully thrust the rod through the blue zombie. "Then how about you try this?" It seemed this attack inflicted immense pain, causing it to scream incessantly. While the blue zombie was still shrieking, Qin Yu quickly fell back, then carefully warned, "Xiao Yu, get back now." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu obeyed and took cover, as it appeared the blue zombie had become more enraged than ever. It unleashed its full power, freezing nearly everything in its vicinity. While hiding behind a wall, Qin Yu whispered, "Xiao Yu, stop the enhancement on me." Hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately tried to protest. But brother, he cut her off before she could finish. "I have my own plan. Now's the time," swiftly. Meanwhile, the blue and red zombies were frantically searching for any sign of them. Then, Qin Yu appeared right behind them, calling out to grab their attention. "Hey, what are you looking for?" He raised the iron rod in his hand, issuing a challenge. "Come and get me, you mongrels, you!" The moment they saw Qin Yu, they charged at him aggressively with a growl. In an instant, the red zombie pinned him firmly to the floor. This scene brought immense satisfaction to the big-headed zombie, who let out a laugh. Suddenly, something caught its attention, and it glanced to the side. It turned out Qin Yu had somehow dashed behind the big-headed zombie. Both the green and red zombies were also stunned and bewildered, their jaws dropping in disbelief. As if about to deliver the finishing blow, he growled while raising the iron bar in his hand. "Go to hell." Then, the magically infused iron bar pierced straight through the big-headed zombie's skull. This sight made them completely dumbfounded. Immediately, they collapsed to the floor as if all their strength had vanished. However, the green zombie still struggled to sit up, but not about to let it succeed. Qin Yu's iron bar plunged straight down into its head. The next moment, he let out a sigh of relief, considering the job done. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's cheerful voice rang out, "Brother, quick, look! All those other zombies are scattering." As if he already knew, Qin Yu replied with a slight smile, "Of course, without a controller, the zombies below are worse than wild beasts." Next, he used a sharp knife to make a long incision on the big-headed zombie. It seemed Qin Yu had found something. Sure enough, hearing him, Xiao Yu asked curiously, "What is it?" The moment she saw the gem in Qin Yu's hand, she realized this one wasn't like the previous ones. It must contain incredibly powerful evolution energy. While observing it closely, he slowly replied, "This color is still a bit inferior to one from a demonic type, but it's still considered pretty." Amazing. Then, Qin Yu held out the gem. Same old rules. Copy and enhance. One for each of us. Xiao Yu quickly clasped her hands and exclaimed, "Awesome, awesome stuff." Suddenly, he seemed to feel some kind of power coming from the gem. Seeing Qin Yu pause, she asked curiously, "Brother, go ahead and copy it. Why isn't there a reaction yet?" It seemed he had discovered something strange hidden within the gem. Looks like there's an energy level suppression. Extremely curious, Xiao Yu asked, "Energy level suppression? That's a new term." Immediately, Qin Yu began to explain like a true teacher. What is energy level suppression? It means the difference in power between two individuals causes a level-based suppression. Simply put, if my energy level surpasses yours, then your enhancement effect on me will be greatly weakened. By the same token, the level of this evolution energy is much higher than mine, so it's going to take a lot of effort to copy it. Hearing this, she hesitantly guessed, "So, does that mean that spiky-haired guy?" With just that one sentence from Xiao Yu, Qin Yu quickly confirmed, "You guessed right. That guy is even stronger than we thought." However, his ability is quite special. It can't increase his own combat power, but his luck was bad. He only managed to find an ice user and a fire user who were just a bit powerful. I'm guessing he controlled the zombies to attack us because he wanted to defeat us and then control our bodies to expand his zombie army. Then, he closely observed the glowing gem in his hand. Looks like it's going to take us a lot of time to copy and enhance this. A long time. Later, she sat on the ground exhausted, sighing in relief. Finally, it's done. Qin Yu looked at the gem and wondered aloud, "I wonder how much of a boost this will give us?" As soon as he finished speaking, they both put the gems in their mouths and ate them. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open as if he had experienced something terrifying. In an instant, Qin Yu shot up with his hands in the air, then bent over and let out a huge roar. It turns out Qin Yu was just being dramatic. I can feel that my current strength is now 15 to 16 times that of a normal person. Even Xiao Yu couldn't understand why he had to be so theatrical every time he ate one of these things. "Huh?" Then he feigned a serious tone and asked, "Xiao Yu, surely you feel it too?" But it seemed she was already used to Qin Yu's antics. "I do. I feel much stronger, about 12 to 13 times a normal person." After Xiao Yu's explanation, he asked in confusion, "With such a big boost, why didn't you roar?" She repeated his question helplessly. "Why would I need to roar?" He still calmly said, as if it were obvious, "Don't you see that I roar every single time?" At this point, Xiao Yu finally reached her conclusion, "And that's why I said you're being so extra." After that, the two of them left the tall building and began walking slowly down the street. As if suddenly remembering something, Qin Yu spoke up, "These past few days we've been out hunting have been very fruitful. We've both gotten much stronger, and we even found the evolution energy for the old man. This way, we can help him start a new life, and I won't have to feel guilty about learning kung fu from him." Paying no mind to his long-winded speech, she exclaimed, "I'm exhausted. When we get back, I need to eat a ton." Ignoring her expression, he bluntly criticized, "Still thinking about food? In this apocalypse, everyone is starving to skin and bones, but look at you. You've actually gotten a bit fatter." Provoked by Qin Yu, she snorted coldly and landed a punch on him. "You're the fat one." After being dazed by the blow for a moment, Qin Yu said, "Xiao Yu, your body is now 12 to 13 times stronger now. That punch of yours. Damn." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yu noticed something and warned, "Brother, something's not right." Qin Yu immediately stopped joking and said, "I feel it too. It's the smell of fresh blood." As she made the assessment, she said worriedly, "Our shelter is just up ahead. Don't tell me it was overrun by zombies." Just as they arrived, the sight of everyone in the shelter, brutally murdered, appeared before them. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Xiao Yu was also horrified. How? How could this happen? Next, Qin Yu knelt to examine the scene and discovered that this wasn't the work of zombies. He stated firmly in a low voice, "This was done by people." Xiao Yu shouted in a panic, Xiao Na, are you alive?" Seeing the situation, Qin Yu also grew Worried, Xiao Na, the old man, and Liu Kun are missing. Unable to find the people she was looking for, tears streamed down her face. They were all unarmed. Who could do something so completely heartless? What? The next second, he stepped outside and discovered footprints, but he couldn't contain his rage. Qin Yu's face darkened. Whoever you are, for ruining my plans, you're as good as dead. The sky outside was as gloomy as their current mood. Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu quickly searched everywhere. While surveying the area, he noticed that all the zombies on the street had been killed. This person must be an evolver. Suddenly, something startled her, and she shouted, "Brother, look over there." It turned out to be a group of zombies growling at someone hanging from a tree. They were immediately horrified to see it was Uncle Liu. Unable to control his anger, Qin Yu gritted his teeth, deciding to rescue the man first. As Uncle Liu slowly opened his eyes, they repeatedly called out, "Uncle Liu, Uncle Liu." Seeing him wake up, he urgently said, "Uncle Liu, tell me who did this." Despite having been tortured, Uncle Liu was still filled with extreme resentment. He cursed, "That animal, that beast, that ungrateful monster." Just hearing this, Qin Yu already had a guess. Zhang Feng? The man confirmed in agony. Yes, it was him. After identifying the enemy, he gently comforted him. "I will get revenge for everyone." Then, Uncle Liu, in immense pain and unable to hold back his tears, begged, "Please do one thing for me. Kill me. Let me be free." This request saddened Qin Yu, but he had no other choice but to agree. "I understand." His last words rang out as he passed away. "Thank you." Immediately after, Xiao Yu, with a heavy heart, made an assessment. Zhang Feng, why him? Does he have the power to do something like this? Unless he also became an evolver. He spoke up to explain. Zhang Feng has the strength to attack zombies. Either he met someone who helped him evolve, or he awakened as an evolver on his own. In a flash, she caught on to the main point, self-awakened. Although furious, Qin Yu continued. He felt this possibility was more likely. Some people, when faced with danger and hardship, have their potential stimulated, and they self-awaken as evolvers. The scene shifts to a high-rise building where 3 thugs are standing guard. The black-haired lackey sighed, so tired. Hearing this, the bald lackey warned with a serious face, "Hey, be careful. We just got a new leader. Mess up and he'll have your head." In response, the spiky-haired lackey quickly replied, "Yeah, I heard the new leader is even more vicious than the old one." Flashing back to 2 days ago, Zhang Feng's voice, full of discontent, rang out. Fine. You've all had it out for me for a while now. I'm leaving. Just don't you dare fall into my hands." He stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. As Zhang Feng walked down the street, he cursed continuously. "Everyone's always targeting me. When have I ever had to put up with this crap? Just you wait." The city gradually sank into a gloom that matched his mood. Just after encountering a single zombie, Zhang Feng was already filled with regret. Damn it, how am I supposed to survive in this apocalypse? I was too impulsive. It's all their fault. Then, the zombie snarled and lunged as if to bite his head off. Luckily, Zhang Feng managed to duck in time, but he suddenly froze at the sight before him. It turned out that during the struggle, a horde of zombies had closed in on Zhang Feng. Seeing this, he immediately took off running, screaming, "Help! I don't want to die here!" But it seemed Lady Luck was not on Zhang Feng's side, as he tripped over a metal bar in the road. Right after, Zhang Feng tumbled onto the street right in front of them. A zombie approached and opened its mouth wide, preparing to devour him. The next second, the sound of 2 gunshots rang out, easily taking down the zombies. It was a cocky-looking lackey who said, "Look what we have here." Their help brought Zhang Feng to tears. "Thank you, big brothers." Ignoring his gratitude, the man walked over and asked, "Is this kid a boy or a girl?" Another lackey chuckled and spoke up. "We're in luck. Found a pretty boy. Let's take him back to the boss. Trade him for a girl so we can have some fun." After being slung over a shoulder like a piece of merchandise, Zhang Feng screamed, "You people, what are you talking about? Where are you taking me?" Hearing this, the man laughed loudly and replied, "You'll find out when we get there, kid. You're gonna have a good time." The group dragged him to a large high-rise building. Inside, a very satisfied voice could be heard. "You guys did a good job." It was the blue-haired leader, his eyes gleaming as he commented, "Just my type." He was tied up tightly, crying and begging for mercy. "Big brother, sir, please let me go." It seemed the leader couldn't wait any longer, saying, "Go on, pick whoever you guys like. I have important business to attend to now." Seeing this, the lackeys knew to take their leave, replying, "All right, boss, we won't disturb you then." Seeing the grim situation before him, Zhang Feng, his face pale with despair, tried to bargain, No, big brother. I'll give you anything you want. I have money. No, I can take you to a place with lots of supplies and food, and there are women too, big brother." Completely ignoring his words, The blue-haired leader licked his lips as if preparing to savor a delicacy. He moved closer, lifted Zhang Feng's face, and said affectionately, "Beauty, I'm not short on those things. I only want you." After that, his agonizing and humiliated screams echoed throughout the luxurious room. While getting dressed, the blue-haired leader laughed and praised him. "Little finger, you've shown me a pleasure I've never known before." He panted as he spoke, as if marking his territory. "I will cherish you. From now on, you are my exclusive male pet." After being tormented for a while, Fong, drenched in sweat, still forced himself to reply, "Yes, master, I'll be obedient." However, the blue-haired leader was still possessive, saying that Fong couldn't betray him, especially for those women. "I won't allow you to be making eyes at those women, so I have to find a way to completely sever your interest in them." It seems he had guessed his intention, letting out a horrified scream. "Master, you can't possibly mean to." Before Fong could finish, the leader, knife in hand, ordered a doctor to be brought over to stop the bleeding. "I have to castrate my pet boy." Hearing this, all the blood drained from Fong's face. "Please, spare me, don't do it, master. I promise I'll be good. I won't even think about women, please." In an instant, the blue-haired leader made his move, inflicting a pain so intense it left Fong paralyzed. His agonizing screams echoed throughout the building. A long while later, Fong slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Seeing this, the leader spoke in a loving tone. "Now this is my good little treasure." Afterward, he jolted upright, staring intently at his own empty groin. The horrific sight left Fong frozen in shock. While he was radiating a murderous aura, the leader mocked him. "I'll love you even more from now on. You don't need that thing anyway." Just as he finished speaking, a sharp crack echoed like the sound of a bone snapping. The blue-haired leader's body suddenly went rigid, and he asked in terror, "What did you do? Why can't I move?" Hearing this, both Fong and the doctor turned in surprise. Suddenly, the doctor bolted, screaming, "There's a monster!" Not about to let him escape, Fong waved his hand, unleashing his dark power. In an instant, the doctor's body was also sealed in place. He shrieked desperately, "Don't kill me. I only helped stop the bleeding. He's the one who hurt you." Fong's entire body was shrouded in dark power. Seeing his crazed state, the blue-haired leader finally became frightened. "You! What do you want? I'm your master. Stay away from me." His terrified voice echoed in the room. "Stop it. Help. Somebody. I'm begging you. Don't." Meanwhile, outside the building, the moon was high in the pitch-black sky. At some point, Fong had captured Tuna and her grandfather. Fong's ferocity made Tuna visibly worried. It seemed the earlier trauma was so great that he had gone mad. "I used this knife to carve piece by piece of flesh off that mutt. That mutt's life force was truly tenacious. It took him over 2 hours to die. Fong's cruelty was more than she could bear. You're a demon." Tuna's words made him pause. "A demon?" Fong glared, his voice low as he expressed his displeasure. "I'm a demon? Isn't that what you all made me? If you all hadn't turned against me, would I have left?" Then, he decisively shifted the blame. "Would I have been captured by that bastard, been forced by that animal, and ended up in this situation?" As if unable to stand Fong's blame-shifting nature, Tuna, with tears streaming down her face, still argued that he brought it on himself, clearly not helping at all. "You were always wearing that hateful expression, causing trouble for everyone, yet no one ever kicked you out. You're the one who left on your own." She lowered her head, her voice sad. "We were all people in the same predicament. So how could you be so cruel, not even sparing the old or the young?" Despite this, Fong showed no signs of softening. "Who's in the same predicament as you? Now I'm strong. I don't need weaklings like you anymore. In my eyes, you're all just prey and toys." These words made Tuna's grandfather furious, and he began to curse at him. "You ungrateful little animal. I never should have saved you in the first place." The old man's voice made him turn his attention, and as if discovering a new plaything, Fong gave a cold smile. "I almost forgot about this old fossil. Back when I was pursuing Tuna, you did everything to stop me. You even hit me. Now that you've fallen into my hands, do you think I'll let you have an easy death?" Paying no mind to his threat, Tuna's grandfather provoked him loudly. "This old man has seen his share of storms in his life, so bring on whatever tricks you have. If I, Bak Thin Hao, so much as flinch, then I'm no real man." Seeing this, Tuna immediately stepped in front of her grandfather, pleading, "Please don't touch my grandpa." The loving display in front of him made Fong extremely irritated. From outside the building, a voice rang out gruffly, "Halt! Who goes there?" It turned out that Tan Vu had found Fong's base. "Have any of you seen someone named Fong?" The black-haired lackey heard this and was confused. "Isn't that our great leader? He's not someone that mere lackeys can just meet whenever they want." Right after, the spiky-haired lackey was captivated by their looks. "Look, that girl's face and figure are both top tier. And that guy is pretty handsome too. I heard that before our new leader took over, he was the previous leader's pet boy, so maybe he has this kind of taste. Both of them could be useful. He quickly agreed. Makes sense. As if understanding the plan, one of the lackeys spoke up with a sneer. Since you've delivered yourselves to our doorstep, don't even think about leaving. You wanted to find our leader, right? I'll take you. He then reached out to touch Tuvu. As for this girl, before the lackey could get what he wanted, Tanvu swiftly twisted his arm, asking through gritted teeth, "What do you think you're doing?" Being restrained by him caused the lackey immense pain. "Ow! It hurts! Kill him! Kill him!" His two buddies immediately pulled out their guns and started firing repeatedly. It seems their insolence had angered Tanvu, his face darkening. They still hadn't realized the danger and kept shooting. Then, both the black-haired and spiky-haired lackeys wondered, where'd he go? Turns out, he had already appeared with a blade to their throats. I'll ask again. Where is Trong Fong? Under threat, the spiky-haired thug trembled in fear and confessed. On the third floor. The third floor lounge. Ignoring them completely, Tanvu spoke up. Xiao Yu, let's go. With just one move, was enough to leave the thugs terrified and trembling for a long time. In front of Trong Fong's room were two guards, one with green hair and one with pink, curiously staring at something. It turned out to be Tanvu. And Xiao Na approaching, which made the pink-haired guy wonder, who are you people? How did you get in here? He quickly spoke, as if not wanting to involve innocent people. I'm here for Trong Fong. This has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way. Upon hearing this, the green-haired underling immediately got angry and cursed. What do you think the Dai Sun gang is? A place you can just waltz into? Then, he rushed forward with a knife in his hand. I think you're looking to die. Before the green-haired guy could even attack, Tanvu grabbed and held his hand tightly. In an instant, the green-haired guy's body was sent flying far away. This horrifying sight left the pink-haired underling completely stunned. His jaw dropped. He couldn't help but scream, "Monster!" This commotion woke up the other people in the building. What's going on? What's all that noise? That's right. What's with all the racket? What's wrong? Seeing his buddies had arrived, the pink-haired guy immediately snitched. This kid is a monster. Everyone be careful. They didn't believe him, speaking with scorn. Are you stupid? There's no such thing as monsters. He's clearly just a pretty boy and a little girl. If you guys don't want this fresh meat, I'll take it. A guy in sunglasses who wasn't afraid of death stepped forward. Hey little girl, today I'll let you experience the joys of being a woman. Their stupidity disgusted Tanvu so much that he didn't even bother to speak. With just one hand, he slammed the guy's head hard against the wall. Seeing Tanvu's incredible strength, the others were in disbelief. Damn, is this kid trying to sneak attack us? Let's get this bastard together. At the same time, from inside Truong Fong's room, Xiao Na's terrified scream rang out. Grandpa, Grandpa! He was gloating triumphantly. See that? This is your end. Ignoring Truong Fong, she couldn't help but cry out in agony. Grandpa! Immediately after, he reached out his hand to cast his magic. Next, it's your turn. Truong Fong's power spread across his hand as he prepared to attack Xiao Na. The next second, she clutched her body as if enduring some kind of pain. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs echoed from outside the door. What's going on? Luckily, Tanvu and Xiao Yu managed to break down the door and rush in just in time. Seeing them appear, he broke out in a nervous sweat. It's you people. How did you get in here? As soon as she entered, Xiao Yu was horrified by the sight before her. She yelled out the moment she saw Xiao Na completely entangled in vines. Xiao Na. Looking closer, Xiao Yu quickly said, Brother, do you see that? Those sharp thorns and tentacles? Tanvu immediately replied, I see it. This is a calamity-type power. While Truong Fong was aggressively casting his magic, he calmly stated, painful imprisonment. Then, Tanvu continued to explain, the abilities gained after awakening and evolving are divided into several types. My flame ability is a natural type. The ability of the guy in front of us looks very sinister, most of which belong to the calamity type, while your enhancement and my copy abilities belong to the divine principle type. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Na cried out, Xiao Yu, he killed my grandfather. This information shocked him, and he asked again, What? Truong Fong arrogantly ordered, You rotten brat. Who are you glaring at? I'll give you one chance to kneel and beg for mercy, or else. The next second, he threatened in a superior tone, I'll let you feel the torment of hell. Dark, sharp thorns shot straight towards Tanvu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu shouted worriedly, Brother, be careful, get out of the way. Unfortunately, he couldn't dodge in time and was pierced by the sharp thorns. At the same time, Truong Fong smirked with satisfaction and contempt, too scared to even move to dodge. Before he could finish, Tanvu's eyes glinted with killing intent. His demeanor quickly sent Truong Fong into a panic. How are you completely fine? Then, he suddenly burst out laughing as if to reassure himself. I get it. You must be pretending you're not in pain, right? I've seen right through you, not letting Trong Fong stay happy. For long, Tan Vu tightened his grip on the iron bar in his hand. At that, his face darkened as he stammered, you bastard. As the iron bar was gradually enveloped by magic, Trong Fong was terrified. Stop. Stop right there, don't come any closer. Suddenly, a voice of agreement echoed from behind him. Hearing that, Trong Fong immediately glanced back. It seemed he was utterly horrified to see Xiao Na gradually changing. Then, with his face covered in sweat, Trong Fong hesitated. Xiao Na, you too. However, everything was still within Tan Vu's expectations. As expected, while carefully observing her, dark image, he confirmed. She is the female reaper. Xiao Na's eyes burned with absolute rage. Leave this animal to me, Tan Vu answered without a moment's hesitation. Okay. At the same time, Xiao Yu was still worried about Xiao Na. The scene flashes back to the past, as desperate voices cried out, "We're surrounded. What do we do? There are so many high-level zombies, breaking through is impossible," Tan Vu thought to himself. The first time he met the female Reaper, he was still a rookie. Voices full of admiration constantly rang out. "That's the female Reaper! She's so strong!" Recalling the image from the past, Tan Vu continued his train of thought. She has monstrous combat power. Killing hundreds of zombies is a piece of cake for her. He continued to muse. Moreover, she also has the title Advent of the Reaper, possessing an ability of the strongest calamity type. An image of the female Reaper appeared, looking bored and dejected. "It's over in a flash again. So boring." Tan Vu narrated how her strength shook the apocalyptic world. No matter if it was humans, zombies, mutated beasts, or otherworldly races who fought her, none survived. Then Xiao He, beside the goddess of death, asked, "So, where should we go have fun next?" While recalling this, Qin Yu thought to himself, she's a complete loner. Unpredictable and acting on whims, she never showed malice or goodwill to anyone unless they were foolish enough to provoke her. Back in the present, Xiao Na, having awakened the power of the goddess of death, growled, "You used to follow me around all the time, and although I found it annoying, I never hated you. In the apocalypse, it's because everyone took you in and protected you that my family is dead." She advanced on him, questioning Zhang Feng's rotten conscience. "When you left, I thought you would realize your mistake and come back on your own. Everyone would have forgiven you then, but instead, you killed them all. I don't understand. We never did anything to wrong you." At this point, he finally knew fear and began to beg for forgiveness. I was ungrateful and treacherous. I'm worse than a pig. Spare me." Unable to stand Zhang Feng's shamelessness, Xiao Na retorted, "Only now do you think to apologize." She immediately gave the order, "Eat, Xiao He." Hearing this, the shadow Xiao He gleefully rushed forward. "As you command, master." It stretched out its hands as if to seize him. What followed was Zhang Feng's terrified scream, much to Xiao Hei's delight. In the blink of an eye, it had siphoned away his rotten soul. With just a glance, Qin Yu realized that Zhang Feng's evolutionary energy was being drained away by the creature. As if confirming his suspicion, Zhang Feng's face went completely blank. After its hearty meal, Xiao Hei dropped him to the ground and let out a satisfied laugh. It praised the meal with great delight. How refreshing! Witnessing this, Qin Yu theorized that it had gotten stronger, and it now radiated an aura of imprisoned suffering. Could it be that when this thing consumes someone, it also gains the abilities it absorbed? Then, Xiao He flew back to Xiao Na, saying, "Master, I'm finished eating. That was delicious." Despite this, Qin Yu wasn't celebrating, and he approached her to ask, "Xiao Na, are you okay?" Hearing this, Xiao Na slowly replied, "I'm okay now." Unable to contain her emotions, she turned toward her grandfather. Immediately, Qin Yu advised her, "We need to cremate your grandfather's body, or else he'll turn into a zombie and get killed all over again." His bluntness made Xiao Yu extremely upset. "Do you have any tact at all?" But it seemed Xiao Na wasn't angry and simply agreed calmly. "You're right. I'll have to trouble you with the cremation." Without hesitation, Qin Yu waved his hand and fulfilled her wish. As soon as he was finished, he spoke seriously. "Xiao Na, I have a request." Qin Yu stated decisively, "Let your Xiao He fight me." Xiao Na immediately refused. "There's no need. My Xiao He is very powerful." Hearing this, Qin Yu calmly replied, "I know. You don't need to hold back. Just use your full strength." Seeing his determination, she agreed. "All right then, just stop when it's time to stop." However, Xiao He stammered, "Well, this old one. I actually can't beat him." This statement surprised Xiao Na. "You can't beat him?" It quickly tried to save face. No! It's because I was just born, wasn't I? I'm still just a child. Wait until I'm all grown up, and I'll definitely be more powerful than him." Their exchange left both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu speechless. After a moment of discussion, Xiao Na firmly refused. Then I'm sorry, Xiao Hei doesn't want to fight you. The dark sky was filled with twinkling stars beside a gentle moon. A while later, Qin Yu approached her and asked, "What are your plans from now on?" Without hesitation, Xiao Na held up the urn in her hands and answered, "Grandpa loved to travel. He dreamed of taking me all over the world, but I never wanted to go with him. Today, I want to fulfill his dream and take him all over the world." Her sincere words surprised him, and he thought to himself, in the future, rumors said the goddess of death wandered alone. Some said she was training, others said she was searching for treasure, but who would have known she was only trying to fulfill her grandfather's last wish? After a moment of thought, Qin Yu offered, "Don't go. Stay with me." His sudden words made her turn around. Xiao Yu quickly interjected, as if afraid she would misunderstand him. Her voice seemed to snap Qin Yu back to his senses. "I mean, the outside world is too dangerous. You can travel with us for now. With Xiao Yu, and once you're stronger, we can all take your grandfather to see the world together." He then tried his best to persuade her. "What's more, I guarantee that if you stay with me, you will get much stronger. At that point, we'll be such powerful beings that all the creatures of the apocalypse will revere us like gods." Xiao Yu also pleaded. "That's right, Xiao Na, please stay. He and I will protect you." Even Xiao Hei chimed in. "Even though I'm still a kid, protecting the boss is a piece of cake for me." Despite their pleas, Xiao Na was resolute. "I really don't want to have ties with anyone anymore. I just want to be alone. I'm sorry." Just as she turned to leave, Qin Yu tried one last time. "You're just leaving like this? I mean, I did save you 2 times. Are you just going to walk away?" Hearing this, Xiao Na paused in her tracks, but fearing he would upset her, Xiao Yu immediately tried to stop him. "Hey, just let her go." Xiao Na remained completely resolute. "I will remember the debt I owe you, and I will repay it in the future. But right now, I just want to be alone." Night fell over the towering high-rise building. A long while later, Qin Yu let out a deep sigh. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly began to imitate his desperate plea from earlier. "Don't go. Stay with me. I'll protect you." She teased. "What's the matter? Did a beautiful girl slip through your fingers? Feeling bitter about it?" Even so, Qin Yu just stared blankly, with a confused look. "You're making fun of me again. I'm interested in her ability. Her ability is definitely S-rank, maybe even several times stronger than S-rank. If she becomes our ally, she'll definitely increase our strength significantly." "Already used to his dense personality," Xiao Yu said dejectedly. I get it. You want to be the king of the apocalypse, defeat the Emperor King, battle through the heavens, seize the throne, and ascend to immortality." Her strange words made absolutely no sense to Qin Yu. "Where did you learn all that nonsense? And speaking of not being able to keep Xiao Na, that's your fault." Suddenly getting blamed, Xiao Yu retorted loudly, "Why is it my fault?" As if to tease her, he joked, "Who told you to come back so early that night? If you were a little later, she would have been mine." Qin Yu's audacity made Xiao Yu blush with embarrassment. Then, she ignored him and punched him once. "You're horrible!" After some playful banter, the two of them stepped outside the building. Immediately, a group of people rushed over, begging, Boss, from now on, you're our new boss. If you tell us to go east, we'll never go west. Please accept this bow from your humble underling." However, Qin Yu couldn't care less. "I'm not interested. Find someone else." Suddenly, he remembered something and said curiously, "Your private clubhouse must have a lot of weapons, right? Take me to see them." The underling spoke up. "Then you've asked the right person. This clubhouse belonged to our previous leader, Li Deshan. Besides his preference for men, his other hobby was collecting weapons like guns, knives, swords, axes, hooks, pitchforks, ropes, and clubs." Hearing the underling ramble on, Sho got annoyed, slapped him on the head, and yelled, "Why are you even mentioning all that? The boss wants to know about guns for dealing with zombies. What's the use of listing all that other stuff?" Qin Yu was actually a little interested and said, "Those kinds of weapons are good too. Take me to see them." Inside the room, a shelf was filled with all sorts of swords, and next to it, various long and short blades were displayed. The underling excitedly introduced the weapons to Qin Yu. "Boss, look, these were all Li Deshan's prized possessions. The cheapest item here would sell for at least 10,000. From the design to the materials, everything is authentic." Qin Yu stared intently in one direction, and the underling next to him noticed. It was a spear, placed on a separate rack, away from any other weapon. The underling recognized it immediately and started chattering on about the spear. "Boss, you really have a good eye. This was Li Dashan's favorite piece. The shaft is made from a solid, flawless iron casting, and the spearhead was tempered 100 times through cold forging. It's very heavy, but unfortunately, it's just too heavy for a normal person to even lift." Sho and the underling struggled to carry the weapon over to Qin Yu. "Boss, look, it took so much effort for us." Qin Yu grabbed the spear with one hand and twirled it. Qin Yu spoke, Very good. It's a perfect fit." Shou and the underling stood there clapping nonstop, flattering him. The king is born with divine strength. You have no equal. Seeing so many weapons, Xiao Yu also asked, "Is there anything light and easy for me to use?" The underling quickly replied, "Yes, of course." He brought out a blade, handed it to Xiao Yu, and said, "This blade is perfect for you. It was forged with the best techniques. It's light, but incredibly strong. It can cut through iron like mud." Xiao Yu took the blade and swung it around wildly, laughing. "Ah, brother, this blade really is light." Shou and the underling, terrified of being hit, turned pale and scrambled away, screaming, "Ah, miss, please be careful. It'll be a disaster if you hit us." Qin Yu spoke up. "You two, I won't make things difficult for you. These two weapons aren't that important to everyone." Qin Yu stated his terms. "Give each of us a gun and we'll be on our way. As for your boss, whoever wants the job can have it." Half a month later, Qin Yu held his weapon in his hands. Surrounded by a flying monster darting about, Qin Yu was quite surprised by its speed. This thing's physique is 16 times that of a normal person. The flying rat suddenly appeared behind Qin Yu. As it flew in, Qin Yu quickly turned and pointed his spear at it. "After image," Xiao Yu warned anxiously. "Brother, watch your back." The flying rat was behind Qin Yu again. "Boo!" Qin Yu's face darkened as he watched it fly around. "The next time I catch you, I'll shove this right in your face. Die," Xiao Yu said. "This thing's evolution energy is obviously so good, but I don't feel any increase in my physique. I always feel like something is missing," Qin Yu replied. A physique 20 times the norm is a watershed moment, the limit for a level 1 evolver. If we break through it, we'll be considered to have entered level 2 evolution, and our strength will increase dramatically. Looking at the dead flying rat on the ground, Qin Yu continued. "The two of us are currently stuck at the 20 times physique limit. Breaking through it is extremely difficult." Qin Yu clenched his fist and replied, "But I can feel it. If we absorb just a bit more evolution energy, we can successfully break through to level 2. Suddenly, something appeared in the sky. Xiao Yu spoke up. "Brother, hold that thought. Look." Seeing the red clouds gathering in the sky, the blood rain had returned, and it began to pour down. Qin Yu said with dissatisfaction, "Even with a 20 times physique, it still hurts when the blood rain touches me." Qin Yu asked Xiao Yu with concern, "You don't feel anything when the blood rain hits you?" Xiao Yu replied, "Nope, nothing at all." He instructed Xiao Yu, "In any case, let's get out of the rain first." At a warehouse, Qin Yu pushed open the door, and the two of them entered. Qin Yu said, "Looks like this is a lumber warehouse." Xiao Yu turned to him and said, "Brother, I'm hungry. We haven't eaten in a while. Should we eat some noodles?" The two sat by a fire, each holding a bowl of instant noodles. "Smells so good." Noticing something, Qin Yu warned her, "Someone's approaching. Be careful." Xiao Yu asked, "Is it a zombie?" Qin Yu replied, "No. Zombie footsteps are irregular, so those must be human." Li Song sniffed the air and said, "Seems like someone's here. I can smell noodles." Li Song pointed his gun at Qin Yu's head. "Ha! So there really is someone here." Qin Yu calmly continued eating his noodles and said, "Don't point that gun at me. I'm only going to say this once." Seeing the tense situation, Lao La spoke up gently. "Sorry about that, brother. We didn't expect anyone to be inside. Sorry for the trouble. Do you mind if we take shelter from the rain here?" Qin Yu replied, "Yeah, sure." Li Song, just waiting for an excuse, got angry. "You little brat. Don't you have any manners, or do I need to teach you some?" Lao La stepped in to stop him. "Li Song, be quiet and behave yourself." Xiao Yu turned and asked, "Brother, are they all evolvers?" Qin Yu began to explain, "Yeah, all 4 of them are evolvers, but they're very low level. They probably haven't been evolvers for long. That bearded guy has practiced martial arts, so he has some real strength, but the other 3 are far weaker." Everyone's jaws dropped after hearing Qin Yu speak, and Lao La praised him. "This young man's judgment is so sharp, it seems you have some real strength yourself." Li Song, standing nearby, was not convinced and said, Lucky guess. He probably just pulled that out of thin air." As everyone was eating and minding their own business, a sudden noise made Xiao Yu look up towards the door. Click! A stranger appeared with a smirk on his face. Everyone looked at Jai Xiaofeng, confused and bewildered. Xiaofeng pushed the door open, leaned against the frame dramatically, and recited, "Let the winds howl and the rains pour, for a simple staff and sandals are lighter than a steed. A simple cloak of misty rain is all I need for this life. How is everyone this fine day?" Xiaofeng spoke in a mocking tone. "This humble one is merely a passerby. Seeing this place is bright and spacious, I came to seek shelter from the rain. I hope you all will permit me." Li Song, disgusted by Xiaofeng's tone, tried to shoo him away. "Cut the crap with me. You're not welcome here. Go find somewhere else." Hearing this, Xiaofeng also lost his patience and snapped, If you insist on being so unreasonable, then don't blame me for being discourteous." Li Song, holding his gun, frowned and fell silent, seemingly unable to utter a single word. Qin Yu witnessed this scene and glanced at Xiao Yu, gently reminding her, "If a fight breaks out, make sure you protect yourself." Xiao Feng raised his middle finger, his voice dripping with provocation. "Who the hell are you? Is this your house? I'm gonna stay right here and take shelter, so why don't you come and bite me?" His face was full of mockery as he continued to tease. "Yeah, get mad. Na, boo-boo." Li Song was seeing red and cursed. "You rotten brat." Xiao Yu stood by, watching them argue, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Covering her mouth to hide a giggle, Li Song said angrily, "I'm definitely going to take care of you today." Suddenly, Laola walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and tried to calm him down. "All right, that's enough talk. You're the only one who likes to stir up trouble." Xiao Feng noticed Xiao Yu standing there and called out to strike up a conversation with her. "And who is this beautiful young lady over here? Miss, you are truly beautiful. More beautiful than a fairy descended to the mortal world." Hearing his compliment, she smiled and replied, "Thank you for the praise." Xiao Feng then seemed to catch a familiar scent and asked, "That smells so good. Is someone eating instant noodles? Is there any left? Could I possibly have a little?" Qin Yu smiled and pulled a cup of noodles from his bag as the other man drooled, then replied, "Sure, but I can only give you 1 cup. We don't have much left ourselves." Xiao Feng quickly took the cup of noodles, gratefully replying, "Thanks, I haven't eaten this in so long. I was craving it like crazy." He couldn't seem to contain his hunger, tearing open the cup and eating it raw. As Xiao Feng savored the familiar taste, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, this is amazing. Pre-disaster food is getting harder and harder to find these days. All we can do is hunt mutated beasts to eat, and they're so dry and tough, with no seasoning either. I'm starving to death." He suddenly realized something, then placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself with a smile. "Oh, right, I haven't even introduced myself. My name is Zhai Xiaofeng, devastatingly handsome, and may I ask the names of you two?" Xiao Yu smiled and replied, "Brother, he's quite interesting. My name is Qin Xiao Yu, and this is my brother, Qin Yu." Upon hearing their introductions, Xiaofeng stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Qin Yu, Qin Xiao Yu. With a name like that, he sounds less like your brother and more like your dad." Li Song, holding a pack of crackers, stared with wide eyes, his face filled with confusion as he muttered, "How has a guy like that managed to survive in the apocalypse without being beaten to death?" A while later, the blood rain outside began to fall even heavier. Inside the room, everything was quiet. While most everyone was sound asleep, Li Song stood silently by the door, keeping watch. Qin Yu sat in a corner with Xiao Yu sleeping on his shoulder. Qin Yu was deep in thought, calculating. Those 4 are all evolvers who gained their powers not long ago. Although they're not very strong, they can just barely manage to survive in this apocalypse. He glanced at the sleeping Xiaofeng, thinking warily, "But this guy, Zhai Xiaofeng, I can't seem to figure him out." Xiaofeng was snoring away, dead to the world. As Qin Yu assessed him internally, his muscles are flabby, his skin is fair, his entire body is one big weak spot. You can tell at a glance he's never trained or suffered a day in his life. He doesn't even have a single weapon, just charging through the apocalypse barehanded. How can he do that? Li Song glanced at the people inside the building, annoyed, and snorted to himself, sleeping so deeply, not even taking turns on watch. "Aren't you afraid we'll get malicious ideas and kill you all? What a bunch of useless trash." Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Li Song exclaimed, "What's that sound?" Qin Yu sensed danger. His eyes snapped open, and he jumped to his feet, shouting, "Everyone get up, there's danger." The others immediately got to their feet upon hearing him. A sleepy Xiao Yu stood up, asking in confusion, "Brother, what's going on?" Qin Yu, with a grim expression, warned her, "Xiao Yu, stick close to me, it looks like. We're in big trouble. If the rest of you want to live, stick close to me. If you fall too far behind, you're on your own." Hearing this, Li Tong couldn't help but get angry, scoffing and shouting, "Who do you think you are, some kind of savior? Do you think the 4 of us are useless?" Lao La, standing behind him, said, "Don't be so stubborn. Let's stick close to him. An extra hand gives us a better chance of survival." Qin Yu held his blade and stepped outside, with the others following behind. He commanded, "Let's go." They all froze, their eyes widening at the scene before them, and Li Tong's jaw dropped as he stammered, "Oh, my God, this is..." They were surrounded by countless zombies, just waiting to rush in and devour them. A confused voice spoke up, "How did these zombies manage to sneak up on us so quietly?" The zombies, with their bloodshot eyes and hideous forms, stared at the group like a delectable feast. Xiaofeng frowned and asked worriedly, "They even know how to use tactics?" Xiao Yu, also confused, added, "Could there be a mastermind zombie?" Qin Yu calmly reassured them, "Don't be afraid. We broke through last time, and we can do it again." Seeing this, Lao La stepped forward and warned, "Brother, with this many zombies, if we all fight for ourselves, we'll definitely get picked off by the enemy. No one will survive. He clenched his fist and proposed, we need to focus on breaking through in one direction and watch each other's backs. That's our only chance of survival. Then, Lao La pointed towards a group of zombies and ordered, all right, we'll break through in that direction. He activated his skin-hardening ability, his gaze determined, and his fists clenched, adding, we can't delay. Let's kill them. Li Tong and Zhang Kui activated their powers simultaneously, letting out a loud roar. Qin Yu frowned as he observed them, silently assessing their abilities. Skin hardening, muscle overload, and one with a berserker ability. All fighter types. Suddenly, a hand materialized a sword. Xu Qiang formed a red sword with his bare hands. His face was cold and expressionless. Qin Yu's interest was piqued. So they even have someone with a rare creation type ability. How interesting. Laola looked back at them and instructed, let's move. The three of you follow close and support us. With that, he charged at the zombies, taunting them loudly, come and get me, zombies! The zombies seemed to understand him. They growled and surged toward him. Laola rushed in and landed a solid punch on a zombie's face. Suddenly, a growling zombie lunged from behind before he could react. On another side, a zombie was slammed to the ground by a powerful arm. Zhang Kui stared at the zombie on the ground, his face twisted with madness as he raised his fist and yelled, kill, kill. Meanwhile, another zombie was violently hurled into a crowd of its own kind. After ruthlessly tossing the zombie aside, Li Tong panted heavily. Su Qiang also rushed in, slicing down zombies one by one. Qin Yu watched them, a hint of admiration in his voice and a flicker of approval in his eyes. This group isn't half bad. Back with Captain La, he turned his head while fighting a zombie and ordered, stay close. Qin Yu, holding a glowing spear in his hand, issued a command. The four of you, split up on both sides and flank the point we need to break through. Xu Qiang's eyes widened in confusion as he asked, what are you planning to do? Qin Yu replied with a completely calm expression, just do as I say. I don't want any friendly fire. He then turned to Xiao Yu and said softly, Xiao Yu, give me your hardening buff. Qin Yu braced himself, his blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. As the spear in his hand began to glow brightly, he raised the spear, and intense flames burst forth from it. The zombies continued their frenzied, relentless charge. The fire erupted fiercely, incinerating the zombies that were rushing in. Witnessing such a scene, the others couldn't hide their shock. Laola frowned and exclaimed in disbelief, is this guy really human? Just then, he noticed something and looked back. Laola saw that Xiao Yu was surrounded by numerous zombies and yelled anxiously, oh no! That girl, it's dangerous! Get away! Before he could even react, a blade slashed through the zombies. Standing among them, Xiao Yu showed no mercy, cleaving the zombies in two and causing them to shriek in pain. Laola watched the scene unfold, completely stunned. His jaw dropped as he wondered aloud, even that little girl is that terrifyingly strong? Over with Xiao Feng, he was being swarmed by zombies, causing him to scream in terror. Xiao Feng covered his head, desperately trying to dodge the lunging zombies. He yelled, don't come after me. Go bite them instead, will you? Suddenly, a zombie appeared behind Xiao Feng. He glanced back in terror. This is bad! His face went pale as he fell to the ground, coughing nonstop. Seeing this, Xiao Yu said to Qin Yu, brother, that guy was knocked down by a zombie. Qin Yu could only reply helplessly, there's nothing we can do. We can't get to him. Seeing Xiao Feng frozen in fear, the zombies thought they had an easy meal and began to slowly close in. He stammered in fear. No, don't! Then suddenly, a golden light erupted around him. Xiao Feng squeezed his eyes shut and complained angrily, this was my last outfit! An explosion sent the surrounding zombies flying. Seeing this, Laola turned and yelled, what was that? Xiao Feng had transformed into a monster and roared as he grabbed a zombie. Qin Yu turned to look at him, inwardly surprised. A transformation-type ability. What a powerful evolutionary aura. In his monster form, Xiao Feng impaled the zombie with his claws and said angrily, you filthy creatures, you ruined my last outfit. I'm going to tear you to shreds, he continued in a crazed tone. A bunch of trash, a bunch of filth. At that moment, Qin Yu couldn't help but think in shock. It seems this guy's ability affects the mind. Suddenly, he felt something's eyes snap open as a hand burst out from the ground and grabbed Tan Vu's ankle. He was shocked. Looking at the thing at his feet, he yelled, what the hell is this? On the ground, a long arm was pinned down by a blade. That arm, split in two by Tan Vu's blade, retreated in fear. He frowned and asked in confusion. An Hantu Kuang did his best to warn the others. There are mutated zombies among them. Be careful. Seeing this, Trong Kui got angry. Damn it, the regular zombies are already annoying enough. Li Tong glanced at Laola and warned him. My strength is reaching its limit. I can't hold on. Over where Tan Vu was, a snake suddenly lunged out unexpectedly. Before it could strike, he raised his hand. and brought his blade down, splitting the snake in half. Tanvu's face darkened as he said with annoyance, "What a pain." A mutated female zombie stood before Tanvu. He wondered in confusion, why is another mutated zombie here? The zombie used the snakes on its body, directing them to charge at him. Tanvu gripped his blade, built up his momentum, and dashed towards her. Tanvu rushed forward, slashing at her and obtaining an evolution energy core. He brought the evolution energy core to his mouth and said, "I can't worry about that much. I'll go first. As long as I successfully evolve into a level 2 evolver, then it'll be easier to deal with these zombies." Truong Kuei's body slumped slightly. A defeated zombie lay where he stood. He was exhausted, sweating profusely and panting heavily. Suddenly, a zombie lunged and bit his arm. Truong Kui swung his arm, throwing the zombie off as he yelled, "Get off!" From beneath his feet, a shadow appeared, a red-eyed shadow that roared and pounced on Truong Kui. The surprise made his eyes widen, unable to react in time. It knocked him down, and then other zombies swarmed in. Tears streamed down Truong Kuei's face as he screamed in terror. Lao La, who was nearby, heard the blood-curdling scream and turned his head, anxiously calling his name, Truong Kui. A zombie saw its chance and bit Lao La's arm, but unfortunately for it, it only managed to break a few of its own teeth. Seeing this, he threw a punch at the zombie, sending it flying like a sandbag. The rest of its teeth shattered on impact. Lao La frowned at the bite mark on his arm, a bad feeling brewing inside him. He spoke up, "I'm not going to last much longer either." Tu Kuang, panting and sweating with a dazed look in his eyes, replied, "Lao La, I'm about to collapse." Li Tung asked with an exhausted and desperate expression, "Are we going to die here today?" Over where Tuovu was, she was still fiercely cutting down zombies. Seeing their condition, she reported to Tanvu with a worried expression, "Brother, they're not going to make it." Tanvu turned to her and reminded her, "Tuovu, don't get distracted. Focus on yourself first." He frowned, thinking to himself, "Is it still not over? Have all the zombies in the area gathered here?" Thieu Fong laughed maniacally. He used his sharp claws to slaughter the zombies, saying contemptuously, "A bunch of trash. Die, die, all of you die." Tanvu stood watching Thieu Fong, mercilessly venting his rage on the zombies, assessing him internally. What's with this guy? In this form, his physical stats are already over 15 times normal, and they're still growing. Could it be that his stats increase with the intensity of the battle? He looked at Thieu Fong with great interest, thinking, this guy is very likely an evolver. Possessing a top-tier ability, he could be recruited as a teammate. Suddenly, a roar echoed out, affecting all of them. They looked around warily. Tu Vu asked in confusion, "What was that?" From where she stood, she looked up at a building where a dark figure was standing imposingly in a gaping hole. On that building, a terrifying level 2 zombie looked down at the group below. It stepped out into the air, and the zombie's whole body went into a freefall without any hesitation. The level 2 zombie landed on the ground without a single scratch. Tanvu looked at the zombie before him, his brow furrowed. He warned Tuovu beside him with caution. "Tuovu, stay away from it. This thing isn't something we can handle easily. This is a level 2 zombie," he calculated grimly. Even with Tuovu's enhancement, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. If I want to defeat it completely, I can't do it right now. Tu Fong saw the level 2 zombie, his face a mix of joy and surprise as he asked, "A giant?" Seeing it, he excitedly charged forward. The other zombies were sent flying by Tu Fong as he laughed and said, "Finally, someone who can actually fight has appeared." Tan Vu saw him charging recklessly and quickly tried to stop him. "Wait, you're no match for it." Tu Fong ignored his advice and rushed towards the level 2 zombie. He raised his fist, ready to strike. The level 2 zombie quickly grabbed Thieu Fong by the neck, squeezing tightly. Tu Fong felt a surge of power flowing into him, and he screamed as his eyes began to glow. He swung his claws at it, his voice full of provocation. "Taste my claws!" The level 2 zombie cried out in pain and clutched its face, letting go of Tu Fong's neck. His face showed utter astonishment as he felt an overwhelming surge of power. He exclaimed in shock, "This feeling of being filled with power is something I've never felt before. What is this?" Tu Fong glanced at them, thinking to himself, could it be them? Tu Vu was putting all her effort into enhancing Tu Fong. Tan Vu stood beside her, encouraging her. Tu Vu, great job. Tu Fong stood proudly before the level 2 zombie, his voice taunting. "So you've come. Big head. This master is many times stronger than before. I'm not kidding." It moved in front of Tu Fong, and the level 2 zombie swung its arm down at where he stood. Fortunately, with the incredible speed he just gained, Xiao Feng managed to dodge in time and suddenly appeared behind the monster, landing a punch right in the middle of its back. He gritted his teeth, his expression a mix of shock and annoyance. Its skin is as hard as rock. The level 2 zombie retaliated by landing a vicious straight punch to his gut. Xiao Feng was sent flying, glaring at it with furious eyes. Over where Qin Yu was, he asked worriedly, Xiao Yu, I need to clone myself. Can you hold on? Xiao Yu, still focused on enhancing Xiao Feng, gave a slight nod. Hearing that, he felt a bit more at ease. He then proceeded to clone himself, commanding, copy. He thought to himself, kid, Xiao Yu, you two have to hold on. A zombie shrieked in pain as a blade slashed down on it. After killing the zombie, Qin Yu smiled as he looked at the evolution energy core. He thought, great, there is evolution energy. One of Qin Yu's clones was squatting down, taking out a core and thinking, there is one over here too. I hope this can help me evolve smoothly. Qin Yu brought the two energy cores over to Xiao Yu and asked gently, Xiao Yu, can you still enhance these? Xiao Yu wearily reached out her hand, grabbing the two evolution energy cores and replying, leave it to me. Qin Yu clenched the energy core in his hand and continued, leave the rest to me. Then he copied the energy cores, turning them into 4, and commanded, copy. Xiao Yu, exhausted, panted and struggled to get the words out. Brother, I'm not doing so well. On the other side, Xiao Feng felt the surge of power disappear. He turned his head in confusion and asked, what's going on? That power is gone. Just then, the level 2 zombie suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiao Feng's head, causing him to panic. It looked at Xiao Feng mercilessly, its hand gripping his head, and squeezed hard, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Qin Yu screamed in horror. Jai Xiao Feng, Xiao Yu clutched her chest and cried out in pain. Hearing her scream, Qin Yu whipped his head around, his voice filled with worry. Xiao Yu. She was sitting on the ground, panting from exhaustion. Seeing the situation turn critical, Qin Yu immediately swallowed all 4 energy cores, cursing angrily. Damn it! He roared as he felt a surge of power. A horde of zombies was slowly approaching the seated Xiao Yu, who looked on in fear and anxiety. Qin Yu raised his hand, a white light glowing in his palm, and he commanded it to burn everything. A massive white light erupted from his hand, incinerating the approaching zombies. The horde was annihilated by that white light. They roared in pain and terror. After all the zombies were destroyed, Qin Yu knelt down and supported Xiao Yu, holding out a core to her and urging, Xiao Yu, wake up, hurry and eat these evolution energy cores. She looked at Qin Yu gratefully. Brother. Suddenly, the roar of the level 2 zombie drew their attention. It held Xiao Feng's body high in the air like a trophy. The zombie let out a terrifying roar, a savage smile on its face. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was filled with sorrow and guilt, and she began to sob. Brother, Jai Xiao Feng. I'm the one who got him killed. Qin Yu looked at her, his voice comforting. How could this be your fault? You did your best. You even risked your own life. This was not something you could control. Then he stood up, his expression darkening. He gripped his spear tightly and instructed her. Xiao Yu, listen to me. The stamina gained from consuming a large amount of evolution energy is very limited. Do not enhance me anymore. Just protect yourself. He looked towards the level 2 zombie, getting its attention. Qin Yu continued. As for this piece of trash, he stood tall, his tone menacing. You killed one of my comrades. Get ready to pay with your life. But the level 2 zombie seemed to ignore his threat. Instead, it just roared, provoking Qin Yu. The burly level 2 zombie, which was 2 to 3 times the size of a normal person, appeared, accompanied by its zombie cronies. Qin Yu took a small step back, cautiously on guard against this horde. These zombies seemed to understand conserving their strength, not wanting to sacrifice themselves. The one controlling them is no simple foe. The boy carrying the injured person looked on with fear and doubt. Can he really defeat that giant? Xiao Yu had unwavering faith in her brother. He will definitely win, she yelled out in the face of the imminent danger. I believe in him. Qin Yu gripped his blade and moved forward, preparing to eliminate the level 2 zombie. Its 2 eyes flashed as it leaped, closing the distance to Qin Yu in a flash. Qin Yu broke out in a sweat. It seemed he had anticipated this. Here we go again. It leaped into the air, about to deliver a fatal blow. He looked up, glaring at it. Qin Yu's life was hanging by a thread. It is too fast. Getting hit by this would be no joke. The level 2 zombie landed with a ground-shattering punch, the earth shattering in an instant. The people on the street swayed with the tremor, unable to keep their footing. Qin Yu shouted a warning to everyone. Everyone, be careful, do not fall down, or else the shockwave will cause internal injuries. The zombie growled in anger, but Qin Yu's agility allowed him to dodge the fatal blow. It got up and continued its assault, its steel-like fist aimed for his face. Without blinking, he quickly dodged to the side. If he had not dodged that, Qin Yu would have been flattened just like that wall with a huge dent in it. Qin Yu turned around, unable to hide his surprise. Just the wind from its punch was enough to shatter the wall. Suddenly, the level 2 zombie appeared behind him out of nowhere. Without a moment's hesitation, he dodged the zombie's relentless attack. from behind. Looking at the zombie before him, Qin Yu felt this one was incredibly tough to fight. This level 2 creature was truly no pushover. The zombie was eager to take him down, so he immediately brought his blade up in front of him to block. But the zombie was too strong, slamming Qin Yu straight into a wall. He was thrown with immense force, the impact so powerful it cracked the wall. He lost a good deal of his strength, his entire body feeling unstable. This is bad. Without Xiao Yu's enhancement, going head-to-head is too reckless. I need a plan. The level 2 zombie attacked again, wanting to finish off Qin Yu with one blow before moving on. It punched continuously into the wall. A series of explosions rang out. Xiao Yu, extremely worried, screamed, "Brother!" A large explosion of light appeared in front of her. A rain of blood poured down. The level 2 zombie cried out, in pain, submerged in a strange mist. Qin Yu flew out from somewhere, attacking with his blade. It grabbed the tip of the sword right before his eyes. Qin Yu's face turned pale, caught in a situation that was difficult to escape. This is bad. The level 2 zombie shoved the blade aside. Qin Yu couldn't grab it in time. He reached for it, but the sword was no longer in his hand. The zombie squeezed Qin Yu's face so hard he couldn't see anything. It lifted Qin Yu effortlessly into the air, its mouth stretching into a horrifying grin. Lao La, who was nearby, saw the imminent danger and yelled, "He's in trouble." It swung its arm and threw Qin Yu straight down, shattering the road surface. After seemingly finishing off Qin Yu, it suddenly turned around. Qin Yu had rushed out from nowhere to attack, yelling, "Die!" The staff in Qin Yu's hand began to glow. He shoved it directly into the zombie's body, his face emotionless. Burn to ashes. The glowing staff pierced the zombie, burning a massive hole through it. It screamed in hopeless agony. Under the rain of blood, the group breathed a sigh of relief, seeing their hope realize that he too was an evolved human. The entire level 2 zombie burned brightly in the dark night. Qin Yu turned his head away, not watching the zombie finish burning. Everyone around couldn't help but exclaim, "How is he so strong?" Qin Yu looked at the shimmering gem in his hand and said nothing. The other zombies saw Qin Yu and were suddenly struck with fear. They tucked tail and ran for their lives. Lao La watched in disbelief as the zombies fled for dear life. The zombies are actually running away? Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at him after his victory. "You're so amazing. Even the zombies are scared of you. Can you believe it?" Qin Yu remained expressionless, speculating about the mastermind behind the recent plot, the one controlling them from behind. The zombie is actually smart. Knowing how to restrain itself is an incredibly difficult thing for a zombie. Suddenly, someone crawled out from nowhere towards Qin Yu's group, groaning in pain. "It hurts like hell, that bastard." "Blockhead, he beat me like a dog." Xiao Yu was completely astonished. She looked at the person and stammered, "You, aren't you young Master Xiaofeng?" He slowly walked over, completely naked without a single scrap of cloth on him. "Ow, ow, it hurts so much." He held his head and looked blankly at everyone. "What's with those looks? It's like you've seen a ghost." Li Song was also baffled. I saw with my own 2 eyes that guy crush your head." Xiao Feng was confused about the situation, feeling that his own revival was impossible. "That's right, I also remember my head being crushed. Could it be that I have an immortal body?" Li Song found the story increasingly unbelievable. Even an immortal body can't be that immortal. Your head was completely smashed. "Do you remember what happened before?" Xiao Feng chuckled and confessed, "Maybe I'm a creature who thinks," with his lower half. The Qin siblings were truly speechless with this guy. Qin Yu, having just finished fighting the zombie, walked over to advise him. "You should still be careful. An immortal body doesn't mean you can't die. If you suffer a severe injury in a short period, you won't be able to recover." He held out his hand, a light appearing in his palm. Next up is harvest time. The corpses of zombies were scattered all over the street. They were everywhere. Qin Yu used his spirit energy to incinerate all the zombie corpses, and a faint white flame flared up in the dark night. Xiao Yu saw this fire, found it a bit strange, and asked, "Brother, why is your flame white?" He calmly replied to his little sister, "This is the pale white raging flame I comprehended after leveling up. The higher the ability, the greater the destructive power. It can incinerate a zombie in an instant." In a flash, shimmering heat orbs appeared in the surrounding area. Xiao Yu was endlessly delighted, her mouth breaking into a bright smile. So many evolution. Energy sources. She ran over to the energy cores floating in the air, chatting with Qin Yu, who was using the white flame. "Brother, now that you have this pale white raging flame, from now on we won't have to cut them open to get evolution energy anymore. It's so convenient." Xiao Yu picked up the energy cores one by one, hugging them. "What a huge harvest. This is great." Lao La looked at the pile of energy cores in Xiao Yu's hands. "Truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. We risk our lives for every single energy source we get, and he just picks them up like fruit from a tree. The gap between us and a legend." is just too vast. They moved to their base. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu were sitting and looking at the energy cores they had just harvested. She held her hands out over 2 bags full of the gems, warming them as if by a fire. Qin Yu's face darkened as he thought deeply. A mutant system, immortality. This can't be a coincidence, can it? He recalled rumors from his past life. In his previous life, he had heard of a zombie lord who dominated an entire region. It could transform into a powerful humanoid monster. Hundreds of thousands of people were no match for it. What was even more terrifying was that it possessed an immortal body. Several survivor camps in the vicinity of the zombie lord's territory gathered their elites, formed a joint task force to deal with it, and paid a devastating price to finally kill it. The zombie lord had risen from the rubble to dominate the world. They thought the zombie lord would be gone for good, but unexpectedly, just a few short days later, that same zombie lord rose again, attacking all the survivor camps. Qin Yu leaned against a pile of bricks, thinking deeply, if I hadn't come back, I probably would have died here, or become a zombie, or been absorbed by a stronger one, becoming the terrifying zombie lord of the future. Xiao Yu beside him started feeling the budding emotions of a teenage girl. Bro, why are you staring at Jai Xiaofeng so intensely? Don't tell me you're trying to ship them? Qin Yu turned to explain profusely. Hey, don't be ridiculous. I was just thinking about his ability. Xiao Yu covered her mouth and giggled. I get it. He gave a wry smile, not knowing what to say about his little sister. The atmosphere between the siblings was so strange. Even Xiaofeng, standing far away, found it odd. What's up? Qin Yu stood up and walked over to him, wanting to invite Xiaofeng to join their team. Jai Xiaofeng, your ability is very good, and your strength is not ordinary. Join us. You've seen my ability. If we team up, we'll definitely become powerhouses in this apocalypse. Qin Yu's words left him speechless for a few minutes. Xiaofeng finally turned down his tempting offer. Sorry, I admit that you guys are as strong as me, and following you two is the best choice, but this world isn't like that. I have a freedom I've never had before, and I don't want any ties. I want to go and see everywhere, to live an unburdened life. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt a little regretful. All right then, I respect your choice. Thanks for understanding. The two of them left, and with every step, Qin Yu felt a sense of loss. Xiao Yu beside him thought her brother was so unlucky. Bro, you're so pathetic. You invited him twice and he didn't even care. He turned to his little sister, who he often considered a silly girl. You silly girl, seeing the elegant and refined girl speak more and more sharply. The two siblings walked out to where their teammates were waiting. Qin Yu held up a bag full of energy cores and told them, hold on, give about 20 of these to Jai Xiaofeng, and the remaining 30 or so can be split among everyone. Old Brown La was a bit reluctant. How can we do that? Qin Yu was generous and gave most of the energy cores to them. I've already reached level 2. Xiao Yu will also probably reach level 2 after consuming a large amount of evolution energy. These will be more meaningful for you guys. Don't be shy. They happily took the bag without further hesitation. Then, thank you, we'll take them. Qin Yu didn't try to hold them back either, saying his goodbyes for a future meeting. If you all still have other missions, I won't keep you. I hope we can meet again later. Xiao Yu stretched and stepped outside to enjoy the fresh air after a very long rain. The rain finally stopped. Qin Yu went after his little sister, carrying a small bag. We've rested enough. It's time to use the evolution energy. He took out 2 glowing cores for her to see. Then, without a word, Qin Yu popped them into his mouth and swallowed them. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot and glowed. His face went pale as if he was suffocating, and he let out a sky-shattering scream. He panted heavily, feeling the waves of energy. As expected of level 2 energy, it increased my physical constitution from 20 times normal to 23 times. Xiao Yu followed Qin Yu's example and swallowed the energy core. Then she mimicked his scream exactly. Qin Yu coughed a few times in embarrassment. You're being a bit dramatic. Xiao Yu scratched her head, giggling, when suddenly she felt a powerful surge of energy course through her. Qin Yu glanced at his little sister. Still thinking Xiao Yu was acting, he reminded her, that's enough now. Stop pretending. This time she was completely serious. She placed a hand on her chest to feel it. No, this time it's real. I've leveled up, and I've even awakened a new ability. Hearing this, a spark of interest about his sister's power appeared in his eyes. What ability? Xiao Yu held out her index finger, and a drop of fresh red blood floated from her hand into the air. She happily showed her brother it. I gave it a badass name. It's called Fresh Blood Slave. Qin Yu chuckled at her overly dramatic name. What's that? So dumb. That's really stupid. She glared warily at her brother, killing intent clearly visible on her face. What did you say? Xiao Yu began to demonstrate her power to her brother. She shot the drop of blood right onto the center of Qin Yu's forehead. The action was so fast that Qin Yu couldn't react in time. He touched his forehead, still not understanding the situation. What was that? It clearly didn't do any damage. Seeing him teasing her, Xiao Yu drew a few circles in the air to demonstrate her ability. I'm about to blow your mind. She pointed a finger at Qin Yu, but nothing seemed to happen yet. He just stood there frozen for a moment. My God, what is this? A clap of thunder suddenly rang in his ears, making him freeze for a few seconds. It turned out Xiao Yu's ability was to control others. She made her brother perform all sorts of different actions until Qin Yu had to beg her to stop. Xiao Yu, that's enough, that's enough. I'm losing face here. She laughed with a wide grin, as if she'd just returned from a successful revolution. Nope, a woman's revenge is a fearsome thing. She controlled her brother, making him do some amusing and slightly strange actions. Qin Yu gave a sly grin. You think I can't resist? Xiao Yu put her hands together to command her brother, her voice challenging. Just try to resist. The two siblings continued like that, one giving orders and the other following, for a while. She teased her brother until Qin Yu was exhausted and sprawled out on the ground, panting heavily. You little brat, you're going to be the death of me. A few zombies were fighting, pushing each other back and forth non-stop. It turned out Xiao Yu was controlling those zombies from behind. She immediately and happily boasted to her brother, I win again. I get to eat all the next evolution energy cores. Qin Yu replied with a deadpan expression, how lucky. Once again, he suddenly turned to another side, and sure enough, there was a strange vortex there. The vortex was round and a beautiful transparent blue to look at. Xiao Yu didn't know what it was, and moved closer to ask, what is that? Qin Yu had a vague guess. Could it be? The vortex was filled with strange and bizarre faces, then about 4 or 5 people walked out of it. Damn, old Liu. The trial was. Such perverts, the young man smirked. It was indeed the group that had just bumped into him and his sister. Tun Gia snarled and yelled, what are you looking at? Get lost. She pointed at the group and asked him, brother, how can they appear in the middle of space-time like that, as if they came from another dimension? Tan Vu glanced at his sister, his tone gently hinting, Xiao Vu, do you remember when I told you about the dimensional ruin? Xiao Vu touched her chin, thinking for a moment. Was it when we found that ring? You mentioned it then? Tan Vu chuckled, uttering a cryptic proverb. It was far at the edge of the sky, yet right under our noses. The guy impatiently yelled again. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost! She put her hands on her hips and spoke up, annoyed. Who do you think you are? We didn't do anything to you, and you're telling us to get lost. Tanjia was a bit stunned. It was a girl. His friend beside him nudged Tanjia back to reality. You're staring a little. As soon as Tanjia saw the beautiful girl, he slowly walked over. Hey, little sister, listen to me, or you two will suffer. Tanvu's patience had worn thin, and he growled, get lost. Tangia's face darkened, and he said challengingly, you're telling us to get lost? Kid, do you know who we are? Tanvu wasn't one to back down, his eyes turning bloodshot as he glared at them. Last chance, get lost, or I'll make it so you can't leave even if you wanted to. Tanya got angry and immediately rushed forward to throw a few punches. Then I'll have to see if you have what it takes. To him, this punch was nothing, and he quickly caught it. Tangia still looked down on his opponent a lot. You've got some skills. However, Tangia transferred demonic energy into his hand, and with just a little, Tanvu could feel the weakening ability of the calamity system. Tangia gave a treacherous smile. Tangia challenged him with a cunning tone. How about it? Still got any strength left? Tanvu grabbed Tangia's shoulder and demanded, how are you not affected? Tanvu's eyes darted seriously as he said, my strength has now decreased after being weakened by you. Tanya couldn't keep his composure. How? How is that possible? After being weakened by me, you're still this strong? His arm was swiftly caught by Tanvu. Tanvu swept Tangia to the ground, and Tangia cried out in pain. Just then, Lu Nam appeared and stopped Tanvu, who had a foot on Tangia's body. Friend, we acted rashly and offended you. I apologize to you. I hope you can spare his life. Tanvu replied, sparing him is fine. Now I'll ask, and you all must answer truthfully, or I'll take all of your lives. Lu Nam answered, go ahead and ask. We'll answer what we know. Tanvu said, what's your name? Who are you people? Lu Nam gestured towards his teammates. My name is Lu Nam. These people are... Tanvu cut him off. I'm not interested in them. Lu Nam's face paled, his expression a bit stunned, while the people behind him frowned in displeasure. Lu Nam said, we are all soldiers guarding Shengjing City. Tanvu pulled on one of Tanjia's arms and continued to interrogate him, as I thought. What were you doing inside? What's the situation in there? I'll stress this again. Don't lie to me, or the consequences will be severe. Lu Nam explained, inside is an incredibly magical place, almost like a strange dimensional space. After we entered, we had to undergo a trial, but we failed and were sent out here. Furthermore, each person can only take this trial one time. If you fail, there's no second chance. Tanvu rested his chin on his hand and speculated, so that means even if you fail, your life isn't in danger. Tanvu said to Tangia, who was pinned under his foot, consider yourself lucky to have such a good superior. Be careful in the future. Not every strong person is as reasonable as I am. Tanvu kicked Tanjia away. Get lost. At that moment, footsteps could be heard from behind them. Tanvu and Xiaovu immediately turned their heads, and Tanvu said, "There's someone else." Tanvu arrived with the others. "What happened to you guys? Why did it take so long for you to return?" "I thought you'd been taken care of by zombies," Lu Nam called out. "Captain Tan," Longfeng shouted happily. "Tanvu!" Longfeng walked up to the Tanvu siblings. "This is great!" "I knew it. With your methods, surviving in the apocalypse would definitely be no problem," Tanvu replied. "It seems you've been doing well during this time." Tanvu looked at his younger brother, Tangia, curled up on the ground. Tanvu's face darkened as he said, "Who did this?" Lu Nam stammered, unable to speak. "This." Longfeng looked around and then said, "Tanvu, did you break this person's arm?" Tanvu replied calmly with a serious face. "He started it. If his superior hadn't pleaded for him, I would have killed him." Longfeng lowered his head and replied sorrowfully, "There's something you don't know. This Tan Nigia is nothing, but his brother, Tan Vu, is the war god that the military in Shengjing City is putting all its resources into cultivating. Later, don't say anything. I'll go plead for you. Tan Vu still gives me some face." Tan Vu crossed his arms and replied, "A war god, huh? No wonder his little brother is so arrogant." Xiao Vu asked curiously, "Brother, what's a war god?" Tan Vu glanced at Xiao Vu and replied, "A war god. The god part refers to a human, who in the apocalypse is considered the strongest of the strong." As a scene of zombies appearing on the street is shown, Tan Vu continues to explain, "To survive in the apocalypse, humans have come up with many ways to cultivate war gods, and that is one of the most effective ways. They, the so-called war gods, receive the best training and supplies in the survivor camps to become powerhouses who can fight against zombies, mutated beasts, and other races. These war gods appear in a sea of fire," as Tanvu continues his story. "But at the same time, they also endure suspicion and fear from the very people they protect. To prevent betrayal and tyranny from the war gods, the bases of the survivor camps have no choice but to install threats against them. Perhaps it's a self-detonating collar on their neck, or maybe an electrode implanted deep in their heart." An image shows a pair of hands tightly locked in shackles. Crossing his arms, Tanvu continued, "That's them. When the gods of war obtained their power, they also had to pay a very steep price, their freedom." Longfeng said in a panic, Tanvu, this is all classified information. Within our military, how do you know about it?" Tuvu put her hands on her hips and immediately defended him. "My brother knows everything." Tanvu turned his back and replied, "Giving them power but taking away their freedom, and you call it by such a grand name? Like God of War? In my opinion, calling them fighting dogs would be more fitting." Tanvu and Tuvu's faces darkened, their expressions unreadable. Tanvu continued angrily, "You injured my brother, and now you dare to call me a fighting dog?" Tuvu went on, "What does a brat like you understand? This is a responsibility, an honor that so many people can only dream of." Tuvu said nonchalantly, "Oh, I get it. Being chained by a golden leash at the door, the glory of a loyal dog guarding someone's gate?" Longfeng, standing to the side, frantically tried to stop her. "Young lady, could you please talk a little less?" Tanvu was ready to fight. "Very well. Then I will show you just how terrifying the power of a loyal dog can be." Longfeng hurriedly shouted, "Tanvu, I am your commanding officer. I order you to stop." Tanvu could no longer keep his composure. His brows furrowed as he drew his sword. "Major Lamb, get out of the way! They injured my brother and insulted me, and you're still protecting them?" Longfeng broke out in a cold sweat, saying helplessly, "Oh, for heaven's sake, we were the ones who provoked them first, you guys." The sharp tip of the sword decisively plunged down. Tanvu decisively slashed out, rushing past a bewildered Tuvu who didn't understand what was happening. Tuvu was shocked and exclaimed, "Whoa, fighting dog, are you for real? If I hadn't reacted in time, you would have sliced off my ear." Tanvu gritted his teeth and turned his head, thinking to himself, "How is this girl so strong that she could clearly see my movements?" Suddenly, Tanvu had appeared behind Tanvu at some point, his face livid with rage. Tanvu said, "I might forgive you for other things, but touching my sister," Tanvu couldn't defend against. Tanvu's attack in time, his face paled, and his entire body was sent flying. The others watching couldn't hide the horror on their faces. Tuvu stood silently, watching her brother, Lamfong, beside them, was completely panicked. Tanvu hadn't given up yet. Taking a deep breath, Tanvu shouted, charging at Tanvu with his knife, "Die!" The tip of the blade aimed straight for Tanvu. Tanvu easily caught the blade with one hand and said calmly, "Oh, this is a pretty good blade." Tanvu was astonished, thinking to himself, "How is this possible? His strength is even greater than mine." Tanvu's eyes widened, bloodshot. Tanvu radiated an overwhelming aura. effortlessly sending Tan Vu flying again. Tan Vu gritted his teeth as he pushed himself up. It's just a power-nullifying flame. As Tan Vu used his technique, Tan Vu's power source began to dissipate. Tan Vu raised his hand, wondering, could it be that my divine system ability has been nullified, my potential regressed? Tan Vu laughed mockingly, feeling stupid now, huh? Tan Vu hastily attacked with his sword. Without your powers, I'd like to see what you're going to do. Tan Vu easily dodged the attack. Tan Vu was stunned, his sword tip plunging straight into the ground. Tan Vu said, even without my powers, I'm still much stronger than you. Get over yourself. Stop fighting. I don't want to make an enemy of the military by killing you. Tan Vu was dumbfounded and said nothing. The sharp blade was stuck firmly in the ground, not budging at all. Tan Vu said, what I'm curious about is where this blade came from. It's really high quality. At that moment, Lu Nam quickly answered, Mr. Tan, that blade was made by my younger brother. His name is Lu Thiet Trui, and he's very skilled at crafting weapons. Come back to the military base with us, and we'll have him forge a weapon for you. Tan Vu replied. Thanks, I'll meet him if I get the chance. Tan Vu turned his head to Tu Vu and said, let's go, we'll check it out in there. Tu Vu and Tan Vu stepped through the doorway, leading to another dimension. Lam Fong pointed and said to Lu Nam, they. Lu Nam replied, Major Lam, don't be afraid. This is the reason we were late. Inside there is an alternate dimension, but it's not dangerous. The scene changes to Tan Vu and Tu Vu arriving in the other dimension. Tu Vu looked around curiously. This is magical. Tu Vu pointed, brother, look over there, it seems like. There's someone. It's the system of this dimension. The system announced, welcome to Trial Arena number 108. Tan Vu replied, so it's the God of War Civilization's relic. How lucky. The God of War Civilization holds no ill will towards humanity, so we won't be in danger here. The system announced, initiating scan, analyzing data. The system began scanning Tan Vu, carbon-based species, belonging to Earth's final civilization, Level 2, evolutionary energy. Scan complete. Passed. The system moved on to scan Tu Vu. Initiating scan, analyzing, scanning. Scan cannot. Classify. Anomaly detected. Anomaly detected. Tan Vu's face grew serious as he thought, anomaly detected? Anomaly detected? Noticing something was wrong, Tan Vu quickly grabbed Tu Vu's hand and shouted, let's go! The system was still, continuously announcing, anomaly detected. Tan Vu quickly pulled Tu Vu out of the strange dimension, to everyone's astonishment. Lam Fong said, Tan Vu, are you two okay? Lu Nam added, did you guys fail the scan too? Tan Vu thought seriously, anomaly detected. Tu Vu, is she even human after all? Tan Vu's face darkened as he lowered his head. Could it be that she's an evolved zombie, with human intelligence, who can also disguise herself as a human? No, I have to confirm this. The blood color of humans and zombies is different. Human blood is bright red, while zombie blood is green. Tu Vu asked innocently, brother, why do you keep staring at me? Tan Vu held out his hand. Tu Vu, give me your hand. Tan Vu cut Tu Vu's hand, and she cried out in pain. Brother, you actually cut my hand! Tu Vu looked at the blood flowing out and said in surprise, why does my blood look different than before? Tan Vu stared at the bright red blood flowing from Tu Vu's hand as the crimson stream began to glow. Qin Yu asked confusedly, isn't it green? Xiao Yu frowned in displeasure. What green? Zombie blood is blue, and you cut your hand without telling me first. You're unbelievable. Qin Yu patted Xiao Yu's head. It's my fault. I was too tense. I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu looked up and replied, but why is my blood glowing? It wasn't like this before. Qin Yu answered, don't be scared. Becoming an evolver means your body will be different than before. It's normal. It's okay, Xiao Yu replied. Really? Qin Yu continued. Xiao Yu, wait outside. I'm going into the ruins for the trial and I'll be right out. Long Feng said seriously. In that case, we'll go in with you. More people will be better. Immediately, Qin Yu and the others arrived in the subspace. Long Feng observed his surroundings. What is this place? The system approached and said, welcome guests. This is Trial Arena number 108 of the War God Civilization. Long Feng wondered. A War God Trial Arena? The system explained. The War God Trial Arena is a place the War God Civilization uses to train and test its young warriors, capable of creating many scenarios through trials. You will receive rewards, but the opportunity for the trial is a one-time thing. Failure means you lose the qualification to enter the trial arena for testing again. Long Feng said, what is this War God Civilization? The system patiently explained. The War God Civilization existed long before your intelligent civilization. They were once the masters of Earth. Long Feng was astonished. Once the masters of Earth? How is that possible? How have we not discovered you for so many years? The system replied, considering your intelligent civilization's level of surface terraforming, it only takes a few million years for natural activity to prove that many once existing ruins have been wiped clean. And 2 million years is just the blink of an eye for the Earth, someone asked. Then why did you all disappear from Earth? The system replied, apologies, insufficient authority, cannot answer. Qin Yu replied, we want to participate in the trial. What is the content of the trial? The system said, the content consists of 3 parts, a gene test, a willpower test, and a combat skills test. May I ask if we can begin? Qin Yu signaled, let's begin, the system announced. Target name Qin Yu, gene level assessed as 2S. The system turned to Lin Feng, gene level 2A. Finally, it was Sun Yu, gene level A. Qin Yu looked at the others and thought, besides Long Feng and Sun Yu, the rest are all at E and D rank, which is within my expectations. The system announced, next, we will conduct the willpower test. The surrounding scenery began to shake violently. Willpower testing devices rushed forward. Qin Yu was dazed and couldn't react in time. The testing device was already above his head. The willpower test begins. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He was floating in midair, surrounded by lightning. Qin Yu thought to himself, it seems this willpower test won't be easy to pass. The lightning grew more and more intense, and a final bolt struck Qin Yu. Qin Yu screamed in agony as lightning bolts continuously targeted him. He spread his arms wide, free-falling. Following that, Qin Yu fell into a sea of water. Letting his body float, Qin Yu thought, it's finally over. Qin Yu gradually sank to the bottom of the ocean. Lacking oxygen, Qin Yu covered his mouth and realized the test wasn't over yet. He hurriedly swam towards the source of light. At this moment, suddenly something held him back. Qin Yu's eyes widened in confusion. A chain had appeared on his ankle from who knows when. Qin Yu covered his mouth, struggling to find oxygen. His breathing became difficult, and he squeezed his eyes shut and frowned. At that moment, the chain on his leg disappeared. Qin Yu sat in the middle of the space, cross-legged, waiting for what would happen next. Qin Yu closed his eyes, drenched in sweat. Surrounding Qin Yu now was a sea of fire, he thought to himself. It's turned into flames. Next was a whirlwind of rocks and stones continuously aimed at Qin Yu. He maintained his balance and thought, is this what's next? Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his face covered in sweat. In the system hall, everyone was gasping for breath, lying scattered around. Someone screamed, it's so itchy, so itchy. Long Feng hugged his body while Sun Yu was panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat. The system announced, Qin Yu, S rank willpower. Lin Feng, Sun Yu, A rank. The rest are B rank. One person coughed violently and said, this is too insane. It was excruciating. Qin Yu smiled and thought, great, double S-rank gene, S-rank willpower. Even if the final combat skills category takes a hit, my overall score won't be greatly affected. Long Feng patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said, Qin Yu, you really are no ordinary person. You're amazing. The system announced, the final category, combat skills. We have levels S, A, B, and D. Please make your selection. Sun Yu said, I choose A rank. Lin Feng followed, then I'll also choose A rank. Qin Yu replied, I choose S rank. The system announced, beginning the test. In this virtual environment, all abilities are forbidden. You only possess the physique of a normal person. Relying solely on your own combat skills, use your greatest ability to survive the zombie attack. The scene changed. Qin Yu stood before a white door stained with red. Qin Yu quickly scanned his surroundings. There's no cover or hiding place here, and I only have a normal physique. Surviving a zombie attack is impossible. This is an S-rank test. It's insanely difficult. From behind the door, terrifying screams and growls erupted. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on his weapon. Here they come. The door opened, revealing complete darkness inside. The zombies from inside the door rushed out. Qin Yu used his weapon to fend off the zombies alone. A zombie appeared right beside him, and Qin Yu thought, damn it. Back to a normal human physique, even wield. The iron weapon has become more difficult. The zombie opened its mouth, approaching for a bite, and Qin Yu attacked with his weapon. Suddenly, Qin Yu's hand went slack, and the weapon fell from his grasp. Shockingly, another zombie launched a surprise attack. It lunged unexpectedly, its sharp teeth sinking into Qin Yu's arm, causing him to scream out in shock. He swung his arm, smashing his elbow right into the zombie's hideous face. In a deep voice filled with disgust, he snarled, die! The zombies seemed fearless. They charged madly, pouncing on Qin Yu like starving beasts, giving him no time to react. He cursed in shock. Damn it! The zombies swarmed him relentlessly, and their combined weight sent Qin Yu crashing to the ground, completely defenseless. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes flew open, still holding a trace of panic as he stared into space, his body stiff, his face pale, and drenched in a cold sweat. Lin Feng walked over to the panting Qin Yu, supported his arm, and asked with concern, "How are you?" "Qin Yu?" He turned to Lin Feng and explained, "I'm fine. This test makes you fight zombies with the strength of an ordinary person, and the sensation of being bitten is very real. The difficulty is extremely high. Everyone be careful." The system guide's voice rang out. Qin Yu. Survival time, 63 seconds. Kills, 12. Evaluation, S-Rank. Qin Yu smiled, clenching his fist in joy. "This is great," the system guide announced. "Congratulations, your total score has set a new record. You may choose 3 items from the reward list. Additionally, you have obtained the 1-star status of the War God civilization." She then projected the list of rewards. The mechanical voice sounded, "Please select 3 items from the list." Qin Yu looked at the rewards in amazement, exclaiming, "I didn't expect so many good items. Keratin enhancement, photochemical camouflage cloak, War Soul memory crystal." As he was intently studying the list, Qin Yu's gaze suddenly landed on a vial. He gasped, his voice a mix of surprise and joy. "A level-up potion." Qin Yu smirked, thinking to himself, "An injection that can instantly cause the user's genes to leap to the next level. I can't believe such a precious treasure appeared here. My luck is really amazing." Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed to the vial and said, "I choose this, the level-up potion." The system guide's mechanical voice announced, "Qin Yu has selected the level-up potion. You have 2 more items left to choose." Qin Yu thoughtfully calculated in his head. It can reduce damage from level 4 and below by 90%, and at the same time, briefly boost the War God armor's physique by 30 times. Maybe I can quickly master some combat skills from the War Soul memory crystal. These rewards are a perfect combination. Then, he suddenly spotted something. Qin Yu spoke up, his voice filled with a mix of astonishment and joy. "Wait, that's bloodburn ore. I'll choose this," the system guide announced. Qin Yu has selected the pure refined bloodburn ore. You have 1 item left to choose. Qin Yu clenched, his fist, his eyes sparkling with appreciation as he cheered quietly. As expected of an early-stage catastrophe, it's full of opportunities. "What's this?" "An evil eye necklace, a legendary grade treasure," the system guide's mechanical voice again announced. "The evil eye necklace is formed from the essence core of the evil eye alien race. All the essence in this necklace comes from a level 4 overlord." She explained that the evil eye necklace helps the wearer see through illusions and resist mental attacks. It can also activate the power of the evil eye, emitting a light with spirit-destroying force. After the mechanical voice stopped, Qin Yu thought, "I know exactly how difficult enemies with mental powers are. With this, I won't have to worry about that annoyance anymore." Then he walked over to a group of people and asked, "What rewards did you guys choose?" Lin Feng took out a ring and answered honestly, "I chose a spatial ring. The description seemed interesting, so I just picked it. I don't know its specific effects yet." Qin Yu reached out his hand and replied, "I know about this thing. It's extremely rare. It can create an independent parallel space and can be used to store items, almost like a dimensional pouch. Can I borrow it for a moment?" Sun Yu, standing nearby with his underlings behind him. His face darkened. He looked at Qin Yu warily and said in a cold voice, "What do you want? Are you going to rob him?" Qin Yu turned to look at him and replied nonchalantly, "If I wanted to rob him, would I need to say all this? Don't worry, Lin Feng is my friend, and I, Qin Yu, would never betray a friend." At that moment, Lin Feng stepped in to mediate. "Hey, stop arguing. I trust Qin Yu. After all, you saved my life. Even if I gave this to you as repayment, it would only be right." Qin Yu reached out to take the ring, his eyes flashing coldly, but his tone was reassuring. "Don't worry, I don't need it. I'll give it right back." Then, he used his ability to copy the ring, and in the blink of an eye, a perfect replica appeared beside it. Everyone present was stunned, their jaws dropping in amazement. Sun Yu broke the silence. "What just happened? It split into 2? Hearing this, Qin Yu smirked and explained, "This is my ability. I can copy any item into 2. Don't worry, it has no effect on your original." Lin Feng gasped, unable to hide the extreme shock and excitement shining in his eyes. "That's amazing. Truly amazing." Qin Yu excitedly gestured to everyone and announced, "I'd like to ask everyone to let me borrow your treasures for a moment. In the future, if you need anything, I, Qin Yu, will definitely repay you." Watching this, Sun Yu's face twisted with annoyance, and he muttered jealously, "This guy's strength was already monstrous, and now he has such a broken ability. With an ability like that, his gains will be far greater than ours." Later, on the road, Qin Yu asked Xiao Yu in surprise, "That was fast. When did you use it?" Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly, "While you were screaming your head off. I had enough time to use 10 of them." Qin Yu eagerly asked her, So, how is it? Did you level up too? Is your strength enhanced? Xiao Yu raised her arms to show off her power and replied, it definitely is. I've leveled up. I can feel that I can handle way more enemies now, and my enhancement ability can strengthen items for longer. Qin Yu smiled happily. Then hurry up and try it on this spatial ring. The ring emitted a dazzling blue light. He raised it to inspect it. After being enhanced, the capacity of this dimensional spatial ring has increased exponentially. After that, he handed Xiao Yu the firework bullet, telling her to try enhancing it. Here, try enhancing this one too. Xiao Yu asked in surprise, what is this? Qin Yu replied, this is a firework bullet. It's a treasure that martial artist took from a dimensional ruin. Its destructive power is immense, enough to blow up a level 3 monster. The scene then shifts to a tall building with lush green trees and clouds drifting lazily across the sky, creating a sense of clear tranquility. The streets below were also eerily quiet, as people hid in fear, the once bustling scene now gone. Although the siblings, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, were sitting and resting in a store, they remained extremely vigilant. Qin Yu heard a noise. There's movement! Outside, a loud voice called out, Xiao Tong Tong! Xiao Tong Tong! Outside the store, two dark figures were chasing each other. Xiao Tong Tong. Don't be mad anymore. Look at me. I was wrong last night, okay? It turned out to be Xiao Tong and Bai Bing. Xiao Tong turned around and shouted angrily, keep your voice down. It's dangerous out here. Bai Bing put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. My dear, you're telling me to be quiet with that voice of yours? He glanced at the building's name and realized they were standing in front of a supermarket. Bai Bing said hopefully to Xiao Tong, hey, there's food here. Let's go check it out. But inside, there was nothing left at all. Disappointed, Bai Bing said. Man, food is getting harder and harder to find. Beside him, Xiao Tong was also sad. Xiao Tong saw a large door, and a glimmer of hope returned. Bai Bing, there's a door here. It must be the warehouse. Bai Bing checked the door. Damn, it's locked. Move aside a bit. Watch me work a miracle with one kick. He kicked the door hard to break the lock. Suddenly, Xiao Tong placed a hand on Bai Bing's shoulder to stop him. Wait, I think I hear something moving inside. Clicking and clattering sounds were heard. The door burst open, and a figure appeared behind it. Terrified, Xiao Tong screamed, run! Bai Bing also let out a terrified cry. From behind the door, the zombies swarmed out, letting out menacing growls. Xiao Tong and Bai Bing quickly ran outside. Suddenly, Bai Bing stopped, blocking the supermarket entrance. Xiao Tong asked doubtfully, what are you doing? The zombies reached the main door, and Bai Bing said anxiously, Tong Tong, run! Xiao Tong tearfully hugged him tightly. I won't leave you behind and run. The horde of zombies slammed hard, and the main door flew open. Xiao Tong and Bai Bing were thrown back, screaming in fear. They watched in terror as the zombies approached. Bai Bing got up and stepped forward, determined to fight and protect his love. I'll hold them off. You run, Tong, he yelled. I'll take you all on. However, the zombies quickly overwhelmed him. Xiao Tong cried out in worry. Bai Bing, no. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward. The person was holding a spear, flames blazing on it. Xiao Yu stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Xiao Tong and comforting her. You guys are really lucky. We just happened to be nearby. A moment later, Qin Yu had eliminated all the zombies. Xiao Tong supported Bai Bing, calling out worriedly, Bai Bing! She cried out desperately, Bai Bing, don't die! Bai Bing replied weakly, Tong Tong, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Suddenly, he coughed violently and vomited blood. Xiao Tong sobbed as she called Bai Bing's name. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's heart softened and she told Qin Yu, brother, maybe we should save him. As if she'd found a glimmer of hope, Xiao Tong asked hastily, can he still be saved? Qin Yu glanced around. He saw a zombie staggering down the street. There's a way, just hang on a little longer, don't die yet. He quickly called out, hey, you over there. The zombie turned back in surprise, and Qin Yu said casually, I have something to discuss with you. After that, the zombie was defeated by Qin Yu. He dug out the zombie's spirit stone and gave it to Bai Bing. You'll be fine if you eat this. Bai Bing weakly resisted. Zombie meat? No, I won't eat it. Qin Yu shoved the spirit stone into Bai Bing's mouth, saying, I went through all the trouble to get this, and you're saying you won't eat it. Xiao Tong and Xiao Yu stood by, watching Qin Yu coax Bai Bing. There, sit still and be good. After swallowing the spirit stone, Bai Bing's eyes widened, his expression tense, unable to believe what was happening. He stood up, spread his arms, and shouted loudly. Xiao Tong asked worriedly, Bai Bing, are you okay? Bai Bing smiled and replied, the wounds on my body are gone, and not only that, I can also feel a strange power. Xiao Yu explained, that zombie meat I gave you was the source of energy that helped you evolve. Many people would kill for a chance to eat it, yet you were crying and refusing. Bai Bing scratched his head awkwardly. If I had known, I would have listened to Granny Wang and not come out. She said we would be in danger, and she was right. If it weren't for you two, we would have really died here. Granny Wang? Xiao Yu was surprised. Xiao Tong explained, Granny Wang is a 100-year-old lady. Although she's a bit eccentric and often babbles nonsense, she claims she can see the future. Bai Bing, who had been staring at his palm this whole time, then discovered in amazement. What? I think I feel like I have some kind of strange superpower. Qin Yu replied, becoming an evolver means you awaken an ability. You can try to see what you've awakened. Bai Bing smiled meaningfully at Xiao Tong, raised his hands, and focused on channeling his spiritual power towards her, and a strange red light enveloped her. Xiao Tong asked fearfully, Huh, what's happening? I can't control my body. He knelt down, raised a hand, and laughed as he looked at Tong Tong. So it really does exist, body. Xiao Dong was shocked. What? Bai Bing spread his arms again to try the move. Xiao Dong got angry. What the hell are you doing? Qin Yu watched with his arms crossed, amused, and said to Xiao Yu, so it's a calamity-type puppet doll. Its effect is similar to your blood servitude. On the other side, Xiao Dong shouted, Yang Bai Bing, you bastard, let me go. Xiao Yu retorted irritably, regardless of quantity or intensity, it's far inferior to mine. After that, the four of them went to a residential area and stood before a familiar door. Bai Bing knocked. Someone inside asked loudly, Who is it? Bai Bing replied, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, it's us. The door creaked open, and Uncle Zhang was startled to see Bai Bing and Xiao Dong. Seeing their miserable state, Uncle Zhang asked worriedly, What happened to you two? Xiao Dong replied, We ran into a horde of zombies and almost died. We barely made it back alive. Uncle Zhang frowned and asked uneasily, Little Yang, were you bitten by a zombie? Bai Bing stammered, Well, I was bitten, but don't worry, I already. Uncle Zhang angrily scolded, You knew you were bitten, and you still dared to come back? Are you trying to drag us down with you? Get out of here now, a gentle voice advised. Let it go, little Zhang. Mrs. Wang came out from inside, leaning on a cane. She was coughing nonstop and wheezed. Let them in, Mrs. Wang kept coughing, and Uncle Zhang called out worriedly, Grandma, Mrs. Wang weakly said in between breaths, It's fine, I'm okay, let them in. Uncle Zhang obeyed and replied, Yes, all right. He glanced at Bai Bing and said, You, come with me. I have to be responsible for everyone's safety. Until we confirm you're not a zombie, I can't let you out of my sight. Mrs. Wang called to the siblings, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, you two, follow me. I have something to say. Little Zhang, the rest of you don't come over here. Qin Yu looked at Mrs. Wang suspiciously, thinking to himself, This old woman is no ordinary person. Outside, the bright sunlight shone all over the house. Xiao Yu got a chair and brought it to Mrs. Wang. Grandma, please sit down. Mrs. Wang smiled and said, Little girl, you are a good person. Mrs. Wang took the necklace from her neck. This old woman doesn't have much. I'll give you this necklace. She handed the necklace to Xiao Yu. Don't refuse. You must keep it safe for me. Xiao Yu took the necklace, flustered, and said, Ah, this. Thank you, Mrs. Wang looked at the two siblings, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, and said softly, Now, stand still. Let this old woman take a good look at you. A strange blue light emanated from Mrs. Wang's eyes. Qin Yu was startled. After a moment, Mrs. Wang laughed heartily with joy. Good, good. I hope the flame of hope will grow stronger and never be extinguished. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu stared in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Mrs. Wang approached Xiao Yu, looking like she had no strength left. She coughed and said, Little girl, no matter what difficulties you face, don't give up. You are the most perfect being in this world. After saying that, she coughed nonstop. Xiao Yu worriedly asked, Grandma, are you all right? Qin Yu asked in confusion. Grandma, what you just said? Can you be more specific? Mrs. Wang wheezed. Go to the south, evolve to the peak. Also, Meng-O has left. Danger is about to descend. Qin Yu anxiously pressed. Danger is descending. What danger is it? Grandma, what's wrong? Before Mrs. Wang could answer, she collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yu put her hand to Mrs. Wang's nose to check and said sadly, Brother, she's not breathing anymore. Qin Yu comforted her. She used the last of her strength to say those words to us. Xiao Yu held up the necklace Mrs. Wang gave her and asked, What is this thing? Qin Yu examined the necklace. He didn't feel anything unusual. Maybe it's just a normal necklace. Let me try to copy it. He activated his skill, but it failed, much to Qin Yu's surprise. Xiao Yu was stunned. What's wrong? You can't copy it? Qin Yu wondered. With my current level 3 ability, I can't replicate this thing? Xiao Yu, try to enhance my copy ability. Xiao Yu used her skill but got no results. Qin Yu was frustrated. As expected, it still failed. Xiao Yu replied. Didn't you say at the beginning that you couldn't copy zombies either? Qin Yu explained. At first, copying zombies didn't work mainly because zombies have a very strong resistance to my ability. Back then, my gene energy was still weak, so it failed, but it's different from copying this thing. My energy is being drained a lot, yet with no success at all. He looked at Xiao Yu, flustered, and stammered an explanation. It's like, you have a truck full of sand, which is a lot, but what you're facing is an endless ocean. Xiao Yu was scared. Is it that terrifying? Qin Yu replied, put it in the spatial ring. Maybe we can use it later. Outside, the sunny yellow sky suddenly turned a strange red, and a scream rang out. Ah, what is that? Qin Yu asked in confusion. What's happening outside? A moment later, he and Xiao Yu ran outside. Everyone looked up at the sky in fear, asking, What is that? In the sky appeared a strange crack. From within the crack, countless horned demons emerged. More and more horned demons appeared, flying all over the sky with ferocious faces. The people below pointed in fear. Look, something is falling from the sky. Qin Yu frowned and said worriedly, Horned demons. Xiao Yu was puzzled. What are these horned demons? There are so many of them, Qin Yu explained. They are an alien race from a spatial rift, mostly humanoid in appearance. People call them demons, and the kind with ox horns on their heads are naturally called horned demons. Qin Yu described their appearance to Xiao Yu. However, among demons, they are just a low-class race, but their numbers are vast, and they are extremely brutal. They are a terrible nightmare that terrifies everyone in the apocalypse. Suddenly, a terrifying force landed on the ground. The impact was so strong it created a crater. From within the thick dust, a figure emerged. A picture shows a horned demon. It glanced at the crowd, and they were terrified as it looked their way. The horned demon sped up, rushing toward the people. Everyone was scared out of their minds, screaming, It's coming, run! Little Gray trembled and said, Stay away from me. The horned demon charged at Little Gray, throwing a punch. Little Gray was sent flying into a wall, coughing up blood and dying on the spot. The horned demon let out a threatening screech. Qin Yu looked at it disdainfully. His spear flew through the air, and with a single strike, he killed the horned demon. Qin Yu arrogantly told everyone, Anyone who wants to live, get over here. A moment later, Xiao Yu held a handful of evolution cores. She explained that they were a source of evolutionary energy, and eating one would allow them to become an evolved, gaining power far beyond a normal human, so each person gets one. Hurry up and eat them. Everyone looked at Xiao Yu suspiciously. Bai Bing suddenly ran over and vouched for them. Trust me, he's telling the truth. I was saved because I ate one of those. We can't delay. Don't hesitate. Xiao Yu handed a core to each person, and they trustingly swallowed them. Qin Yu warned Bai Bing, Kid, my power level will attract most of the demons. You need to take everyone and find a place to hide. And keep yourselves safe, Bai Bing replied. Yes, benefactor. You be careful too. Qin Yu then turned to Xiao Yu and said, Let's find a new spot. I want to use these things to test my level 3 power. Xiao Yu readily agreed. Okay. Meanwhile, a horde of horned demons was tearing through the streets and buildings. Seeing their territory invaded, the nearby zombies shrieked in anger. They immediately charged toward the group of horned demons. But what chance did the zombies have against the horned demons? A zombie trembled as a horned demon crushed it like an ant. Suddenly, the demon slammed the zombie onto the ground, obliterating it on the spot. The horned demon roared proudly. Out of nowhere, Qin Yu's spear struck it directly in the head. The horde of horned demons was incinerated in flames. Qin Yu shot them a contemptuous look. Xiao Yu scoffed. You made these things sound so terrifying, but they don't seem like much at all. Qin Yu continued fighting the horde of horned demons with his spear. Xiao Yu, right beside him, was just as formidable. She used her sword to cut the horned demons into pieces. The demons showed no fear, advancing in greater numbers and letting out horrifying screeches. Qin Yu thought to himself, using my full strength, I'm not afraid of these weakling mongrels, but fighting like this will quickly deplete my stamina and evolutionary energy, he warned. Xiao Yu, we have to keep them from getting behind us. Follow me and we'll break through, Xiao Yu answered. Right. The two siblings dashed forward with the horned demons in hot pursuit. Qin Yu's spear tore a hole through a glass door. He said to Xiao Yu, In here. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu scrambled inside the building. Looking at the door, Qin Yu said, This glass is so thick, when those mongrels charge in, we just need to. Before he could finish, the horned demons smashed through the glass door and poured into the building. Qin Yu's face went pale with shock. You've got to be kidding me. That glass was so thick. Oh no, Xiao Yu worried. What are we going to do now? Qin Yu unleashed his power, flames erupting around him. What other choice do we have? We go all out. Moments later, even more horned demons appeared, the glow of his flames illuminating the street corner. A huge blaze engulfed the horde of horned demons, burning them all to a crisp. Qin Yu recalled the flames into his hand. Xiao Yu complained wearily, Brother, all this fighting is making me hungry. Qin Yu grumbled, Damn it. Going on like this is pointless. This is such a pain. Suddenly, he sensed something strange. A massive force slammed into the ground, and Qin Yu swiftly dodged aside. He wondered aloud, what is that? It was a killer bull, he thought to himself. This guy's power is no less than a level 2 zombies. Xiao Yu quickly gripped her sword and rushed toward the killer bull. Qin Yu yelled, Xiao Yu, stay back. The killer bull slammed its fist down, knocking Xiao Yu away. Qin Yu's face twisted with rage. How dare you? He raised his spear and charged the killer bull. Don't think I'm scared of you just because you're level 2. Because I'm level 3 now. The killer bull's huge fingers effortlessly caught his spear. Qin Yu frowned, thinking, just as I thought. Even though I used a potion to reach level 3, in terms of physical strength, I'm only about 30 times stronger than an ordinary person. For a level 2, that's not even considered that powerful. Then, he grinned maliciously. However, Qin Yu channeled his power into the spear and roared, My Violet Inferno is a true level 3 power. The flames engulfed the killer bull, which shrieked in agony. Qin Yu strained, sweat dotting his face. Burn it to a crisp. Don't fail me now. After a moment, the killer bull was charred black, devoid of life. As it collapsed to the ground, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his spear to deliver the finishing blow, yelling angrily, You dared to strike my sister. You're going to die right here, right now. Clutching her injury, Xiao Yu ran over. Wait, brother. Qin Yu turned and asked, What's wrong? Xiao Yu let a drop of her blood fall onto the killer bull's head. In his rage, Qin Yu had completely forgotten about her ability. He said, Oh, I almost forgot you could do that. A moment later, the killer bull suddenly got to its feet. Xiao Yu pointed at it cheerfully and declared, I choose you, Pika Bull. A nearby horned demon screamed. All of a sudden, Pika Bull coughed up blood as if its bones were breaking. It collapsed to its knees. Qin Yu was surprised. Uh-oh, I think I hit it too hard. It's not going to make it. Xiao Yu continued to draw blood from her fingertip. She said, Wait, try this. Droplets of blood from her finger floated through the air and were absorbed by Pika Bull. Like a miracle elixir, Pika Bull instantly regained its strength. Qin Yu was astonished. You can even do that? Xiao Yu crossed her arms proudly. I can use the genes in my blood to heal the puppets under my control. Pika Bull immediately charged toward the horned demons. He threw his fist, punching them to death one by one punch after another. The horned demons fell in droves, when suddenly another horned demon appeared. Qin Yu worried, Another one! Xiao Yu controlled it. Xiao Yu shouted, Pika Bull, get it! The Pika Bull grabbed the horned demon's hands. On the other side, Xiao Yu used her blood to cast her skill. A drop of blood seeped into the head of a horned demon. 2 horned demons are now under control. Qin Yu was delighted. With these 2, our fight will be much easier. Xiao Yu yelled, You guys, throw a few more over here. The Pika Bull threw a punch at the horned demon, and it fell to the ground unconscious. Xiao Yu was ecstatic. That's the 3rd one. She counted them one by one. The 4th one, the 5th one, the 6th one. Qin Yu said softly, Are you getting addicted to this? Xiao Yu replied happily, proud of her blood enslavement and strengthening ability, boasting that she could now control 6 more, making it 12 in total. Xiao Yu continued to cast her skill, then strengthened them. She continued, A strengthened Pika Bull is much stronger than you wild bulls. Qin Yu was speechless. Geez, you're maliciously exploiting a loophole in the game. Xiao Yu sat on the side enjoying a drink, watching the Pika Bulls fight, when suddenly a strange sound rang out. Qin Yu was shocked. That's the sound of space cracking. Could it be that another place is about to be torn open? The horned demons saw something that made them all gape in shock. They fled in fear, and Xiao Yu pointed and commanded, Pika Bulls, pursue them. Qin Yu shouted, These guys dare to run. Xiao Yu, let's go up to the rooftop and see. I wonder what's falling down this time. The 2 siblings quickly ran up to the rooftop. They looked up at the sky. Qin Yu was astonished. There, in the crimson, overcast sky, a massive crack appeared, signaling that something terrible was about to happen. Xiao Yu asked worriedly, Brother, why do you look so pale? My Pika Bulls are here. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Yu was bewildered. This crack is different. This crack was torn open. He explained, Normally spatial cracks are unstable. Maintaining them requires an astonishing amount of power, and the things that can tear space apart are monsters with terrifying strength. Qin Yu said uneasily, Let's go. A savage laugh echoed from the sky. Where do you think you're going? I spent so much effort to barely tear this thing open. If you run, wouldn't all my effort be for naught? A monster was trying to escape from the crack. It shrieked, Don't stop me! A red beam of light shot down from the sky, creating a huge explosion on the rooftop. To this world, I never expected this world to have such delicious and tempting prey. Xiao Yu was surprised. It's a beautiful girl. Why would a girl come here? Qin Yu stood in front of Xiao Yu and said, This one, just by looking, you can tell is from an alien race, so don't let your guard down. The little lowly twirled a lock of her hair and replied, of course, it's for you. Also, this queen's name is Xue Li Ti. Don't call me girl. You'll regret looking down on me. You know. Xiao Yu asked back in confusion. For me? Li Ti stuck out her tongue, licked her finger, and said with a wicked grin, not just any reason would make this queen waste her energy coming down here. This queen has never tasted blood as delicious as yours. As yours, she said contemptuously. Big sis, your world is too dangerous. Why don't you come her flesh and blood? Lati sneered. Do you have any right to speak here? In my eyes, she is prey, and you are trash, not even qualified to be prey. Hearing this, Tanvu angrily gritted his teeth and said, are you insane? Spouting all that nonsense, do you really think you're a god? And all that this queen crap? Isn't it disgusting? You want me to beat you up right now? Lati replied with a look of contempt. You tiny ant, do you have any idea what a great existence you're speaking to? Tanvu gripped his spear tightly, smirking as he cursed. Just another otherworldly being. I just killed a whole bunch of them. If you don't get lost, you'll end up just like those bulls. Xiao Yu worriedly thought to herself. Big brother is just bluffing. Lati was furious, her face turning dark. You compare me to those beasts? You ignorant ant. If you knew my true power, you would never dare to speak like that. Tanvu replied calmly. I know you're strong, and today I'm truly no match for you. But he raised his spear towards Lati. Your real body didn't come through the rift. The you before me is just a projection. Lati was stunned. How did you know? Tanvu laughed. You never made a move, just kept trying to persuade my sister to leave. So I knew you were just bluffing. I'm guessing that with your projection's power, you're not confident you can take me on. In his mind, Tanvu was laughing hysterically. Let me take a wild guess. I was right. Phew, thank heavens. Lati was enraged, she hissed. Even as a clone, I'm more than enough to deal with you. Lati moved as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Tanvu broke into a cold sweat, so fast. Lati suddenly appeared in front of Tanvu. She flashed a gleeful smile like a cat playing with its prey, and taunted, surprise, old man. Tanvu used his staff to block Lati's attack. Her sharp claws were poised to strike him. He exclaimed, damn, these claws! This tough staff nearly snapped in two. Lati licked her fingertips, her face incredibly sinister. She said, ha, you've got some quick reflexes. Next, Tanvu turned to his sister and shouted, Xiao Yu, enhance! Xiao Yu replied, right. Before he could even react, she lunged at him like a moth to a flame, her eyes sharp, smiling wickedly. Let's see if you can keep up. The exchange of blows between the two was incredibly fast. With just one swipe of her claws, Lati managed to snap Tanvu's long spear in half. Consider it a trophy, she said mockingly. Ha, your long spear was broken by me. Let's see what you'll defend yourself with now. Let's continue. Lati swiped at Tanvu again, but this time he couldn't dodge, leaving a rather deep wound. Xiao Yu, watching from a distance, saw her brother get hit by Lati and couldn't help but scream out in worry. Brother. Over here, despite being injured, Tanvu had managed to grab both of her hands. He gave a triumphant smile and said, ha, gotcha. Lati blushed with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for witty retorts. Quickly, Lati pulled her hands back. Seeing this, Tanvu remarked, wow, so slippery. Getting angry out of embarrassment, are we? Lati threw a punch at Tanvu's face, but he quickly dodged it. She furiously shouted, ah, an ant like you dares to do such a thing to me? But Tanvu was nowhere to be seen. Lati froze for a moment. Huh? Suddenly, Tanvu appeared from behind, grabbing Lati, which made her extremely indignant and surprised. Let go of me, you damn male, half-breed, beastly ant! He activated his skill, burn to death. As he finished speaking, an explosion erupted, and it was quite a large one. Whether it was good luck or bad, no one was injured in the blast. Lati seemed furious after the sneak attack, gritting her teeth at Tanvu. I'm going to tear you limb from limb. The claw attacks from Lati were unleashed, heading straight for Tanvu. Right now, Tanvu was in a lot of pain. His left arm seemed to be in bad shape. He struggled to say, my enhanced clone was dealt with just like that. Damn it, half of my genetic power was wasted just like that. Without giving Tanvu a moment to rest, Lati charged again. This time she looked even more determined to defeat him. Her eyes sharp. Ant, die. Suddenly someone appeared, throwing out enchanted talismans. Lati was a bit surprised by this. Humph, you bold demon, don't you dare harm anyone. She was completely taken aback and froze in her tracks, stopping, placing a hand on her hip and asking, who's there? Who dares to stop me from executing this ant? The person who appeared to save Tanvu was Dao Yi, a Taoist priest. The burning talisman in his hand was thrown out. Lati swatted the talisman away, saying with a voice full of contempt, just for show, it's useless. Suddenly, A flash of light appeared before her eyes. That light quickly spread out into magical threads, binding Lati tightly. Lati was tied up securely, yet she still screamed, "What kind of sorcery is this? Untie me at once!" Dao Yi stood watching, a victor's smile on his face. He said, "Trapped by my golden talisman, not even a great immortal could escape." It seems Dao Diek underestimated Lati's combat prowess. She let out a loud cry and quickly broke through his golden talisman. Dao Diek was stunned, not having anticipated this situation, and gritted his teeth, saying, "This demoness is too powerful." From a distance, Tan Vu and Tu Vu watched, exclaiming in awe, "Ah, a cultivator. A Dozong-level expert, so strong." Dao Diek seemed a bit embarrassed that his golden talisman was broken so easily by Lati, and was a little annoyed with the Tan Vu siblings. "Hey, you two, you should probably get out of here. The golden talisman won't hold for much longer." Hearing this, Tan Vu struggled to say to his sister, "Tu Vu, enhance it again." After he spoke, a purple aura of power enveloped him. Lati said in a slightly surprised tone, "You aunt, you dare?" The purple flames quickly engulfed Lati. Tan Vu was about to lose control. He said to his sister in an extremely weak voice, "Tu Vu, enhance my flame ability." Tu Vu obediently complied. Yes, big brother. Tan Vu poured all his strength into this decisive attack, but because his injuries were too severe, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Tu Vu ran to support him, her face filled with worry. "Brother, are you okay?" Tan Vu was in great pain and struggling to breathe. He said weakly, "I'm fine. Just overexerted myself. Used up too much power. My injured body probably can't take it." Meanwhile, Lati was furious. She screamed, "You people, you dare do this to me?" Seeing that Lati could still speak, Tanvu was very surprised that he hadn't been able to finish her off even after using all his strength. This still wasn't enough to defeat her? Dao Diek had lost his patience. He said loudly as if giving an order, "Are we really going to be defeated by this monster today?" The flames gradually faded, revealing Lati clutching her chest, flustered to the point of anger. Seeing this, Dao Diek couldn't help himself, losing all his composure as a Taoist priest. As blood gushed from his nose, this monster is really something else. Tanvu froze for 5 seconds, while Tuvu looked at her brother suspiciously, saying in an accusatory tone, brother, you did this kind of thing?" The most embarrassed person right now was Lati, who was absolutely livid. "Aunt, turn around, no looking." Dao Diek, seeing this steamy sight, couldn't control himself, and the amount of blood pouring from his nose was directly proportional to the anger of Lati. She then yelled, "And you, stop looking, suck that nosebleed back in. You people, just you wait." With that, she gradually vanished, but not before adding, this isn't over, just wait, just you wait for me." Lati disappeared, leaving the three of them standing alone on the building's rooftop. Dao Diek finally managed to calm down a bit, sniffing the last of his nosebleed back where it belonged. Now that things were calmer, Dao Diek clasped his hands in a formal greeting to the Tanvu siblings. "This humble Taoist name is Dao Diek. May I ask for your esteemed names?" His sister quickly answered, "I'm Tan Tiu Vu, and this is my brother, Tan Vu." Hearing their names, Dao Diek seemed to ponder something. Tan Vu, Tan Tiu Vu. Sounds less like siblings and more like father and daughter. Hearing Dao Diek's comment, Tiu Vu's expression became indescribable, completely frozen. She told herself, "Geez, someone said it again. Next time I'm not going to say our last name." He seemed to realize. He realized his last joke went a bit too far and quickly put on a confident smile to dispel the awkwardness. My apologies. This humble Taoist is a monk and doesn't interact with others often. If I've said anything to offend you, please forgive me." Then, Xiao Yu asked him seriously, "I saw you drawing talismans and chanting. Are you a cultivator?" He scratched his head, replying shyly, "Meditating to achieve enlightenment is the lifelong lesson for a monk. This humble Taoist has studied Taoist scriptures and the arts of yin and yang under my master since I was a child, but as for being a cultivator, I'm afraid I'm not quite there yet." Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who had been silent until now, cried out in pain. Dao Yi quickly stepped in to help Qin Yu. "Patron, you're seriously injured. Please sit down and let this humble Taoist treat you." Then he pulled out his set of tools, which included items a cultivator would use. There was even a first aid kit for emergencies. What a thoughtful person. Xiao Yu praised him cheerfully. "You even brought medicine and needles?" Dao Yi said sheepishly. This humble Taoist often travels for my studies, so injuries are inevitable. I'm used to carrying medicine and needles just in case." With that, he quickly used all his spiritual power and his medical knowledge to help treat Qin Yu. Before he began, he didn't forget to comfort the boy, Patron. Try to bear the pain for a moment. "Going back many years ago, when Dao Yi was still a child, I was an orphan, and a great master came across him. At that time, he looked extremely ragged and dirty. The master asked Dao Yi, 'What is your name, child?' 'They all call you little beggar, so this master will give you a Taoist name. I will call you Dao Yi, and I will take you to the mountains to practice cultivation. Time flew by, and from the homeless boy he once was, Dao Yi had now become the Taoist master's #1 disciple. Every day, he trained diligently and lived happily with his master, reciting the ancient scriptures. Great knowledge is vast, small knowledge is picky. Great words are plain, small words are argumentative. Just like that, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, but the happiness did not last forever, as no one can be by your side for a lifetime. His master passed away. Master, may you rest in peace. As Dao Yi was mourning his master's passing, his master suddenly sat up in his coffin. His face was pale and gaunt, moaning endlessly. Seeing this, he couldn't hold back his horror and screamed, "Ma, master, you?" That thing lunged at Dao Yi, but fortunately, he was able to dodge it, and at the same time, he realized it was no longer his master, but some foul entity possessing his body. Dao Yi drew his sword, ready for battle. You insolent demon. Get out of my master's body. After that, a tense battle erupted between the two. Back in the present, the three of them were still on a building's rooftop. The sun was almost directly overhead, but they still hadn't made a move to leave. Xiao Yu offered some words of comfort. Don't feel burdened. That wasn't your master anymore. Dao Yi looked a little melancholic. Thank you. Afterwards, I heard on the radio that many people were like my master. It must be the work of evil demons. We Taoists live as recluses deep in the mountains, but in chaotic times, we must come down to save the world, which is why I'm here. Dao Yi continued, I never imagined the world would have become like this, with evil spirits running rampant and hardly any normal people left. But it's precisely at this moment that I feel the yin-yang arts I've cultivated for years have had a breakthrough. Hearing this, Qin Yu finally spoke up. So, what are your plans from here? Dao Yi gazed into the distance, answering seriously, I plan to leave this place. The sky above this city is filled with a murderous aura. I fear a great catastrophe is imminent. Hearing this, Qin Yu seemed a bit excited and quickly said, Coincidentally, we're also planning to leave here and head south. You should come with us. In contrast to Qin Yu's enthusiasm, Dao Yi touched his forehead, appearing to be thinking hard, but he quickly replied, That's great. The outside is full of those man-eating crazies, and I was just worrying about where to go. Xiao Yu immediately chimed in. Oh, those things are actually called zombies. Have you never watched a movie? He let out a small, awkward laugh and replied sheepishly, I've been cultivating on the mountain with my master since I was a child, only coming down occasionally for ascetic training, so I don't understand much about the secular world outside. Realizing she had put Dao Yi in an awkward spot, Xiao Yu quickly added, Oh, well, just come with us. We'll catch you up on things when we get a chance. The three of them walked and chatted happily. Qin Yu said, So, that talisman magic you just grasped, it's probably because you've awakened as an evolver. Dao Yi replied cheerfully, Wow, I knew it. No wonder I suddenly became so powerful. The three stood in front of a building, when a loud laugh echoed from inside. Ha ha ha, that feels amazing. Qin Yu was completely surprised. What's going on? The three of them saw the sight of a man and a bull performing identical movements, and what's more, the bull was standing on its two hind legs. The scene left all three of them frozen in place. Bai Bing, along with the bull standing on its two legs, cheerfully greeted everyone. Oh bro, you guys are back? But the bull wasn't as fortunate. It took an attack from Qin Yu straight through its head. The bull was taken down by him and collapsed onto the floor. Bai Bing looked on with a pout, annoyed at his brother's actions. Hey, don't kill it. I wasn't finished playing. With a sharp, determined look in his eyes, Qin Yu said, Conserve your gene energy and hurry up and get someone to clean up those corpses over there and fix the door. Otherwise, you'll attract those zombies. Dao Yi then noticed a body lying in the middle of the room, and he stammered, Isn't this Grandmaster Wang? Qin Yu looked a little surprised. Oh, you knew her? He began to explain, Yes, Grandmaster Wang was a highly respected and senior prodigy within the Taoist sect. I met her a few times when I was a child, and even my master had immense respect for her. My master and I had planned to come down the mountain to visit her, but I never imagined this. Qin Yu came up behind Dao Yi and added, So she was an old one too. Senior from the Taoist sect, I won't hide it from you. The one who told us to leave quickly and head south was her. Arriving in the south, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu are sharing a bed, but right now, neither of them is asleep yet. Xiao Yu playfully touches his chest and exclaims, Brother, your chest is so hard. His only response is a cold and indifferent expression. I have a wound there. Behave yourself. And just go to sleep. Xiao Yu looks worried. No, it's still early. Do you need me to rub it for you? He turns completely towards her and whispers a warning. Hey, keep your voice down. You don't want people to overhear us. That wouldn't be good. In the next room, Dao Ye is still awake, talking to himself. Masters, teacher, your disciple has been unfilial. With my own strength, I couldn't save many people in Shengjing City. I could only retreat for now to preserve this useful body, so that I can become stronger and save more lives later. From the next room, a voice drifts over. Brother, your chest is so hard. Hearing that, he becomes bewildered and a bit awkward. Are those two really siblings? The pair in the other room doesn't stop, continuing to say things that make Dao Ye blush. Hey, stop messing around and just go to sleep. Unable to take it anymore, he clutches his head and buries his face in his pillow, trying to block out the awkward words. It's not early. Do you need me to rub it for you? Utterly helpless, Dao Ye sits up again, his expression dead serious. Forget it. I'll just make some talismans. While the Taoist is concentrating his power to create talismans, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu still haven't stopped. Brother, your body is amazing. The next morning, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu emerge from their room wearing matching red outfits. Qin Yu looks a bit annoyed, while Xiao Yu is stretching her arms, looking like she had a very high-quality sleep. She says, I slept so well. Turning to Dao Ye's room, he's also stumbling out. Seeing him, Xiao Yu asks with concern, Oh, did you not sleep well last night? Dao Ye has dark circles under his eyes and is holding a stack of talismans he worked on all night. He forces a laugh. Haha, I was running out of talismans, so I had to make more all night. Bai Bing and Xiao Tong show up. Bai Bing says, Aren't you staying a few more days? Qin Yu replies, We have urgent business to take care of. Besides, Shengjing City isn't safe anymore. You all should leave soon too. Hearing that, Bai Bing is momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Yu continues, Okay, I know it's not easy for you to find a safe place, especially since you have to bring along so many elderly, weak, and sick people. It's difficult to relocate. When danger strikes, don't hesitate. Go find the army. It'll give you a chance at survival. At this, Bai Bing waves with a smile, while Xiao Tong next to him blushes a little. Okay, thank you. The three of them leave the inn and continue their journey. Xiao Yu says excitedly, Brother, it's like we're on a trip. He replies with a serious look on his face. What's there to be happy about? You don't get it. The wilderness is far more dangerous than the city. She turns to look at her brother, her eyes sparkling, and says, Huh? But in zombie movies, aren't the densely populated cities the most dangerous places? There's nobody in the wilderness, so even if there are zombies, there would only be a few. Disagreeing with his sister, he immediately retorts, You're talking about movie zombies. Don't forget, there are also mutated beasts, the various birds and animals. In the wild are far more numerous than in the city, and there might even be mutated plants. One careless mistake, and you'll be attacked by those things. Seeing how seriously Qin Yu is arguing with her, she averts her gaze and says softly, Oh, is that right? Qin Yu continues, Let's head to Lin Feng's encampment first. I need to ask them for a favor. When they reach the gate, they're met by two guards, one of whom says, Who are you? Halt. Qin Yu speaks up, I'm here to find Lin Feng. My name is Qin Yu. I'm his friend. Could you please let him know? The other guard recognizes him immediately. Oh, you're Major Lin Feng's friend. Please wait a moment while I inform him. He adds, We can't be careless during these critical times. I hope you understand. Just a few days ago, there were several incidents of infected people among the refugees, causing countless casualties. Qin Yu nods. I understand. I'll wait. Soon after, Major Lin Feng walks out and greets him. Qin Yu, you're here? Qin Yu and the other two quickly walk over to Lin Feng. Xiao Yu notices the people sitting by the side of the road and can't help but ask, Are all these people this weak? Lin Feng looks at Xiao Yu and replies, Miss, we can't help it. Food is scarce here, and these refugees just arrived, so we had to take them in. Even the able-bodied young men who can fight on the battlefield aren't getting enough to eat, let alone the elderly, the weak, and the women. Lin Feng leads the three of them inside, and on the way, they encounter some men with shaved heads, cursing at each other over the small amount of relief food. You bastards only give us this little bit of food. You want to starve us to death. If you won't let us live, we won't let you live in peace either. Everyone, let's go beat them to death. Lin Feng shouts, Stop it! What do you think you're doing? The shaved-headed men, who were shouting just a moment ago, immediately shrink back when they hear Lin Feng's voice. One of them stammers, Oh, Officer Lin, we're not getting enough to eat. Lin Feng doesn't accept that excuse and gets even fiercer. Enough to eat? Go ahead and ask if anyone in this entire camp is getting enough to eat. You all are able-bodied young men. Why aren't you out there fighting with everyone else? What kind of men are you, hiding in the refugee camp? One of them can't stand it and shouts back, Fight to the death. Even if we fight, we only get a little more food. It's still not enough to fill our stomachs, is it? Lin Feng assumes the posture of a major, lecturing the man to make him understand. You know that even the soldiers aren't getting their fill. So what are you making a fuss about? If all the soldiers fall, you people will lose your food source entirely. Then it's over for everyone. After dealing with those men, Lin Feng sighs. Sigh. You can see it for yourself. With enemies from within and without, everyone is trying to hide their stress and despair. Qin Yu ignored what just happened and said, I came here to see Liu Tiechui. I want to ask him to make a weapon, and once it's done, I'll leave. I won't be a burden to anyone. Lin Feng turned back to look at him with a hint of desperation in his eyes, asking Qin Yu, "You came here just for that? The situation here, you've seen it for yourself. If you can, I hope you'll lend a hand," he replied immediately. "It's not that I won't help you. I'm truly helpless against the insectoids. I'll be honest with all of you, this mission is almost impossible to complete. Retreating immediately to find another camp is the best course of action." He scratched his head, his face filled with exhaustion. "Why wouldn't I have thought of what you said? But if we do that, I'll take you to see Liu Tichui." Lin Feng led Qin Yu to a 4-story building, pointing upwards and giving him directions. "Go up to the 3rd floor. You can find him by following the sound of hammering steel. I still have things to do, so I can't go with you all." Qin Yu turned to look at Lin Feng. "All right, you go handle your business." With that, Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, and Dao Ye went inside. Xiao Yu asked, "Brother, why don't we bring Lin Feng with us? Is it better to just leave him here to die?" There was a hint of indifference in Qin Yu's voice. "He wouldn't agree. He's determined to defend this place until he dies." Dao Ye, as if understanding his feelings, spoke up in his defense. "Everyone in this world has their own duty. To die without regret makes one a hero." The 3 of them reached the room Lin Feng had pointed to, and standing before the door, Xiao Yu complained, "It's so hot in here." Entering the room, they saw a large man intently focused on something, holding an iron hammer and wearing only an apron. Seeing the man, Qin Yu was quite surprised, thinking to himself, "No wonder this man is an evolver, and a rare creation type at that." Then he spoke up to greet him. "You must be Mr. Liu," the man replied with extreme indifference, not even bothering to glance at him. "Yeah, Liu Tieju, Liu Tiechui, call me whatever." Qin Yu stepped closer, extending a hand to start a conversation. "Hello, Mr. Liu, I'm Qin Yu, a friend of Lin Feng's. I'd like to ask you to help me make a weapon." Tichui, with a stern and indifferent expression, said, "Write down your requirements on a piece of paper. I'll make it for you after I finish this." Qin Yu seemed to be in a great hurry. "Can you make mine first?" "I have something urgent." The man gave him a sharp glare, one filled with judgment for Qin Yu. He said, "You have something urgent, more urgent than the decapitation strike of the war gods? Just wait patiently. When I'm done, I'll make time to help you." Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Qin Yu quickly explained, "Mr. Liu, I'm a friend of Major Lin Feng." Before Qin Yu could explain, Tichui said, "Are you going to stop? I told you to wait, so just wait." "So what if you're Major Lin Feng's friend? Even if you were the commander's uncle, it means nothing to me here." As Qin Yu was thinking about how to persuade him, someone suddenly appeared and called his name, Qin Yu. Hearing someone call her brother's name, Xiao Yu also turned around, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Sun Yu?" Sun Yu appeared with a group of people, and he said, "Don't be tense. I didn't come to cause trouble. Why are you all here?" Sui Zhong, who was with him, couldn't help but ask, "This is the Qin Yu you said easily defeated you?" Sun Yu approached Qin Yu, his voice full of provocation. "Ha, this is great. With you joining us, we'll definitely succeed." Qin Yu held up a hand to stop him. He replied with utmost seriousness, "I think you've misunderstood. I came to ask someone to help me make a weapon. Once it's done, I'm leaving. As for your so-called decapitation strike, I won't be participating. I also advise you not to blindly go to your deaths like that." Sun Yu was a bit surprised, but he quickly composed himself and said, You're such a coward. This decapitation strike is for Shengjing City. Even if we sacrifice ourselves, we will be remembered by future generations and become heroes of the city." Qin Yu maintained his indifferent expression, looking at Sun Yu with an incredibly judgmental gaze. He said, "Are you an idiot? You sacrifice yourselves, and the insectoids will level the city. By then, no one will remember your heroic deeds, because everyone who knew you will be dead, understand?" Continuing his words, Qin Yu said, "All right, I'm not a hero, and I don't want to be one. If you can't convince him to make my weapon, then shut your mouth." Sui Zhong couldn't stand Qin Yu's arrogance and shouted angrily, "A coward is a coward. I see now that you only beat Sun Yu by a fluke. I, Li Sui Zhong, officially challenge you to a duel. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think you're something special." Xiao Yu pointed at Sun Yu and Sui Zhong and said something that shocked them both. "Between the two of you, who's stronger?" Sui Zhong was a bit bewildered and found it hard to answer. "Why are you asking that?" With a serious expression, she picked her nose and said, "If you two are evenly matched, then don't bother challenging my brother. I could take both of you on with just one hand." Hearing this, Sui Zhong was so shocked he nearly fell over backwards, but he still retorted defiantly, "All right, you little brat, let me tell you, I'm not like other guys. Even if my opponent is a woman, I won't hold back." Tichui, who had been listening quietly this whole time, finally spoke up. "Wait." Tichui glanced back at them and asked, "You said you're leaving Shengjing City?" Qin Yu asked back, confused. Yes, why? The man frowned and made a proposal. I promise to forge your weapon first, but you have to promise me one thing. Qin Yu looked at him inquisitively and asked, Tell me first, what is it? Ti Chui stated his request. Take my grandson out of here, to Tianming City in the south. Promise me this, and I will forge your weapon. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then answered decisively, That's possible. I will do my best to ensure his safety. Sui Zhang spoke up with an angry expression. Are you two done talking? When you're finished, I could make a move. Xiao Yu suddenly lunged forward, pressing her sword against his neck. She then withdrew it and ordered calmly, All right, it's over. Hurry and have Uncle Liu forge a weapon for my brother. Sui Zhang's face turned pale as he stammered in fear. How is this possible? Tai Zhu frowned at what had just happened, impressed by her strength. He turned back, his hands continuing, striking the red-hot iron. He continued in a reassured tone. With strength like that, I can rest easy with my nephew following you two. What weapon do you want? I'll get started on it right now. Qin Yu pulled out a blood flame stone. From his spatial ring, Sui Zhang exclaimed in shock. Isn't that Major Lin's spatial ring? Qin Yu frowned, replying matter-of-factly, It's not Major Lin's. That guy's ability is insane. It's a long story. Tai Zhu frowned in confusion, reaching out to take the blood flame stone. He asked, puzzled, What is this? It's still warm. Qin Yu replied, This is a blood flame stone. Please use it to forge a 2-meter-long spear for me. Tai Zhu looked at the item in his hand, sensed it was something extraordinary, and agreed. All right, I can tell just by touching it that this is an extraordinary material. The weapon forged from this will undoubtedly be a divine armament. He added, It's good, but there's not enough for a 2-meter spear. This amount is only enough to forge the spearhead. In my opinion, we should use blazestone for the shaft. Qin Yu asked, Blazestone? Xiao Yu, standing nearby, piped up curiously. What's blazestone? Qin Yu explained. Remember the firebugs that were chasing us? This blazestone is the organ they use to produce fire. It's incredibly hard and retains heat for a long time. While not on par with blood flame stone, it's still a rare material. The pieces of blood flame stone were cut down and tossed into the blazing forge. Tai Zhu stood before it with a frown, his voice filled with confusion. This material's melting point is too high. The forge is at maximum heat, and it's still not reacting. Seeing this, Qin Yu, holding a purple flame in his hand and staring intently at the forge, said, Allow me. Then he put his hand, wreathed in purple flames, into the forge without hesitation. Tai Zhu looked at the forge and warned, Wait, at this rate the forge won't hold. Qin Yu glanced at Xiao Yu and commanded, Xiao Yu, reinforce the forge. Upon hearing his command, she used her reinforcement ability on the forge, replying, Yes. Everyone else in the room stared wide-eyed, completely stunned by the sight. After the blood flame stone was molten, Qin Yu pulled it out and announced, It's ready. Tai Zhu took the glowing material and began hammering it into shape with all his strength. He turned his head and urged urgently, Add your blood, quickly. Qin Yu swiftly grabbed a knife and cut his palm. He held his hand over the spearhead, and his blood dripped onto the red-hot metal. The spearhead trembled violently as crimson veins spread across its surface. Qin Yu was completely shocked, thinking to himself, This spearhead, it's resonating with me. Tai Zhu held up the newly forged spear, his voice filled with satisfaction. This is the finest work I have ever crafted. I will name it the Blood Flame Spear. Yes, that's what we'll call it. Qin Yu took the new spear in hand, smiling as he said, Blood Flame Spear, I like it. He swung the spear, and a purple flame erupted along its trajectory. He assessed, to think it actually reached the quality of a D-rank treasure, and with added effects too. A purple flame unexpectedly wreathed the spearhead. Qin Yu stood the spear upright, and a crimson aura enveloped him. It ignited in a flash, burning away all the fresh blood, to temporarily boost speed and power. After the effect ends, the user is weakened from blood loss. Fresh blood backlash. When the blood flame spear damages an enemy, it absorbs their fresh blood to empower itself, and simultaneously transfers energy to the user, accelerating their blood regeneration. Qin Yu clasped his hands in front of his chest and said gratefully, Thank you, Master Liu. I will do my utmost to take your nephew to Tianming City. Tai Zhu clasped his hands as well, proposing, Excellent, Mr. Qin Yu, please wait one night. Tomorrow, I will make all the arrangements for him to leave with you. Qin Yu then spoke up, Master Liu. Tai Zhu smiled at the young man. Qin Yu frowned and suggested, You should come with us. You don't have to die here. Tai Zhu clasped his hands behind his back, looking pensive, and calmly refused. Me? I'm not going anywhere. I must stay and hold out until the very end. The next day, as the sun climbed high into the sky, its brilliant rays cut through the morning mist, illuminating a building. Inside the building, Liu Hui stood at their door, speaking shyly. Hello, you two. I'm Liu Hui. Qin Yu looked at him and asked, You must be Master Liu's nephew. Are you ready? To leave yet? Liu Hui smiled and replied, Yes, I'm all prepared. Out in the hallway, a group of people was walking with a commanding presence. Dressed in formal attire, they approached Qin Yu's room. The man with white hair was War God Number 1, Gao Jiao. He had a ghastly pale face, earning him the nickname Ghost Jiao, and his ability was to transform into a ghostly soul. The man with blue hair was War God Number 2 of the 10 War Gods, Yang Jingling. He was around 25 years old, with handsome features, and was known as the Grass Lord, possessing the ability to control plants. Behind him was War God Number 3, Lu Yun, who could transform into a porcupine. Its quills were hard and black and could be shot out as projectiles. Beside him was the Commander-in-Chief, Li Wei, a man over 40 who played the part of a cunning anti-hero with deep-seated skills. Lin Feng walked at the front, calling out cheerfully, Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at the approaching group with a confused frown. Jingling spoke first. Well, it seems the saying heroes come from the young is true. You must be Qin Yu? I've heard Lin Feng speak of you. Qin Yu placed a hand on his hip and smiled, asked, Judging by your appearance, you must be the commander-in-chief of Thin Can City. Lin Yi crossed his arms behind his back and smiled, praising him before introducing himself. You have a sharp eye. I am Lin Yi, the supreme commander of Thin Can City. Qin Yu frowned as a realization dawned on him, silently mumbling, Lin Yi, could it be? He recalled what Lin Yi looked like in the future. He said, Lai Nagi, the future city lord of Tianmong City. I never expected him to be the supreme commander of Thin Can City right now. Qin Yu cupped his hands respectfully and replied, So it is, Commander Li. I've heard a great deal about you. Lin Ge immediately got down to business. He spoke carefully. Actually, I came to see you about something. Qin Yu turned away thoughtfully and then politely refused. You want me to join the attack on the broodmother's nest? I'm sorry, but I won't agree to that. Li Ningui laughed and replied, You've misunderstood. That's not why I came to see you. He stepped closer, continuing in a low voice. In this war against the insectoids, we don't have a shred of a chance of winning. You see that as well, don't you? Qin Yu asked suspiciously. What are you trying to say? Li Nagai shared his thoughts. Instead of fighting a battle we are destined to lose, it's better to preserve our strength so that in the future we can contribute more meaningful things to humanity. Qin Yu smirked coldly and asked mockingly, You mean break out of the encirclement, Commander Li? A truly wise decision on your part. Seeing his reaction, Li Nagai immediately corrected himself, clarifying it was not a breakout, but an escape. Lin Feng frowned and asked Commander Li doubtfully, I have no problem with abandoning Thin Can City, but why is it just our squad that gets to retreat? Are we just going to abandon the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians just like that? Hearing this, Li Yingui instantly flew into a rage, whirling around to face Lin Feng, his voice shrill and accusatory, full of bitterness and irrationality. Major Lin, watch your tone and your attitude. If the entire force retreats, the insectoids will surely pursue us, and besides, we don't have enough food. We simply can't provide rations for everyone. Qin Yu gave him a contemptuous look and muttered under his breath, This guy is truly vicious. No wonder he becomes a regional warlord in the future. Seeing that Qin Yu was silent, he thought Qin Yu had the wrong idea, and quickly explained, Qin Yu, are you worried we won't make it? You don't have to be. We have over 500 people with us, all of them elites. Once we get to Tianmong, we'll secure a position no less significant than the one we have in Thin Can City. My older brother is Li Hongming, the supreme commander of Tianmong City. Hearing this explanation, Qin Yu's expression darkened, and he rested his chin in his hand, thinking to himself, Li Hongming? I never heard of him in my previous life. Could it be? Li Nai smirked as he recounted, Not long ago, my brother sent me news. The situation there isn't bad, Tianmong City has essentially been completely cleared. With its current military power, it's not an exaggeration to call Tianmong the safest place in the world. Once we arrive, given my relationship with my brother and your group's strength, we are guaranteed to have a significant status in Tianmong City. Qin Yu fell into deep thought, recalling his past life. He remembered that in his previous life, he only knew that the lord of Tianmong City was Li Nui. He had never heard the name Li Hongming. Logically, a city lord, especially one who laid the groundwork for Tianmong, should have been recorded in history, even if just briefly. It seems, he rubbed his head and frowned, considering a possibility, that Lin Gui repaid kindness with betrayal, usurped power, and killed Li Hongming. Then, he covered up the truth, established a dictatorship, and used extreme censorship to completely erase all traces of Li Hongming. If that's the case, this Li Nugi is truly a ruthless figure. Dao Yi's voice was somber and filled with immense sorrow. Such a wicked deed, such a tragedy. Those who are abandoned. Their fate from now on will likely be grim. Liu Hui put his hands on his hips, defending Li Nigui. Commander Li doesn't have it easy. He was committed to Thin Can City from the beginning. He must have had no other choice to make a decision like this. He must be suffering immensely inside. Xiao Yu leaned in, casting a wary glance at the man, and whispered to Qin Yu, "Big brother, why do I get the feeling this guy is really creepy? Although with my power, taking him down would be easy, I feel a strange aura of authority around him that makes me afraid to go against him." Qin Yu looked at her with approval. "Xiao Yu, your intuition is correct. We have to be on guard against Lin Guai. He is a dangerous man." A short time later, a group of civilians gathered before a soldier, asking anxiously, "Where is everyone going?" One soldier explained to reassure the people there. "Everyone, please don't panic. We are just going to receive a shipment of food and supplies. We'll be back shortly." Hearing that, a man exclaimed happily, "That's wonderful. We won't have to go hungry anymore." The woman beside him put a hand to her chest and added pensively, "If that's true, we might be able to hold on until the day we finally drive out the bugs." Inside one of the vehicles, Lin Feng was brooding with an uncomfortable frown. He kept his lips sealed, not saying a word. Qin Yu seemed to sense his mood and patted his shoulder to console him. "Don't blame yourself. There was nothing you could do." Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his expression grim, his voice laced with self-blame. "They trusted us, they depended on us, and yet we're running away like cowards, leaving them with empty promises and false hope. By the time they wake up to the truth, it'll be too late. By then, the only thing left for them will be death." Lin Feng let out a faint sigh, his voice dropping, speaking as much to himself as to Qin Yu. "At least I can live with my own conscience." Hearing this, Qin Yu jumped up. "What? You're leaving them with nothing but despair. By then, they'll absolutely hate us." Qin Yu glanced at him and replied, "And so what? If we brought everyone along, the insectoids would surely hunt us down." He explained, his voice laced with irritation and cold logic. "Lin Feng, in the apocalypse, no one gives a damn about your conscience. If your conscience could actually save everyone, then it might be worth considering. It's useful if you can act on it, otherwise it's worthless. In matters of life and death, this is the best possible outcome. Hold on to that conscience of yours, so you can use it to burn bright when the time comes." Qin Yu's words hit Lin Feng like a bucket of cold water, leaving him stunned and lost in heavy thoughts enveloped by silence. As the vehicles started rolling, Lin Feng, sitting silently inside, seemed to have an epiphany. He spoke softly, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Qin Yu, you're right. I'm too weak right now. I have no say, only a conscience, which is meaningless." Despite the oppressive silence, the convoy pushed steadily forward, showing no signs of stopping. Nimble motorcycles led the pack, their riders observing the situation, checking every corner of the road ahead. In the distance, a horde of zombies gathered like a vast gray sea. They seemed to be mindlessly searching for something. A soldier up ahead spotted the zombies and immediately got on the radio to inform the others. "We've got a situation up ahead. Situation up ahead. The road is blocked by a horde of zombies." The vehicles came to a halt, and soldiers disembarked one by one, weapons in hand. They formed ranks, and the captain ordered them into position. Gunshots rang out as they opened fire continuously. Hearing the noise, the zombies turned their heads and quickly charged forward with terrifying growls. A voice rang out, ordering the other soldiers, "Fire!" Continuous volleys of bullets rained down, causing the zombies to shriek in agony. The captain's voice rang out again, "Change positions." Receiving the order, Qin Yu watched the coordination and remarked with admiration, "As expected of elite troops, their teamwork is flawless." The captain's voice sounded once more, "Suppressive fire. Heavy weapons. Prepare to reload." A moment later, everything returned to its initial silence. After the zombies were completely wiped out, the soldiers quickly moved up to assess the situation. A soldier's voice boomed out the order, "Collect the spoils of war. Gather the evolution energy." The sky gradually turned a dark purple, signaling nightfall, and the group stopped in front of a gas station. A steady voice announced, "We'll rest here for the night." Another voice immediately replied, "Understood." Inside the gas station, a group of people were gathered around a hot pot that was bubbling away. Dao Ye spoke up, looking pensive and uneasy. "I keep feeling anxious, like something bad is about to happen." Xiao Yu, holding a bowl of noodles, looked at him and asked in confusion, "Little Taoist, why are you always so paranoid?" "My intuition is always right." Hearing this, Qin Yu warned them, "Be extra careful tonight. Don't sleep too deeply. If there's danger, Liu Hui, you must stick close to Dao Ye, and then the two of you find me and Xiao Yu immediately." In another room, Li Wei was leisurely eating his noodles, his voice firm, "Everything will get better. Once I reach Tianmeng and join forces with my older brother, we will surely achieve great things." Outside the room, a group of armed men stood guard silently. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. Lu Yun looked in the direction of the sound, and upon seeing who it was, he spoke, "Zhao Kui, What are you doing here? Zhao Kui stood at attention, adjusted his cap, and reporting, I have an important matter to report to Commander Li. Lu Yun replied, it's late. Commander Li is probably asleep. Whatever it is, say it tomorrow. Zhao Kui gritted his teeth without a word, then agreed. All right, I'll come back first thing in the morning. Just then, from inside the room, Li Wei's voice called out, let him in. Today's business should be settled today. Don't wait for tomorrow. Zhao Kui immediately opened the door and shouted, Commander Li. Li Wei walked up to him and asked, what is it you have to report? Zhao Kui's face was pale, his eyes lifeless, as he spoke in a threatening tone. Li Wei, today is your day. Li Wei's eyes widened as he shouted, this is bad. Gao Jiao heard him, and his face darkened as he cried out in alarm. We're in trouble. The scene changes to where Qin Yu and Xiao Yu are sleeping peacefully, when suddenly an insectoid monster appears. It raises its sharp stinger. It flies towards the soundly sleeping Xiao Yu. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and uses his power to incinerate the insectoid monster. A powerful flame burns it to ashes. An alarm siren blares throughout the building. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's the insectoids! Xiao Yu is also awakened by the alarm. She sits up slightly and asks, brother, what's wrong? Qin Yu explains, it's the insectoids. Judging by the sound, there are a lot of them. Get ready quickly. We're gonna find Dao Ye and Liu Hui. A foot kicks the door, forcing it open. The two of them rush into the room. Qin Yu asks worriedly, are you two all right? The insectoid monster was trapped inside a golden box. Dao Ye stood protectively in front of Liu Hui, holding a talisman as he looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu frowned and announced loudly, the insectoids have launched a surprise attack. It's dangerous outside. Everyone hide in a corner and absolutely do not reveal yourselves. Outside the building, the soldiers had already taken their battle positions. The captain ordered, fire, fire. They fired continuously at the insectoid monsters that were frantically advancing. A middle-aged soldier kept firing, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You ants, just die! We are the elite of the elite! The soldier next to him saw this and shouted a warning. Watch out, it's a claw insectoid. Sharp claws suddenly shot out, piercing the soldier. He cried out in agony. A large, terrifying claw insectoid appeared before them. It spat out numerous spikes. The claw insectoid fired these projectiles at the soldiers. They rained down on the men, causing them to scream in pain, desperately trying to get help. Find cover, find cover. A massive insectoid monster advanced and pinned a soldier underneath it. As he screamed in terror, a bullet suddenly flew straight into the monster's head. A swipe destroyed the bug. A soldier, seeing this, heaved a sigh of relief and exclaimed joyfully, awesome! It's a sniper! The sniper team is finally in position. Inside the camp, a chaotic battle broke out. Amidst the swarm of bugs and the soldiers, voices of encouragement could be heard, kill these beasts, along with chaotic screams, save me. Suddenly, 3 sharp spines flew through the air, followed by the thud of them piercing human bodies. 3 soldiers died instantly. Longfong and 2 other soldiers looked in that direction, exclaiming in horror as they saw a massive bug with sharp legs over there. Its 4 crimson eyes glared with indignation. A bald soldier shouted loudly, it's dangerous. Find cover now. The other soldiers also quickly fled. Quick, find cover! The bug, which looked like a mutated spider, was the source of the sharp spines. Under the moonlight, it forcefully shot out numerous spines towards everyone. Although it wasn't aiming at any specific target, with the spines raining down like that, they were bound to hit a few unlucky soldiers. One person calmly pointed at it and commanded, attack it. It's the leader. A sniper positioned high up received the order, Roger that. He carefully aimed at the mutated spider. But as he was taking aim, a large red bug landed behind him. He realized the danger far too late. The sniper lost his life. A piercing, was his final sound. Seeing someone fall to their death from above, the soldiers with guns below were stunned. They looked up and saw a red bug with wings and a long, lizard-like tail, but its body had 4 human-like limbs. Only its head retained insectoid features. It's unclear who shouted, but someone identified it. The armored bug king. A panicked soldier yelled, get away, get away. But it was too late. The armored bug dove down to their position, creating a shockwave that sent everyone flying. Dust and dirt filled the air as it moved like the shadow of the Grim Reaper. Wherever it went, people died, and the army lost another 2 men. Sun Wu quickly devised a plan. Brothers, the enemy is close. Switch to melee weapons. Just as he finished speaking, a bug with sharp pincers lunged at them. His comrade quickly warned, be careful. The bug slammed its blade-like pincer into the ground, but Sun Wu had already leaped high into the air. He laughed triumphantly. Didn't expect that, did you? I can jump this high. In midair, he flipped like a professional acrobat before landing. delivering a straight thrust into the bug's head. Elsewhere, another bug that had just charged forward was frozen solid, unable to move. It turned out this squad was composed of evolved soldiers, all of whom had awakened abilities. The man who had just frozen the bug grinned victoriously. Nice one. These beasts never would have guessed we had a trick like this. But the armored bug still hadn't been dealt with, and one person noticed it, knowing he couldn't beat it alone. He called his comrades to gang up on it. Let's all go take care of the biggest one. And so, a man with a mutated hand and the bald man with a saber charged forward. Let's go. From behind, others launched their special abilities at it. There were explosive flames, lightning-like strikes, and even ice attacks, all sorts of colors and all kinds of attacks, aimed at destroying it in one go. Taking so many attacks like that, the armored bug was completely unharmed. A dangerous glint flashed in its eyes. With its incredible speed and agility, it lunged forward with 2 swift slashes. The 2 men who had just charged in were sent to meet their ancestors. A young man not in military uniform collapsed. In terror, he uttered his last words. Even with all that, we couldn't kill it. It seems today is the day I die. As the armored bug's claw was about to come down on his head, it suddenly stopped. It turned out to be busy blocking an attack from Qin Yu. The tip of his spear had struck one of its arms. The young man, having been saved, was utterly stunned and blurted out in amazement. Qin Yu's entire body glowed with a faint red light, looking majestic as he held his spear. The young man stared in bewilderment for a long moment. God of War. From above, Qin Yu landed heavily, driving his spear powerfully into the ground. A loud bang echoed as dust flew everywhere, forcing the soldiers to keep a wary distance. However, Qin Yu didn't look the least bit happy after hitting the armored bug. He looked at the spear in his hand and snorted coldly. Pinned by the tip of his spear was one of the armored bug's arms, but that was all, not its corpse. He couldn't help but remark, sacrificing a limb to block a fatal blow, huh? With a whoosh, the armored bug king's wing whipped past Qin Yu's face. He leaned back to dodge, and with another swish, it attacked his lower body. He managed to dodge that successfully as well, or he would have become a eunuch for sure. One person and one bug both retreated, watching each other warily and preparing for the next clash. A soldier, finally snapping out of his daze, looked at Qin Yu with concern and said, "He's not the god of war. I don't know him. Who on earth is this guy?" On the other side, Qin Yu was quite satisfied with his new weapon. For a normal strike to be this effective, this blood flame spear could truly be considered a divine weapon. The armored bug king had now flown into the air. Its recently severed arm had already grown back, as if it had never been cut off. Qin Yu tapped his spear on the ground. If a normal strike can do this to you, he began to channel his power, likely preparing to use a special move. A faint but formidable blood-red aura radiated from his body. Then try this. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and let out a pained scream. Ah! His eyes turned bloodshot, and the spear in his hand, infused with the blood aura from his body, glowed an even deeper red. Feeling the power coursing through him, he struck the armored bug's head with his spear. A shocking bang of impact resounded, loud enough to give it a concussion. Qin Yu spun the spear in his hand. Die! At that exact moment, Xiao Yu appeared behind him. Brother Yu, the undercurrent bug. He looked at his sister in confusion. No, knew what she wanted to do. Xiao Yu drew blood from her body, explaining, "Leave it to me." The drop of blood shot into the armored insect king's head and entered its body. Suddenly, its damaged body was restored to its peak condition. It was now completely under Xiao Yu's control. She cheered joyfully. "This is great." She climbed onto its back, grabbing the 2 antennae on its head and holding them like reins. After some simple maneuvering, the armored insect flew high into the air. Xiao Yu happily boasted, "I've got a helicopter now." Watching this scene, Qin Yu was speechless. He retracted his power. The 2 soldiers below watched with their jaws dropped, thinking they were in some kind of wonderland. In the blink of an eye, the formidable armored insect had been tamed by the 2 siblings. They stammered, "What kind of monsters are these 2? The situation outside was temporarily considered stable. Back in Li Wei's room, the officer who came in to report began to transform his body. A malevolent laugh echoed, "Li Wei, today is the day you die." Gao Jiao realized the situation was dire and rushed in just in time to help. Trouble! The man had now transformed into an insectoid mutant with a human torso and multiple legs sprouting from it. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. Gao Jiao used his phantom form ability to phase right through it. He tried to get to Li Wei to save him. Thanks to his incredible speed and skill, Gao Jiao grabbed the commander and pulled him away from the mutant insect's mouth. It snapped its massive jaws shut but only bit into thin air, with no human flesh for it to taste. Seeing its attack fail, it turned its head to look for an escape route. Jingling saw this and shouted a warning. "It's trying to escape," Lu Yun yelled, beginning his transformation. His shirt ripped apart as sharp spines erupted from his body, just like a human porcupine. But unfortunately, this was a hystrix, not a porcupine. By the time Lu Yun's transformation was complete, his handsome hair was replaced by stiff, black quills, and his mouth had sprouted two fangs that looked both ferocious and unappealing. Jingling bent down and threw out a green sapling. The sapling hit the humanoid insect mutant. Immediately, a cluster of vines erupted like dried seaweed hitting water. They expanded and enveloped the insect. In just a moment, the green vines had tightly wrapped the creature into a fresh mummy. Lu Yun stepped forward and effortlessly broke the 6 scythe-like claws on its back, disarming it of its powerful weapons. Commander Li Wei finally came to his senses, still trembling slightly. How did he suddenly turn into such a disgusting monster? Outside the base, commands rang out, attack, attack them, watch the left flank, hold the line, hold the line. Li Wei was startled and asked what was happening outside. The 2 soldiers guarding the door reported, Commander Li, it's bad. The insectoids are attacking, and the battlefield situation is critical. This news worried him as he thought, the insectoids are attacking. How is that possible? But befitting a commander, he only pondered for a moment before immediately giving an order, go help them, we must repel the insectoids. Gao Zhao's group of 3 heard the command and prepared to head out to assist. Before leaving, they didn't forget to instruct the soldiers there. Everyone, protect Commander Li, the others replied. Yes, sir. A moment after stepping outside, Gao Zhao, Jingling, and Lu Yun looked up at the sky in astonishment. There, in the sky, Xiao Yu was controlling the armored insect king, wiping out other flying insects. The 3 of them looked like they'd seen a ghost. What is this situation? Before they could recover from their shock, something purple crashed down with a loud bang, the impact sending dust flying everywhere. From within the cloud of dust, Qin Yu launched himself out like a Superman, then landed amidst a swarm of insects that looked like ants, and slammed his spear into the ground. Purple sparks traveled rapidly along the cracks in the earth, followed by a series of rumbling explosions. It turned out that Qin Yu himself was the epicenter of the aftershock. Gao Zhao's face turned pale as he remarked, not that his face is ever rosy to begin with. That's Qin Yu. He's too strong. Lu Yun was a man of action. Without saying much, he immediately charged forward. Just watching is making my hands itch. Let's go. Jingling waved his hand, sending numerous saplings flying in all directions, their green glow lighting up the night like fireworks. The saplings landed and grew into vines that were both flexible and sharp, piercing and tearing the insects to shreds. Xiao Yu watched with excitement, her sparkling clear eyes looking nothing like a warrior in battle. She burst out laughing. It's plants versus zombies, Gao. Jiao also joined in, drawing a sword whose blade flickered with an eerie purple aura. Seeing Xiao Yu and Qin Yu, he silently assessed, oh, so this is the power of a god of war? With a single slash, the sword in Gao Zhao's hand moved slightly, and an insect was split in 2, the cut as clean as slicing a cake. Qin Yu had noticed the movements of these 3 and paused for a moment. It was a purple shadow that flashed by, leaving a trail of insectoid corpses in its wake. Seeing this, Qin Yu realized, he is Gui Zhao. Gao Zhao's shadow darted forward, wielding dual swords, and combined with his abilities, slaughtering the insectoid horde was no difficult task. Qin Yu sank into his memories, recalling the information he knew about him. Although Gui Jiao's fame wasn't as widespread as Lin Feng's, anyone who heard his name knew his strength was significantly greater than Lin Feng's. Later, for some reason, Lin Feng left Li Wei's side. Not long after, Gui Jiao died, and no one knew the reason why. While lost in thought, someone called out from behind, Qin Yu! He turned his head to see it was Lin Feng, who was thrilled to finally have a chance to show his skills and fight alongside him. But he didn't notice a dark shadow approaching from behind. Qin Yu quickly warned him, watch your back! Lin Feng frowned and glared at the insect that had appeared right behind him. In just one blow, turning around, he flung the weak insect away with his ability. Qin Yu smirked in silent praise. Lin Feng had indeed awakened an ability worthy of a future hero. He was also curious to know what his ability was, so he stood by to watch a little longer. Just then, Lin Feng extended his hand, and a vortex of air formed in his palm. The vortex was quite powerful, drawing in a few more insectoids, crawling nearby, but they didn't realize their end was near. Seeing the vortex grow stronger, Lin Feng shouted, vacuum! His vacuum vortex began to expand and suck the insects into that black hole. Once the black hole formed and had drawn in a large number of insectoids, Lin Feng ordered it to detonate. A pitch-black sphere in the air, like a cosmic black hole, spun and then, boom. The explosion thundered, and the ground shook. Under the moonlit, starless night sky, the insects seemed to receive some kind of command on the wind, letting out a collective growl towards the sky. Immediately after, they fell into formation and fled. The soldiers saw this and exclaimed in shock, they're retreating! Lu Yun held a leg he had broken off from some dead insect. He laughed heartily. Such cowards, the strength of their race, is nothing special after all. Qin Yu was confused, analyzing silently. What's going on? Even if this insectoid army continued to fight, they would ultimately be annihilated, but retreating isn't the style of the insectoids. That was his thought, but with them retreating, no one wanted to give chase. The field was now littered with insectoid corpses everywhere. Xiao Yu jumped down from the armored insect king. She laughed with cheerful excitement. It's time for the much-anticipated harvest of spoils. How much evolution energy do these have, brother? Qin Yu put away his weapon and storage ring, replying nonchalantly. These insects' bodies don't have any evolution energy. Xiao Yu's mood suddenly soured. Is that so? Qin Yu continued. But they do have the precious essence of an alien race. And Xiao Yu's heart was happy again. She eagerly urged her brother. That's great. Hurry up and set them all on fire. Let's start collecting. Qin Yu didn't act, explaining, the essence of the insectoids can't withstand heat. My flames will burn the insectoids, and the alien essence will be destroyed along with them. Looking at the insectoid corpses strewn across the ground with no efficient way to find the alien essence, he sighed. So many corpses, searching them one by one, is just too troublesome. Just then, Xiao Yu made a sudden discovery. Hey, it seems like my helicopter can sense the alien essence. So she immediately made use of her flying mount. She ordered it to get to work. Go, go. The armored insect king obediently listened, picking up the insectoid corpses that contained alien essence for Xiao Yu, while she acted as its translator. That one has it. Qin Yu dissected the insectoid corpse brought before him, pulling out a blood-red stone. He let out a soft "oh," seemingly quite surprised by this harvest. A flame crystal? A moment later, Xiao Yu had collected a bag of flame crystals. She quickly showed off to her brother, waiting for praise. Brother, look, more than 20 of them! At this moment, Lin Feng walked over, scratching his head awkwardly. He cleared his throat lightly. Qin Yu, there's something you might not know? Cleaning up the battlefield has always been handled by a specialized department. What you're doing is against regulations. Xiao Yu clutched the bag of flame crystals tightly, retorting unhappily, these things, we fought for them ourselves. If you want some, go find them yourself. Lin Feng understood the situation and didn't know what to say, only growing more flustered. Well, what now? Suddenly, Li Wei appeared with 2 bodyguards. He laughed loudly. It's a small matter. If young Mr. Qin wants to use them, just keep them. Suddenly, his face turned pale when he saw something that terrified him so much he stammered. It was the sight of the giant armored insect king, standing behind Xiao Yu, and Li Wei ordered everyone, an armored insect king. There's still one over there. Take it down quickly. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward to explain and stop them. Commander Li, don't worry, that one has been controlled by Qin Yu's sister. It's no threat to us. Li Wei then breathed a sigh of relief, his expression brightening considerably. So that's how it is. Miraculous, truly miraculous. After speaking, he didn't let his guard down. He immediately issued an order. Everyone, stay on high alert. Although the insectoids have been repelled, we cannot lower our guard. Call in the cleanup crew to clear the battlefield and sort out the valuable materials, essences, insect carapaces, bladed legs, collect anything that can be used. Jingling stepped in front of Qin Yu, bowing warmly and extending a hand for a handshake. You must be Qin Yu, correct? I've heard Sun Yu mention you, saying you are very strong. Seeing is believing. Your reputation is well-deserved indeed. Qin Yu didn't extend his hand to shake Jingling's, nor did he reply. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Xiao Yu spoke up to break the embarrassing silence, hugging the bag of flame crystals with a smile. My big brother is just like that. He's just putting on an act. Don't mind him. Jingling straightened up, scratching his head sheepishly. It's fine. Powerful people like to act cool. I get it. At this point, Lu Yun had retracted his boar-like bristles, his fangs disappeared, and his hair returned to normal on his handsome face. He teased Jingling. Who told you to act all friendly and greet everyone you meet? Feeling awkward now, huh? You should learn from that guy. All action and no talk. A moment later, Qin Yu turned and walked towards the base, and Xiao Yu ran after him, grabbing his hand. Brother, that Commander Li was just staring at me. His gaze was weird. He had obviously noticed this, his eyes showing a hint of displeasure. He replied, Although on the surface he was just looking in our direction, I could tell it was a cover. In reality, he was looking at you. Hearing this, Xiao Yu got scared. He's not some kind of pervert, is he? Qin Yu smiled. You think someone like Li Wei would be like that? She retorted with a rather naive argument. Why not? I heard that the more successful someone is, the more likely they are to be a creep. They've returned. Back to the Taoist's room. Xiao Yu opened the door and called out for the little Taoist and Liu Hui. She suddenly fell silent when she saw what had happened in the room, her eyes wide with shock. The bug was dead on one side of the room. Liu Hui was lying face down on the floor, motionless. Dao Ye was clutching his head, sobbing uncontrollably. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Qin Yu walked in, just as shocked and stunned as his sister. What happened here? Dao Ye was drowning in self-blame. He took all the blame. It's all my fault. I should have held him tighter. He recounted what happened in the room to the Qin Yu siblings. At that moment, a bug had broken down the door and charged into the room. Dao Ye had quickly used a talisman to create a golden protective barrier around himself and Liu Hui. The protective barrier was quite sturdy. The bug attacked several times but couldn't even make it waver. But instead of staying put inside until the Qin Yu siblings returned, the boy, out of sheer panic, wanted to flee. So he ran out of Dao Ye's protective barrier on his own. It happened so fast. He didn't have time to hold the boy back, only managing to cry out in alarm, "Hey, don't run!" Seeing its prey run out of the solid barrier, the bug seized the opportunity, raising its pincer for a single strike. A cut as clean as slicing fruit, slashed across Liu Hui's back. The boy only had time to let out a short scream before collapsing. After finishing his story, Dao Ye became even more devastated. He covered his face and cried, "I should have held him tight. It's all my fault." Xiao Yu patted his back to comfort him. "You can't be blamed for this, little Taoist. Who would have thought he'd be scared out of his mind?" Qin Yu rubbed his forehead and let out a weary sigh. He had promised Liu Tiechui that he would protect his grandson all the way to Tianmeng, but unexpectedly, they hadn't even left Shengjing City yet. An eventful night passed just like that. Early the next morning, the army bustled as they gathered to set out. The troops did a head count, then boarded the vehicles and departed, under the bright sunlight of hope. Thankfully, the journey was very smooth, with no obstacles encountered so far. Inside a vehicle, Jingling remarked, "We haven't even seen a single bug." Lu Yun, while driving, laughed loudly and asked his comrade, "Haha, were you hoping we would?" The atmosphere was much more relaxed than the tension of the previous night. In the sky, Xiao Yu's armored Beetle King flew, scouting the surroundings. It would report any unusual findings back to Xiao Yu, who was riding in the vehicle. Qin Yu sat in the car, and with his sensitivity to danger, he didn't let his guard down for a moment. "Be careful. Something's not right." In Li Wei's vehicle, Lu Yun suddenly asked, "Old Cao, Thao Ni, do you guys hear that?" Jing Ling heard it too. He anxiously closed his eyes as if trying to block out the unsettling sound. "I hear it. It's a tragic cry." A wailing sound began to echo along the road. The vehicles also started to enter a hazy fog. A few soldiers in the vehicles whispered fearfully among themselves. "What's that sound? Is that crying? It's so creepy." Cao Jiao transformed into his ghost form and flew out to scout for information. The vehicles also stopped, but the heart-wrenching wailing did not. Someone gave a stern command, "Ready your weapons, prepare for combat." As the soldiers took up defensive positions, fully armed, the crying suddenly stopped and silence filled the air. Someone said in bewilderment, "The crying is gone." Up ahead, Cao Jiao appeared, seeming to have finished his reconnaissance. Li Wei also got out of the car, breathing a sigh of relief when he saw his man return. "Good." Lu Yun, curious, called out, "Old Cao, what was that, crying so miserably?" Cao Jiao paid no attention to Lu Yun's question and walked right past him. Lu Yun snorted in annoyance. "He's ignoring me." Jingling laughed and tried to smooth things over. "It's not like you don't know old Cao. He's a man of few words." But Qin Yu sensed something was wrong. He remained silent, his expression grim, as if facing an enemy. Seeing this, Jingling suddenly raised his hand to stop him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Because at that moment, Qin Yu had raised his spear to block Cao Jiao. Xiao Yu also didn't understand why her brother was acting this way. "Bro, why are you attacking him?" From behind, a shocked Lin Feng shouted, "Qin Yu, what the hell are you doing?" However, Qin Yu didn't answer. He swept his spear, and Cao Jiao leaped up to dodge. Lu Yun immediately transformed into a porcupine and angrily yelled, "Damn, is this kid pretending to be with us just to steal our supplies?" Li Wei noticed something was off and stopped Lu Yun from charging into the fight. Wait, finally, Xiao Yu also realized something was wrong. "That's not right. This guy shouldn't be this weak. You're clearly not using your full strength, yet you've pushed him to the point where he can't fight back. Compared to his previous performance, it's like two different people." The situation was indeed just as she described. Cao Jiao was only dodging, not fighting back, and certainly not using his ability to turn into a ghost. After being brutally overwhelmed for a while, Cao Jiao trembled, and his body began to change. That wasn't Cao Jiao at all. It was clearly a shape-shifting monkey. A few soldiers in the back gasped in astonishment upon seeing this. Commander Cao turned into a monkey. It seemed that only after reverting to its true form could the monkey unleash its full power. It ran circles around Qin Yu, making it impossible for him to find a clear target to strike. Finally, it seized a moment when he seemed distracted and opened its mouth, lunging at Qin Yu's face. It turned out he was just feigning an opening to lure it into a trap. As it lunged, Qin Yu simply held his spear and thrust it through its body. Then, he used his endless burn skill. Flames channeled into the spearhead erupted, a purple blaze like hellfire incinerating the monkey's body and soul. In the end, an evolution energy crystal dropped. Qin Yu gently caught it, letting the wind blow the monkey's ashes into the air. Jingling now understood the situation, and he grew worried about his comrade. So, it was a monkey in disguise. Does that mean something happened to old Xiao? Lu Yun pointed in another direction. Look over there! Just then, the real Xiao Jiao returned, carrying the corpse of another monkey in his hand. Lu Yun was overjoyed. Old Xiao, you scared us to death. We thought you'd been taken out, right? Gao Jiao walked over and explained, after this monkey saw me, it just kept running away. It took me a lot of time to catch it. Commander Li Wei analyzed with his hands behind his back. One monkey lured one of our team members away, while the other disguised itself and blended in. I have to say, these mutated beasts are quite intelligent. After a head count, he ordered them to continue on their way. Traveling at the very back was Qin Yu's vehicle. He didn't rush to start it, but instead walked over to give the evolution energy to Dao Yi. Here, eat this quickly. Dao Yi had lived in the mountains for too long and was inexperienced with the world. Looking at the energy crystal in Qin Yu's hand, he frowned slightly. Can this thing be eaten? Xiao Yu urged him. Why not? It's delicious. Qin Yu also encouraged him. Your ability is very good. Eat it. After you're enhanced, you'll become even stronger. Dao Yi was still a bit hesitant, but since the siblings had insisted this much, he understood they meant well, so he reluctantly made up his mind. All right, I'll eat it then. Suddenly, Qin Yu turned to his sister, a little curious. Speaking of which, doesn't your bug need to eat? Xiao Yu just then remembered. Oh, I almost forgot. With that, she pricked her index finger and flicked a drop of blood onto the armored insect king's head. After absorbing the blood drop, its body began to shrink to the size of a stuffed animal. Holding the armored insect king, Xiao Yu explained things to her brother. Helicopter can eat meat, evolution energy, and even flame crystals. Basically, it can eat anything valuable, but my blood is the most effective. With his powerful sensory abilities, Qin Yu pondered for a moment. Why do I get the feeling that after it ate your blood, even though it got smaller, it became a little stronger? Is this also an effect of your ability? Xiao Yu didn't really understand her own abilities, so she didn't know how to answer. I don't know. Maybe it's just full and has more energy. Night fell, and everyone stopped to rest in the forest. They lit a fire for warmth and to ward off monsters. The flickering flames cast a warm glow in the dark night. Xiao Yu sat by the fire warming herself and complained, We've been on the road all day. That truck is so bumpy and doesn't even go fast. I'm exhausted. Qin Yu told his sister to be grateful. At least she had a vehicle to ride in instead of having to walk. Suddenly, he noticed a rustle in the bushes and immediately dashed off with his spear. The few soldiers on guard nearby immediately became alert. Was there danger again? They anxiously awaited orders from their superiors as well as from Qin Yu. He returned, holding a rabbit in his hand, and grinned brightly. Dinner's getting an upgrade. So, the rabbit was skewered and roasted over the campfire. Xiao Yu whined in protest. Rabbits are so cute! How can you eat a rabbit? Qin Yu didn't care, holding the cooked rabbit meat in his hand, ready to eat. Fine, I'll eat it myself. Torn between protecting the already roasted rabbit and going hungry, or eating the fragrant rabbit meat to fill her stomach, Xiao Yu decided to eat the rabbit, regardless of its cuteness. Add a little more spice. Just then, someone sniffed the air, catching the delicious aroma of meat. Jingling exclaimed excitedly, Oh, roasted rabbit. Lu Yun scratched his head and laughed shyly. You guys go ahead and eat. We were just passing by to take a look. Xiao Yu made a polite offer. Why don't you sit down and eat with us? Who knew they would actually sit down and eat? Well, this is a bit awkward, but all right, thank you. Luckily, the rabbit was big enough for all four of them. Lu Yun ate a huge piece of rabbit meat, chewing noisily. Jingling ate a bit more politely, taking one bite at a time, but the sound of his chewing could be compared to crunching bones. They probably hadn't eaten fresh food like this in a long time. After eating, Xiao Yu snuggled up to Qin Yu, whining, I'm full. Hold me while I sleep. He pushed her head away in disgust. Hey, your mouth is all greasy. Don't rub it on me. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the trees as everyone folded their blankets and packed up their tents. Qin Yu was already awake, stretching his muscles and greeting the sun. Suddenly, something caught his red eyes. It was a bug that looked like the armored insect king, but not quite, as this one had more armor on its body than the old one. Without a word, Qin Yu immediately took out his spear, intending to send it flying with one hit. However, his action was stopped by Xiao Yu. She stood in front of it protectively. Wait, brother, that's helicopter. Qin Yu was surprised and couldn't help but ask, why did it change? Its appearance is different too. She scratched her head. Apparently, Xiao Yu didn't know why either. I don't know, but it's definitely him. He sensed it for a moment and remarked, even its aura has gotten stronger. Looking at his sister playfully patting the evolved armored insect king's head, Qin Yu silently wondered, how could it break away from the insectoid race and still be able to evolve? Is it Xiao Yu's ability, or is it because of her blood? Not long after, under a clear blue sky and sparkling sun, the group set off again. In the back of the truck, the Taoist Dao Yi and some soldiers who hadn't slept well the night before were trying to catch a nap whenever they could. After driving for a while, the convoy suddenly stopped. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu were sitting next to the driver's seat. She looked around curiously. Why did we stop? It turned out they had gone deep into the forest, and the path ahead was quite overgrown. The soldiers got out of the vehicles to check the situation. Lu Yun looked at the forest ahead and, wanting to ensure everyone's safety, suggested, "This forest looks endless. Who knows what dangers are lurking inside? How about we take another route?" Jingling smiled reassuringly and shared some information. "I know this place. It's called the Red Pine Forest, and it's very large. Taking a detour at our current speed would take at least 4 days." Li Wei saw that a detour would take too much time and asked, "Is there a path in this forest? Is it possible our vehicles can't get through?" Jingling immediately replied, "There's a path, and it's wide enough. On the other side is a small town called Lindu County. We can rest there and reorganize for 2 days before setting off again." Hearing this, Li Wei, he immediately gave the order. "Once we cross this forest, we'll reach a town where we can rest for 2 days." The soldiers behind them cheered joyfully. "That's great. We can finally rest for 2 days." The sun was high in the sky, shining brightly. Jingling assessed the situation for a moment. It was noon, with a few hours left until nightfall. "If we go through at full speed, we should have enough time to cross the Red Pine Forest." With that said, he immediately commanded, "Move at full speed." Their vehicle led the way, and when an obstacle was spotted ahead, someone notified the soldiers behind them. "Obstacle ahead. It needs to be cleared." The convoy stopped for a moment, and the soldiers got out with their blades to handle the obstruction. This constant stopping and starting annoyed Xiao Yu. She asked with a bit of irritation, "What is it now?" Up ahead, the soldiers were struggling to clear a path by hacking away at a thick mess of vines. Qin Yu found their efficiency lacking and, annoyed, decided to handle it himself. Cutting it bit by bit. Is going to take forever? Seeing that he was about to burn the vines with his purple flames, Lin Feng rushed to stop him. "Wait, Qin Yu! This forest is full of trees and highly flammable. It wouldn't be good if we burned the whole thing down." Since burning a path wasn't an option, the soldiers had to continue their hard labor. As they kept chopping the vines, they heard rustling and rattling noises nearby. When they looked up, several mutated monkeys had gathered on tree branches not far away. They stared greedily at the group with glowing red eyes, like predators eyeing their lunch. Someone shouted loudly, with a warning, "Be careful, mutated beasts." Qin Yu immediately called to his sister, "Xiao Yu, enhance me." He broke into an eager smile. How could he pass up prey that delivered itself to his doorstep? Little did the monkeys know, one moment they were the predators, and the next, they had become the prey. Sensing his terrifying aura, they realized their prey below was no easy meal. Qin Yu's entire body radiated a fearsome presence. Like a spear-wielding god of death, faint purple flames flickered across his body, and the monkeys knew that running away was the right move. But Qin Yu had already powered up, and he wouldn't let them escape so easily. He swung his spear, down, yelling, "Where do you think you're going?" In the monkey's terrified eyes, the last thing it saw was the figure lunging forward with a spear. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered everywhere. The monkey was sent to meet its maker. This scene was not for the faint of heart and has been censored. A moment later, Qin Yu held 5 evolution energy cores in his hand. Who was he giving them to? Ah, it was for Dao Yi, the sibling's companion. "Eat these." Dao Yi obediently ate them one by one. After he finished, Qin Yu casually remarked, "You're now an evolver with 13 times the physical strength, so you can be considered one of the strong ones." Suddenly, a loud scream erupted from the other side. Startled, Dao Yi and Qin Yu looked over as someone asked, "What happened?" A soldier was writhing on the ground, clutching his leg and groaning in pain. "Something bit me?" Everyone immediately checked his leg. "It's a snake. Those are snake bites." Right after they identified it, before they could even treat the wound, the unfortunate soldier began foaming at the mouth, took his last breath, and his soul ascended. Not far away, a snake was trying to escape. However, karma came swiftly. With a thud, a blade pierced through the snake's body, a fatal blow. "Farewell, snake." The one who killed it was a soldier from the squad. After avenging his comrade, he lifted the snake impaled on his blade, his brows furrowed with worry. Everyone be careful. The venom from these mutated snakes is incredibly potent. A single bite can be fatal. Lin Feng and Jingling walked over, their expressions grim. "What's going on? We just got out of the vehicles and there's already a casualty." The group gathered to exchange information, unaware that bloodthirsty red eyes were watching them from the nearby bushes. Without any warning, a mutated hawk swooped down to attack. Several snakes also lunged out unexpectedly, sending the soldiers scrambling to defend themselves. Qin Yu carefully scanned his surroundings while warning his sister, "The deep wilderness is definitely more dangerous than the city." Xiao Yu, stay on high alert. Xiao Yu wasn't one to stay vigilant, so she immediately summoned her protector. Helicopter, come protect us. Suddenly, there was a loud crash in the forest as something plummeted down. The armored Beetle King's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, as if any enemy before it would become a lifeless corpse the moment it moved. From the bushes, two mutated wolves leaped out, intending to attack Qin Yu and his sister. But the armored Beetle King had arrived. It landed on the ground, its blood-red eyes cold and sharp. An indescribable pressure radiated from it, making the two wolves wary. They only dared to growl, not daring to advance. Xiao Yu smiled and patted its head, praising the armored Beetle King. We have a guard dog, so no one dares to bully us. Just then, a green frog leaped out from nowhere. Even though it was just a frog, no one knew if it was poisonous or not. Qin Yu didn't let his guard down and thrust his spear towards it. Careful! Dao Yi immediately took action. A golden light flashed from his hand, and a yellow circle instantly enveloped the frog. The frog's body began to glow as if it had just achieved enlightenment. A moment later, the light vanished, and the frog disappeared. It then instantly reappeared behind Qin Yu. Its new position was also closer to the ground than its original spot, its body still glowing, making it look like a moving target. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. What's happening? Why is it glowing like that? Qin Yu tilted his head and assessed. Spatial teleportation. Before he could act, the armored Beetle King swooped down, stomped on the frog, and finished it off. Dao Yi chuckled lightly, satisfied with his display of power. He explained, "That's my positional swap talisman. What do you think?" Qin Yu gave him a thumbs up. "Nice. How long does that talisman of yours last? Did I get your approval?" Dao Yi smiled sheepishly, feeling a bit shy. He shyly scratched his head and replied, "About 1 month. My talismans last for about 1 month. Any longer than that, and their power will gradually weaken until it completely disappears, turning into an ordinary piece of paper." Qin Yu nodded and instructed his teammate, "Okay, Dao Yi, make more of these displacement talismans. They'll be very useful." Perhaps sensing his intentions, Dao Yi gave a serious warning. "But I have to be clear up front, so you don't get hurt later. Not everyone can use this talisman. It won't work on overly powerful enemies, and you can't use it on yourself." After a battle with several mutated beasts, the sky began to darken. They couldn't continue on, not knowing what lurked in the shadows. Li Wei sighed and ordered, "We'll make camp here." He turned his head and instructed everyone to clear an open space before nightfall. The soldiers disembarked from their vehicles and began setting up camp. Qin Yu looked at his sister with concern and said, "Be extra careful tonight. Don't sleep too deeply." Xiao Yu pouted, complaining that she couldn't sleep soundly any night and that her body needed to grow. He didn't hesitate to call her out, saying that she slept like a log every night anyway, and if it wasn't for him waking her up. Hearing the siblings' conversation, Dao Yi blushed for some unknown reason, his mind wandering to who knows where. Later that night, the campfires were put out, and everyone retired to their tents. Of course, they had to be on guard in the wilderness, so soldiers were posted for the night watch. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. A nearby guard immediately became alert, wondering what it was. The two soldiers didn't act rashly. One of them took out his radio to contact the other patrols. "Come in, we've got something over here." Soon, 2 other guards arrived. "What's up?" The man with the scar on his face explained. "There's movement over there. It's probably a mutated beast." Another soldier suggested, "Let's not be hasty. We'll go over and take a look." He then assigned roles. "The 3 of us will go first. You stay back and keep your distance from us. If we have to engage and the enemy is too strong, your most important mission is to wake everyone up immediately." The scar-faced man was assigned to sound the alarm and nodded. "Understood." The leader glanced at the surrounding darkness. "It's too dark. We need some light." As he spoke, a bright red flame ignited in his hand, illuminating the area around them. As soon as the light appeared, they saw a green viper with its jaws open, lunging at the 3 men. The man with the flame quickly launched a fireball at the snake and yelled, "Careful, it's a snake!" The fireball didn't seem very effective because the snake was still moving. His comrade shouted, "There's another one over here." A different green viper lunged, its massive mouth filled with sharp fangs. It wrapped itself around that soldier, who could only struggle to hold its jaws and prevent it from biting him. But with the snake coiled around him, it was only a matter of time before his strength gave out. Screams pierced the night air. The 3rd soldier was attacked by a snake that dropped on him from a tree. Seeing this, the scar-faced man in charge of the alarm screamed at the top of his lungs, "We're under attack! Under attack! Wake everyone up!" The soldiers, now awake, lit torches and raised their guard. "Attack! We're being attacked!" Li Wei was awakened by the commotion outside. He pushed open his tent flap and asked, "What's going on?" A frantic soldier ran over to report, "Snakes?" "Yes, snakes." He looked utterly exhausted, as if he'd just gone 10 rounds with the horde of snakes. Just as he finished speaking, more snakes appeared, slithering forward in a rainbow of colors. It looked like they were holding their annual convention. Faced with a green viper hissing at him with its jaws wide open, Lu Yun flinched. Who in the world stole their eggs? Seeing everyone in such a dire situation, Jingling took the blame with a heavy heart. This is all my fault. I made the wrong call. I shouldn't have led us down this narrow forest path. As the commander, Li Wei spoke up. I made the final call, so the responsibility is mine. No one should be blaming themselves. Right now, figuring out how to break through this siege is what's most important. He then yelled out his command. All units, pass this along. Attack as one, cover each other, and do not get separated. The snakes grew even more aggressive, and one leaped down from a tree, its sharp, venom-filled fangs glinting under the moonlight. The soldiers scrambled backwards in panic, while their comrades raised their guns and opened fire. The powerful barrage knocked the snake out of the air and onto the ground.